Today was the 53rd job transfer day at the Lin Tian City branch. It was also the day Lam Tien Hao, a young man who had transmigrated into this world where strange beasts ran rampant, had been eagerly awaiting. On the stage, the principal solemnly instructed them. Soon, the job transfer monument will assign you random professions based on your individual talents. Whether you become combat professionals or life professionals, you must contribute to our country in the future. The future of our nation rests in your hands. Hearing the principal's words, the boy in the yellow shirt silently prayed. After 18 years of hard study, the moment of awakening had finally come. Please let me become a warrior. Then I can join a guild and earn a salary even while lying down. The buzzcut boy beside him snorted with laughter. You think becoming a warrior is that easy? You should know that the rate of awakening into a combat profession at our high school is only 50%. Just then, another boy in the group raised his chin toward Lam Tien Hao and mocked. Look at that. Job transfer is about to begin, and Lam Tien Hao is still sleeping. The buzzcut boy joined in. He's the worst student in our school. Even if he gets a life profession, his ancestors will have to be carrying him on their backs. In my opinion, the most pathetic profession, beast tamer, suits him perfectly. Lam Tien Hao, the bottom-ranked student of Class 2 at Lin Tian High School, acted as though he had not heard them. He looked up at the job transfer monument. Having transmigrated here, he had finally waited until the day of his job transfer. But what profession would he awaken into? While he was thinking, the buzzcut boy approached him with false friendliness. Tien Hao, what profession are you aiming for? My goal? Of course, an S-rank talent or a hidden profession, Tien Hao answered honestly. His response was immediately met with mocking laughter. Did you hear that? The bottom-ranked student is dreaming of an S-rank talent and a hidden profession. Stop fantasizing. I'd say it would already be difficult for you to even get a life profession. If I remember correctly, your potential assessment last time was C rank, right? Remembering that test, Lam Tien Hao let out a long sigh. According to that assessment, he really was destined to be useless in this life. But who said a wild chicken could not become a phoenix? Transmigration had already happened to him, so could another miracle really be impossible? Whatever. He only hoped he could awaken a decent profession. Class 2 student of Lin Tian High School, Wang Dong, please come to the stage for your job transfer. Following the instructions, Wang Dong stepped forward. Before the test, he looked back at Tien Hao and thought smugly, just watch me awaken, you piece of trash. A moment later, the job transfer process ended. Wang Dong had become a warrior with a C-rank talent. A C-rank talent already makes you outstanding among ordinary people. I hope you become a qualified warrior. Go to the Lin Tian City Guild Center to register as soon as possible. Their professionals will teach you the necessary knowledge. The female teacher happily handed Wang Dong his results slip. The two female students looked at Wang Dong with admiration and said coyly, Wang Dong, you're so handsome. Take us with you in the future, okay? Don't forget us when you enter dungeons. Wang Dong is so lucky. Becoming a warrior is practically the same as securing a lifetime salary. I'm so jealous, another male student said. Wang Dong walked down like a top idol, waving to his fangirls, and accidentally bumped into Tien Hao. Not only did he refuse to apologize, he even sneered, I didn't notice there was someone here. So it's Lam Tien Hao, the useless loser from our class. This Wang Dong usually loves causing trouble for me. Now that he's become a warrior, he'll probably come looking for trouble again, Tien Hao thought. Seeing him remain silent, Wang Dong's lackeys surrounded him and berated him. You bumped into Brother Dong and won't apologize? Are you mute? I've never liked the look of you. You're always scowling. Who are you trying to scare? Enough. I'm in a good mood today. Don't let these trash ruin it. Today is worth celebrating. Drinks at the tavern in town are on me, Wang Dong declared cheerfully. His lackeys mocked Tien Hao a few more times before following him away. Even a bully like him can become a warrior? I wonder what profession I'll get. Just as Tien Hao was thinking about this, the female teacher called his name. It was his turn to be tested. While Tien Hao's job transfer was taking place, something strange occurred, leaving the crowd astonished. But once they learned the result, the students burst into laughter because Tien Hao had awakened the profession nobody wanted, summoner. A summoner? Isn't that the useless profession that's garbage from the moment you awaken it? Summoner may be a combat profession, but raising summoned creatures costs a fortune, and the results are mediocre. It's truly a trash profession. Lam Tianhao is doomed. He actually became a summoner. It's even worse than a life profession. He'll probably suffer for the rest of his life. Just as the students were ridiculing Tianhao, a system panel suddenly appeared before him. Host detected. Identity binding complete, Abyss Lord. You may randomly obtain an SSS rank talent skill. Every 10 levels, an SS rank Abyss talent will be randomly activated. An SSS rank talent right away, and another SSS rank talent every 10 levels? Wouldn't that mean I could have 10 talents by level 100? Tianhao held his breath in anticipation as he unconsciously reached out to accept his results slip from the female teacher. Drawing SSS rank talent. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the SSS rank talent skill, Demon Sacrifice. Demon Sacrifice. Sacrifice the host's maximum health, which cannot be restored, to immediately level up and demonize a summoned creature, granting it divine power from hell. After demonization, summoned creatures can still gain levels through battle and experience as normal. Notice, for every 100 points of maximum health permanently sacrificed, the summoned creature gains 1 level, permanently reducing maximum health. The price is certainly high, but as a summoner, I don't need to fight personally. As long as my summoned creatures are strong enough, that will be enough. In the future, I can simply choose equipment that increases maximum health. I currently have 1,000 health points. If I keep at least 100 for myself, that means I can immediately raise a summoned creature to at least level 9. Still, I cannot be too reckless. I need to use this carefully. Seeing Tianhao standing silently, the female teacher gently comforted him. Student, don't be too sad. Even if your profession is not useful, there are still many other paths in life. Only then did Tianhao return to his senses. Looking at the female teacher, he replied, "Thank you for your concern, teacher. I believe I will definitely carve out a world of my own." The female teacher hesitated slightly. "It's good that you think that way. It's just a pity." Lam Tianhao understood what she meant, but it only made him more determined. A person who awakened as a summoner really was considered useless. But Lam Tianhao would become the leader of summoners and stand at the pinnacle of this world. A few hours later, at home, the moment Lam Tianhao entered, a girl anxiously asked, "Brother, you're back. How did your job transfer go? What profession did you get?" "Sumon, Lam Tianhao ansua." The girl was initially surprised, but quickly said, "It's okay, brother. Don't be sad. My job transfer is next year. I'll become a mage and protect you." Only then did Lam Tianhao notice that she was wearing nothing but a towel. His face immediately turned red like a tomato, and he hurriedly turned away. "I'm an incredibly powerful summoner. You don't need to worry about me. Just make sure you protect yourself." As Lam Tianhao was about to return to his room, he received a message from his homeroom teacher ordering the class to gather. After all the awakened students of the class had assembled, the homeroom teacher began speaking. This class's job transfer results were not bad. 5 students became warriors, 8 became mages, 11 awakened support professions, and 1 became a summoner. Wang Dong laughed when he heard this. He pointed at Tianhao and deliberately raised his voice so Tianhao could hear. One useless loser awakening into a useless profession. What else could he possibly be? Once someone becomes a summoner, his life is basically over. The student beside him agreed. Though Tianhao was somewhat irritated, there was no point arguing with them, so he chose to ignore them. At that moment, the teacher continued, "Lam Tianhao's situation is rather special. I have an introductory book for summoners here. It should be of some help to you." Tianhao went to the platform and accepted the book. "Tianhao, if you encounter any difficulties, come find me, understand?" "All right, return to your seat," the homeroom teacher said kindly. Looking at the book in his hands, Tianhao sighed inwardly. The book was covered in dust. It seemed summoner truly was a profession at the very bottom of society. "I called everyone back because the school wants to collect detailed data from all 10 of you who successfully completed your job transfers. All transferred classes will participate. Don't embarrass me, understand?" After the homeroom teacher's reminder, the entire class went out to the schoolyard to prepare for the profession test. One male student volunteered to go first. After he launched an attack, the power measuring machine displayed the number 73. Not bad. 73 points indicates a fairly good talent. Keep working hard in the future. Next, After the homeroom teacher's instructions, the class headed out to the schoolyard to prepare for the profession test. A male student volunteered to be tested first. After he used his skill, the power measuring machine displayed the number 73. Not bad. 73 points is a fairly good score. Keep working hard in the future. Next came Wang Dong. Excellent. 89 points is a very high score. You will probably be the top student of this year. Keep working hard. The principal praised him before calling out the next name. Lam Tian Hao. Lam Tian Hao stepped forward with his weapon in hand. He recalled that the book the teacher had just given him did mention a basic summoning skill, but he had never tried it before. I have no choice but to risk it. As long as there is hope, I cannot give up. With that thought, Tian Hao took out the book and softly recited an incantation. A whirlwind immediately appeared, making everyone wonder in disbelief whether Lam Tian Hao had actually managed to summon something. What is that? After a moment, the dust dispersed, revealing an adorable cheese stick slime. The crowd burst into laughter. After all that commotion, it was only a slime. How can something this cute kill monsters? Kill monsters? It would be lucky not to get eaten by one. What can a slime even do? At most, it can mop the floor. Basic summon creature. Slime. Level 1. Health 500. Attack 9. Skill. Strong corrosive mucus. Mucus spray. Summon creature equipment. None. After reading its information, Tian Hao glared at the slime, happily clinging to his leg. A completely white-grade summon creature with only 9 attack power was no different from scratching an itch. At this moment, the homeroom teacher spoke. Everyone stop making noise. Let's look at the test score first. As expected, Tian Hao's test score was only 9 points. The homeroom teacher coughed and patted Tian Hao on the shoulder. Tian Hao, 9 points is still a score. Don't be too upset. Tian Hao was silent for a moment, then asked his homeroom teacher to let him try one more time. The teacher hesitated, but kindly gave him another chance. It is time to test my talent skill. Tian Hao operated the system and used 200 points of health as a sacrifice to demonize and level up his summoned creature. His maximum health dropped from 1,000 to 800. The adorable cheese stick slime transformed into a demonized slime. Basic demonized slime. Level 3. Health 1,200. Damage 120. Skills: Strong corrosive mucus. Mucus spray. Demon dance. Summon beast equipment. None. Once his preparations were complete, Tian Hao commanded the demonized slime to attack. The instant the slime struck the power measuring machine, the number on its display jumped from 9 to 120. The result left everyone staring in shock. 120 points? Impossible. How can that bottom-ranked loser be this terrifying? Am I seeing things? Brother Dong only scored 89 points, but that loser exceeded 100. That's impossible. How can that loser's score be higher than mine? Wang Dong remembered that even Hua Xia's former war god, Fang Changyun, had only scored 101 points in this test. How could Lam Tian Hao possibly reach 120? Thinking of this, Wang Dong immediately came up with an explanation. Lam Tian Hao took the test twice. Could he have tampered with the machine during the second attempt? The other students immediately began clamoring. That's right, he must have cheated. Teacher, he clearly only scored 9 points just now, but after testing again, it became 120. How is that possible? There must be something suspicious going on. Tian Hao said nothing, only thinking to himself, I did use a trick. I used my talent skill on my slime. Their words do make sense. The homeroom teacher walked over to inspect the power measuring machine. When he discovered that the displayed results had been damaged, he loudly announced, the machine malfunctioned. Lam Tian Hao did not cheat, so the machine really did malfunction. How could that loser possibly surpass me? Wang Dong secretly rejoiced, then immediately began making demands. Teacher, since the machine is broken, how should Lam Tian Hao's score be handled? 2 boys from his group chimed in. Of course it should be 9 points. The machine was not broken during the first test. We all clearly saw the score of 9. That's right. I saw it too. It was obviously 9 points. Due to the machine malfunction, Lam Tian Hao's score for this test will be voided and retested later, the homeroom teacher decided. Lam Tian Hao looked at him in surprise. Wasn't this another opportunity for him? Wang Dong's group immediately objected. Why void it? We all saw it clearly. He only got 9 points. That's right, teacher. You must be fair and impartial. You cannot favor him. Enough. I have made my decision. Since the machine malfunctioned, today's test ends here. Lam Tian Hao and the students who have not yet been tested will be retested after the machine has been repaired. One of Wang Dong's lackeys was about to object, but he caught Wang Dong's icy glare and obediently shut his mouth. As soon as Tian Hao stepped down, Wang Dong said, "Even if you take the test again, you're still trash. A wild chicken wants to become a phoenix? Keep dreaming." Then he told his lackeys, "Let's go to Black Abyss Level 1. Ignore that loser. Black Abyss Level 1. If I remember correctly, it is a beginner dungeon. This is a good opportunity to test my demonized slime. Black Abyss Level 1 is not a bad choice. Let's go." With that thought, Tian Hao also quickly left. A while later, a technician inspecting the damage power measuring machine frowned in confusion. Did a student hit this machine hard enough to damage it like this? Could the school have produced another genius? At the same time, as Tian Hao reached the school gate, an old man with white hair and beard stopped him. "Young man, I can see that your bones are extraordinary. You are truly a promising seedling for becoming a summoner. Are you talking to me?" Tian Hao asked in confusion, feeling that the old man's words sounded strangely familiar. "I have a superior staff for summoners. I'll sell it to you for 300 gold coins. Would you like to consider it?" Tian Hao's eyes widened as he took the old man's staff. 300 gold coins for this broken wooden stick? Are you robbing me? I'm only offering it for 300 because I feel that we are fated to meet. If anyone else came, I would not sell it even for 3,000 gold coins, the old man replied. There truly seemed to be a strange power flowing from the staff. In such a vast world, not even the Summoner Guild possessed equipment like this. It was indeed rare. "Fine, I'll buy it." The deal for the staff was settled, but Tian Hao only had 92 gold coins on him. He took out his coin pouch and tried to bargain. "Sir, can you lower the price? I only have 92 gold coins. Since we are fated, I will accept 92 gold coins as a deposit." As he spoke, the old man swiftly snatched Tian Hao's coin pouch. "A deposit? Of course. These 92 gold coins merely guarantee that I will not sell the staff to anyone else. If you want the staff, go deep into the maze in Black Abyss Level 1 and bring back an artifact for me. Then this staff will be yours." The old man quickly produced an IOU, grabbed Tian Hao's hand, and pressed his fingerprint onto it. Caught completely off guard, Tian Hao had no choice but to accept the debt and leave in misery. Tian Hao left dejectedly. The old man had been happily watching his retreating figure when someone suddenly called out from behind, "Elder Fuang, why are you here?" The homeroom teacher walked over to Elder Fuang and continued, "The testing machine has malfunctioned, so the examination has been suspended. Why don't you head back first?" Elder Fuang did not answer. Instead, he tilted his chin toward Tian Hao and asked, "Do you know that student?" The homeroom teacher looked in the direction Elder Fuang indicated and replied, "I do. He is a student in my class, named Lam Tian Hao. He really is a pitiful child. Having transferred into a summoner, the road ahead will surely be very difficult for him. Indeed, the road ahead will be difficult." Elder Fuang spoke with a meaningful smile. A short while later, at the entrance to Black Abyss Level 1, Cold Valley Abyss. So this is the entrance to Black Abyss Level 1. Black Abyss Level 1 is also called Cold Valley Abyss. Required participants, 3 to 5. Level limit, 1 to 10. Anyone exceeding the level limit who enters will be eliminated by the overseers. A team must have at least 3 members. Looks like I can't clear it solo. Thinking this, Tian Hao opened the Cold Valley Abyss rankings. The current fastest clear record holder was Fuang Truongvan. Whoever held the top rank at the monthly settlement would receive generous rewards. First place reward, Novice Chest Armor, usable by all classes. Gold quality. Effects, increases armor by 30%, magic resistance by 20%, and maximum health by 120 points. This gold Novice Chest Armor was considered one of the sturdiest pieces of equipment in the early stages. But what attracted Tian Hao was those 120 points of maximum health. It seemed the top spot on the rankings was truly worth fighting for. As Tian Hao was muttering to himself, he heard a familiar mocking voice nearby. "Well, if it isn't the bottom-ranked guy who scored 9 points on the test. What are you doing here? Don't tell me you're planning to enter Black Abyss Level 1? Why don't you take a look at your own strength first? Do you think you can even last 10 seconds in there?" Them again. Tian Hao looked helplessly at Wang Dong and his 2 companions. The information above their heads was displayed at that moment. Wang Dong, Level 1, Holy Shield Warrior, C rank talent. Zhou Dashin, Level 1, Earth Mage, E rank talent. Zhang Yunfei, Level 1, Wood Mage, E rank talent. Worry about yourselves. Tian Hao replied coldly. Zhang Yunfei snorted. To enter Black Abyss, a team needs at least 3 people. What are you acting so arrogant for? First, let's see whether you can even get in. Wang Dong then raised his hand and shouted. 1 C-rank warrior and 2 E-rank mages. Anyone want to form a team? Thanks to the C-rank talent label, Wang Dong's call immediately drew attention. People crowded around his team, all clamoring to join. Wang Dong selected 2 more people, and they prepared to enter Black Abyss together. However, before they could enter, they saw a mangled human skeleton fly out from within Black Abyss. The 2 young men who had just joined were frightened by the sight. Zhang Yunfei conveniently patted them on the shoulder and reminded them, stay close. If you fall behind, this will be your fate. Following Wang Dong's words, his team entered Black Abyss. Wang Dong's group was no decent bunch. Those 2 probably would not make it out alive. Although they could be resurrected after dying, the price was by no means small. That was why clearing it in a single life was the best choice, Tian Hao thought. At that moment, a male student pointed at Tian Hao in surprise. Hey, look over there. There's an S-rank talent expert. Hurry and ask to join his team. Another male student immediately replied, Idiot, are your eyes broken? Can't you see he's a summoner? What use is an S-rank talent? The first student sighed in disappointment. I thought I'd found someone powerful to rely on. Forget it. I'll wait a little longer. Tian Hao checked the information of a girl named Lai Tuet. Level 1, Class Bard, E-rank talent. Tian Hao thought to himself, an E-rank bard? What a pity. This class needs at least a D-rank talent before it can provide effective buffs to a team. Judging by her appearance, she had likely been waiting here for several days. He decided to walk up to Lai Tuet and asked, hello, would you like to form a team with me? Lai Tuet blushed and stammered. An S-rank talent? A summoner? Tian Hao smiled brightly, extended his hand, and made the offer again. I want to compete for the rankings, but no one is willing to team up with me. Would you be willing to form a team with me? Lai Tuet stared blankly at Tian Hao's outstretched hand. An S-rank summoner wanted to compete for the rankings? It was completely unbelievable. But he was such a handsome guy, it would be a shame to let this chance slip away. Thinking this, Lai Tuet reached out and shook Tian Hao's hand. I agree. System notification. Team formation successful. Tian Hao said, then we're teammates from now on. I'm Lam Tian Hao, a summoner. Hello, I'm Lai Tuet, a bard. Tian Hao smiled. Once we're inside, I'll handle clearing the monsters. You just need to do your best to protect yourself. Lai Tuet's eyes immediately filled with hearts. Is he worried about me? She thought. Out loud, she quickly promised, okay, I'll protect myself well and won't cause you any trouble. Tian Hao nodded. All right, now we just need to find one more person. Just then, a noisy commotion broke out. Goddess, wait for me. Got that thing ye. Please form a team with me. I'm a Holy Shield Knight. I can take hits and protect you. Goddess, don't listen to him. Join our team instead. We've already cleared Black Abyss twice, so you won't need to lift a finger. Curious, Tian Hao turned around and discovered that the person surrounded by the crowd was the school beauty, Tatinni. Name, Thalatingni. Level 1. Class, Female Druid. A-rank talent. Although Tatinni did not show anything outwardly, she had long been irritated inside. What a bunch of useless pests, she cursed inwardly. Suddenly, she noticed Tian Hao. Isn't that Lam Tian Hao, the famous bottom-rank student at our school? So he became a summoner? A summoner, the class at the very bottom of society? If I form a team with him. As she thought, Tatinni walked toward Tian Hao. Seeing her approach, Tian Hao was puzzled. What is going on? Tatinni stopped in front of him, tucked her hair behind her ear, smiled, and pointed at him. Lam Tian Hao, I order you to let this young lady join your team immediately. The male students around them instantly glared at Tian Hao with blazing eyes and roared angrily. What? Tian Hao broke into a cold sweat. Me? Tatinni pointed to his chest and smiled. That's right, you. Immediately, the sounds of countless hearts breaking rang out from the surrounding male students. Why? Why does the goddess want to join that useless summoner's team? My goddess. She's been stolen by a pig. Tian Hao scratched his face awkwardly and thought, I was forced into this, okay? How is this somehow my fault? Tatinni was also annoyed. She glared at them and shouted, Can't you see that I've already joined a team? Get lost already. Then she walked toward the entrance to Black Abyss and told Tian Hao and Lai Tuet. Come on, let's enter the abyss. Tien Hao suddenly asked, wait, may I ask why you want to join our team? Tatini stopped and glanced at him. I want to compete for the rankings, so I need 2 decorations to follow me around. If I can bring 2 people along and still take first place, no one will dare look down on me anymore. Lai Tuet and Tien Hao both froze. Decorations? Is she calling us useless? Tatini ignored their reactions, stepped through the black abyss gate, and urged them, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow me. Tien Hao sighed inwardly. Great, I've ended up teaming with a spoiled young lady. Lai Tuet looked at him and asked, is it really just the 3 of us? Tien Hao walked toward the black abyss gate. There's no one else suitable to join us right now. If you encounter danger, just withdraw from combat and leave the team. Lai Tuet followed him. Okay. A short while later, inside Black Abyss, Tatini said, so this is the inside of Cold Valley? The cold air is so thick. Li Dui Sai Ver Lai Di. Es so cold. Tien Hao also said, it really is cold. Those warm clothes I bought earlier are completely useless. Lai Tuet suddenly remembered something. All right, I know a low-level warm light spell. As she spoke, she gently plucked the strings of the instrument in her hands. In an instant, 3 golden rays of light appeared, enveloping the bodies of all 3 of them. Tatini said, at least you're somewhat useful. Tien Hao urged, since we've decided to compete for the rankings, we should get moving quickly. With the cold dealt with, the 3 moved faster and soon encountered their first monster. From within the forest, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared. A monster slowly emerged into their view, a rotten wild wolf. Rotten wild wolf. Level 1. Health 400. Attack 21. Agility 200. Defense 1. Skills. Disease spread. Weak howl. Description. The souls of animals imprisoned within Cold Valley Abyss cannot rest in peace and occupy decaying bodies. Common rank. Tatini took the initiative and stepped forward. This is a low-level monster in Cold Valley Abyss, a rotten wild wolf. It came at just the right time, perfect for this young lady to warm up. Rotten wild wolf. Level 1. Health 400. Attack 21. Agility 200. Defense 1. Skills. Disease spread. Weak howl. Description. The souls of animals imprisoned within Cold Valley Abyss cannot rest in peace and occupy decaying bodies. Common rank. Tatini took the initiative and stepped forward. This is a low-level monster in Cold Valley Abyss, a rotten wild wolf. It came at just the right time, perfect for this young lady to warm up. As soon as she finished speaking, she used the Skills Spirit Cat transformation. Tien Hao thought in surprise. A partial beast transformation? So this is what a female druid is like? At that moment, Tatini moved. Her whole body shot toward the rotten wild wolf like an arrow, and she used her sharp claws to attack 3 times in succession, eliminating the target in the blink of an eye. Tien Hao thought, her damage increases with each hit. It seems her pounce has a bleeding effect. Lai Tuet exclaimed, amazing. System notification, Wolf Fur X1, 20 gold. Wolf Fangs X1, 20 gold. Tatini looked at Lai Tuet and said, these are for you, as thank for helping me activate Warm Light earlier. I don't like owing people favors. Li Dui Smai, and no need to be so polite. Tatini continued onward and urged them, all right, let's keep going. Hurry up and follow me. Lai Tuet immediately followed, but Tien Hao paused slightly and looked toward the rotten wild wolf's corpse, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, the 3 encountered 3 rotten wild wolves. Tatini repeated her earlier tactic and quickly dealt with the beasts. However, this time, her arm was scratched by a rotten wild wolf, leaving a wound. 1 against 3 is still a little difficult, Tatini thought. No, I must take first place. Lai Tuet asked worriedly, you're injured. Are you all right? I'll cast low-level health recovery to heal you now. Tatini replied, your low-level skill can't restore much health. Save your mana. After saying that, Tatini took out a recovery potion and drank it herself. Lai Tuet felt a little downcast, but fortunately, Tien Hao walked over and patted her shoulder in comfort. The 3 continued onward. After walking for some time, Tatini unexpectedly stepped on a formation on the ground, activating it. She instantly realized something was wrong and warily looked around. 1 second later, she spotted a huge object about to fall on her head and quickly leaped backward to evade it. Elite Rotten Wild Wolf. Level 4. Health 600. Attack 56. Agility 100. Defense 5. Skills Smash, Rotting Stench, Light Drain, Devour. Description: decaying corpses nourish rotten wild wolves. Although most of its brain has already rotted away, it will spare no effort to stop intruders. Elite rank. I didn't expect to encounter an elite monster. This is troublesome, Lai Tuet said. Is this a hidden elite monster? Why would it appear here? Tien Hao offered his guess. Perhaps the Tin Ni killed too many rotten wild wolves, causing the elite monster to appear. At that moment, the elite rotten wild wolf suddenly rushed toward Tin Ni and swung its weapon straight at her. Tin Ni cried out in alarm. This is bad. It's too fast. Then she was sent flying backward. Her body slammed heavily into a large rock, knocking her unconscious for the moment. Seeing the elite rotten wild wolf walk toward Tin Ni again and raise its weapon high, Lai Tuet hurriedly tugged on Tien Hao's sleeve. What do we do? Hurry and save her. Tien Hao knew it was time to act. He immediately summoned the demonized slime and ordered it to rush forward and save Tin Ni from the blow. Elite Rotten Wild Wolf. Demonized Slime. Level 3. Health 1,200. Attack 120. Agility 100. Defense 2. Skills: Powerful Corrosive Slime, Slime Spray, Leap, Demon Dance. Then Tien Hao handed Tin Ni over to Lai Tuet and said, Lai Tuet, take Tin Ni to the side and heal her. Leave this elite monster to me. Lai Tuet agreed and led Tin Ni backward. As for the elite rotten wild wolf, it had shifted its target to Tien Hao and charged at him. Seeing this, Tien Hao ordered the slime to use slime spray and leap. The demonized slime obeyed at once, leaping forward as several slime sacks separated from its body and shot toward the elite rotten wild wolf. The elite rotten wild wolf did not dodge. It merely raised its hand to shield itself before, swinging its weapon at the demonized slime. Seeing this, Tien Hao ordered the demonized slime to use Demon Dance to evade. Its defense is too high. I can only deal 50% damage. I need to think of another way. As he spoke, Tien Hao suddenly noticed that the skin on the elite rotten wild wolf, where it had come into contact with the demonized slime's mucus, was showing signs of corrosion. The slime can corrode its body. If that's the case, slime, I need to think of another way. As he spoke, Tien Hao suddenly noticed that the skin on the elite rotten wild wolf, where it had come into contact with the demonized slime's mucus, was showing signs of corrosion. The slime can corrode its body. If that's the case, slime, use Demon Dance and Powerful Corrosive Slime to attack its ankles. The demonized slime immediately carried out Tien Hao's command, successfully injuring the elite rotten wild wolf's legs and causing it to fall onto the snow. It worked, Tien Hao thought happily. Meanwhile, under Lai Tuet's healing efforts, Tin Ni regained consciousness and saw Tien Hao fighting. He's so strong, she thought. Returning to Tien Hao, he discovered that the elite rotten wild wolf's lower body had weaker defense than its upper body, so he ordered the slime to attack its lower half. The demonized slime obeyed, continuously using Powerful Corrosive Slime to attack the elite rotten wild wolf, especially its lower body. Unable to move, the elite rotten wild wolf could only passively endure the attacks. Its health rapidly dropped to 0. System notification: you have defeated an elite rotten wild wolf. Gained 120 experience points. Items dropped: Wolf Hammer, Wolf Fur X1, Wolf Fangs X1. Level increased to level 2. Tien Hao thought in surprise. I didn't expect to gain so much experience. Is it because I defeated a monster above my level? Lai Tuet helped Tin Ni up and exclaimed, amazing. He defeated an elite monster with just one summon. Can a summoner really be this strong? Tin Ni said, it's not that summoners are strong. Lam Tien Hao is strong. Inwardly, she thought he defeated an elite monster alone. Whether it's his intelligence or his judgment, he's unbelievably capable. Suddenly, Tien Hao stepped closer, looked at her, and asked, Tin Ni, how are you? Tin Ni was slightly flustered. For some reason, her face reddened a little. She hurriedly turned away and said, it's only a minor injury. Don't make such a big deal out of it. Lai Tuet suggested, my healing spell is too slow. We need to stop and rest for a while. Hearing that, Tin Ni immediately objected. No, we're competing for the rankings. We can't rest. Lai Tuet said, but Tin Ni interrupted her. I can still keep fighting. Let's continue. With that, she tried to stand up by herself, but she was still too weak, and her body swayed to one side. Tien Hao reacted quickly, stepping forward to support her. If you lose your life, how are you supposed to compete for the rankings? Tatini looked at him with a red face and stammered, "Why, you're right. Then let's rest for a while." Tien Hao said, "The map shows there's a cave here. Let's spend the night there." That night, inside the cave, Tien Hao said, "You two rest first. I'll go outside and patrol for a while." Lai Tuet lay down and said, "I'm so tired. I used too much magic. I need to rest for a bit." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly fell asleep. Both Tien Hao and Tin Ni sighed at the sight. She fell asleep so fast. Then Tien Hao looked at Tin Ni. "You should rest too. I'll go take a look outside." Tin Ni called out to stop him. "Wait, thank you for saving me earlier." Tien Hao silently looked at her. Tin Ni's face immediately turned red. She hurriedly lay down and said, "What are you looking at? This young lady isn't the kind of person who forgets a favor. I'm going to sleep now, so just pretend I never said anything." Tien Hao scratched his head and chuckled before turning around and quietly leaving. That arrogant young lady really said one thing and did another. Behind him, Tin Ni opened her eyes and watched Lam Tien Hao's retreating back. After leaving the cave, Lam Tien Hao muttered, "I just finished fighting monsters and I'm already level 3. Let's check my stats. Name, Lam Tien Hao. Title, None class. Summoner level, 3 health, 1,200 mana, 400 attack, 40 spirit, 100 defense, 2 agility, 55 luck, 20 talent. Demon sacrifice, S-rank skill. All equipment, level 1,000,000 summoner. Can protect summoned beasts and increase all their attributes. Summoned beast, demonized slime, summoning space. 1 out of 2. This all-equipment skill is pretty good. It's basically a strengthening buff. An extra 400 health is only enough to raise demonized slime to level 4. It seems I'll need to find another way to increase my maximum health." At Tien Hao's command, 400 health was sacrificed immediately. His health dropped from 1,200 to 800. In exchange, demonized slime leveled up. I wonder whether the clone created by Split differs from the original. Curious, Tien Hao turned to demonized slime with a smile. "Come on, let's test your new skill." Demonized slime bounced into the clearing before Tien Hao. "Slime, you split." A second later, demonized slime split its body into 2 identical demonized slimes. Tien Hao opened their information panels to inspect them. Their health has been halved, their agility has increased, and their defense has dropped. I wonder how long they can last. As he spoke, Tien Hao looked toward demonized slime. A 3-minute timer was displayed above its head. Tien Hao cried out, "Only 3 minutes? What can we even do in 3 minutes?" At that moment, a loud scream suddenly came from inside the cave. Tien Hao's expression changed as he looked toward the entrance. "What's happening? This is bad. They're in danger." Tien Hao hurried into the cave and found Tin Ni and Lai Tuet confronting a huge monster. Lai Tuet cried in terror, "Don't come over here." Tien Hao immediately ordered, "Slime, use slime spray." Demonized slime shot a glob of slime at the monster, but it dealt only 25 damage. Tien Hao cried out in shock. "What? Why did it do so little damage?" He hurriedly inspected the monster's information. Description: a humanoid rabbit creature with a rabbit's head and a human-like body, moving on 2 legs. Giant snow rabbits live year-round in icy regions, so their thick fur can withstand basic attacks. The giant snow rabbit suddenly roared and charged at the ones who had attacked it. Demonized slime and Tien Hao. Tin Ni cried out in alarm. "Lam Tien Hao, be careful." Tien Hao frowned and snorted. "It's only a rabbit." Then he ordered demonized slime to repeatedly fire slime at the charging giant snow rabbit, but nimbly dodged every shot. A second later, the giant snow rabbit had already appeared beside demonized slime. With one kick, it sent demonized slime flying, but did not stop there. Using its superior speed, the giant snow rabbit caught up with demonized slime and kicked it away again. Demonized slime became like a toy, repeatedly kicked back and forth through the air. Seeing that things were going badly, Tien Hao immediately ordered, "Slime, retreat. Use Demon Dance and powerful corrosive slime." Demonized slime promptly used Demon Dance to escape the giant snow rabbit's attacks and ran back toward Tien Hao. At the same time, it left a long trail of corrosive slime across the ground. However, the giant snow rabbit was extremely clever. It used its powerful legs to leap repeatedly over the corrosive slime trail and continued pursuing demonized slime. Lai Tuet cried out in amazement. "That rabbit is so good at dodging. What exactly is it? How can it move so fast?" Tin Ni said gravely, "It's one of the most troublesome monsters in Cold Valley Abyss. Many teams have fallen to giant snow rabbits. but we clearly didn't trespass on its territory. Why did it attack us? Lai Tuet asked. Demonized Slime's attacks are all being dodged. Shouldn't we rush in and help? Meanwhile, Tien Hao stared at Demon Dance, which was still on cooldown, and felt that the situation was worsening. He anxiously called for Demonized Slime to hurry back, but the giant snow rabbit's overwhelming agility allowed it to catch up. It repeatedly slammed Demonized Slime into the ground until it was flattened against the earth. Seeing this, Lai Tuet worriedly ran forward. "No, I have to help. Why?" But Lai Tuet did not listen. She picked up a stone, threw it at the giant snow rabbit's head, and yelled, "You stupid rabbit! If you dare, come after me." The attack caused no damage, but it successfully enraged the giant snow rabbit. It ignored Demonized Slime, stood up, and walked toward Lai Tuet. Frightened, Lai Tuet instinctively reached into her pocket, took out a carrot, threw it at the rabbit, and shouted, "Don't come any closer." Something unexpected happened. The giant snow rabbit ignored Lai Tuet and stared intently at the flying carrot. A second later, it opened its mouth and happily ate it. The sight left all three of them wide-eyed and speechless. So this snow rabbit was hungry? Seeing this, Tien Hao frowned slightly. The carrots are almost gone. We need to use the rabbit as bait and kill it while we can. He immediately said, "Lai Tuet, throw your bag to the Tin Knee. Hurry." Without hesitation, Lai Tuet threw the bag of carrots to the Tin Knee. The Tin Knee froze and pointed at herself. "Me?" Then she reflexively caught the bag. The giant snow rabbit instantly shifted its attention to her and lunged forward. Seeing this, Titini entered her beastkin form. She leaped away from the rabbit's pounce and asked, "Lamb Tien Hao, what are you planning?" Tien Hao smiled. "Of course, I'm going to deal with it." Titini dodged another pounce and cried, "It's too fast." "Lamb Tien Hao, are you ready yet?" Tien Hao pointed at the cave wall and shouted, "Lure it over there. So that's it. I understand." She immediately ran toward the cave wall, with the giant snow rabbit chasing closely behind. Just before reaching the wall, Titini seized the right moment and abruptly changed direction, running to one side. The giant snow rabbit crashed hard into the cave wall, causing a powerful tremor that sent several massive rocks falling from the ceiling. The rocks struck its head and temporarily stunned it. Seizing the opportunity, Tien Hao shouted, "You fell for it. Slime, it's your turn. Use split and slime spray." Demonized Slime charged at the giant snow rabbit, instantly split into two, and continuously sprayed slime at the rabbit, now incapable of dodging. Experience gained, 200. 100 experience remaining until the next level. Tien Hao scratched his head and smiled. Among all of us, you're the only one fast enough to dodge that rabbit. Titini's cheeks turned pink. "At least you know how to talk." Then she turned to Lai Tuet and scolded her. "This is all your fault. Why bring carrots into the abyss? You got us chased by a rabbit. The requirement for clearing Cold Valley Abyss is defeating the Abyss's level 10 boss. But to defeat the boss, every team member must be at least level 4. Right now, we're level 3, level 2, and level 2. To reach level 4, we need to kill at least 5 more snow rabbits." Lai Tuet asked worriedly, "But we had such a difficult time dealing with just one. Will we really be okay if we lure in more?" Tien Hao smiled. "Don't worry. Last time we were the prey. This time, we'll be the hunters." Titini said, "I agree. This young lady still needs to climb the rankings. I don't have time to search for monsters one by one. Now that the monsters are coming right to us, isn't that convenient? Let's make a plan quickly." 3 hours later, the three of them had undergone major changes in level. Tien Hao was level 5, while the Tini and Lai Tuet had both reached level 4. Tien Hao said, "We finally leveled up. We've only been here for 5 hours, and we're already level 4. That was fast." Tien Hao said seriously, "That's right. According to the guide, the boss is the Rotten Corpse Chieftain, which can control rotten wild wolves and rotten corpses to attack. The difficulty isn't especially high, but it's a draining battle. With our current lineup, it will probably take us 2 hours to finish it." He then opened the system panel and decided to use his Demon Sacrifice talent. His health immediately fell from 1,100 to 800. Tien Hao thought to himself, "My maximum health is increasing less and less with every level. After leaving here, I need to find a way to improve it." Suddenly, a loud disturbance sounded outside the cave, startling all three of them. "What's going on?" they cried in unison before immediately running outside to investigate. When they reached the cave entrance, they discovered that the disturbance had been caused by a boss, a hidden boss. Kirin level, 10 health, 1,500 attack, 120 agility, 300 defense, 10 skills, horn charge, crushing hoof, ice fall. Tien Hao said, I can't believe it's a Kirin. I actually ran into a hidden boss. My luck is unbelievable. But its attributes are much stronger than the Rotten Corpse chieftains. But the Kirin boss paid it no attention. Its eyes began to glow as it looked toward the three of them. A second later, Tien Hao's eyes turned into spirals, as if he had been hypnotized. He slowly walked forward, murmuring, beautiful, so beautiful. Demonized slime cried out again, but it had no effect. Tien Hao continued walking forward. Demonized slime had no choice but to bite Tien Hao. That hurts! Tien Hao cried out. His eyes immediately returned to normal, and he looked at demonized slime in confusion. Why did you bite me? Demonized slime cried out and pointed toward Lai Tuet and to Tin Ni. Tien Hao turned to look and saw that both of them had been hypnotized just like he had. Even more dangerously, they were only one step away from the edge of a cliff. Just as the two of them were about to take their final step, Tien Hao reacted in time and shouted, Watch out! He rushed forward, wrapped his arms around both their waists, and pulled them behind a large boulder, preventing the Kirin boss from hypnotizing them again. Behind the boulder, Lai Tuet and Tin Ni regained their senses. Tin Ni replied, That's right. Normally, we only need to follow the strategy. Defeat the lesser monsters along the way, enter the abyss, and defeat the final boss, the Rotten Corpse chieftain, to clear the stage. But we accidentally triggered the hidden boss. Its attributes are far higher than the Rotten Corpse chieftains. We might be wiped out here. Lai Tuet began to cry in fear. I don't want to die yet. Can't we run away? What are you talking about? Thanks to you, our clear time is even faster than the record. Then he turned around and stood up. That's right. As long as we defeat the boss, we can clear the stage. Leave this hidden boss to me. I won't let either of you get hurt. At that moment, the Kirin boss suddenly let out a loud roar. Tien Hao said, It's found us. Then the Kirin boss leaped across the ravine. It used horn charge and rushed directly toward the large boulder where Tien Hao and the others were hiding. Seeing this, Tien Hao shouted, Scatter! Everyone immediately did as he said and moved away from the boulder. A second later, the Kirin smashed the boulder into countless pieces. Then it used purifying soul melody. Waves of sound radiated from the horn on its forehead toward the three of them. Tien Hao clutched his ears in pain and cried out, Lai Tuet. Lai Tuet understood immediately and began plucking the strings of the instrument in her hands. It immediately roared and used crushing hoof, charging at Lai Tuet to attack her. Lai Tuet screamed in terror as she watched the attack rapidly approach. Fortunately for her, just as the sharp horn was about to strike her, Tin Ni, in her beastkin form, appeared and grabbed the Kirin's horn with one hand. Then she drove her knee into it. Tin Ni smiled and chose a direction to flee. The Kirin boss immediately switched targets to her, chasing after her and thrusting its horn at Tin Ni. Tin Ni leaped high into the air to dodge, then laughed. So this is all a hidden boss can do. Not far away, Lam Tien Hao had been observing every detail of the boss when he suddenly shouted, Tin Ni, watch out! After the Kirin's horn pierced through her body, Tin Ni fell to the ground. Lai Tuet hurried over to support her and cried out in panic. Tin Ni, wake up! Slime, it's our turn to act. Lam Tien Hao said. With the effect of all equipment, demonized slime's attributes began to rise. The preparations were complete. Demonized slime leaped into the air and sprayed corrosive slime onto the Kirin's back, making it cry out in pain. Witnessing this, Lai Tuet exclaimed in astonishment, So powerful! That's a hidden Kirin boss, yet it's actually being suppressed. Lam Tien Hao explained, What the Kirin fears most is dark element attacks. Demonized Slime's clone had been stomped out of existence by the Kirin, but its main body was still alive. It jumped high into the air, lunged onto the Kirin's back, and clung tightly to it. The corrosive slime gradually seeped into the Kirin's body. At that moment, a notification appeared. Having suffered a critical attack, the Kirin has entered a berserk state. After reading it, Lam Tien Hao hastily ordered Demonized Slime to retreat. Demonized Slime left the Kirin's back. With a single leap, it landed behind Lam Tien Hao. The Kirin did not make any move. It merely raised its eyes at Lam Tien Hao, as though it wanted to say something. Lam Tien Hao did not understand what it meant when he suddenly saw blood beginning to flow from the Kirin's body. Lam Tien Hao, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and finish it off, Tatinni said as she charged toward the Kirin with her claws raised. I want to help too, Lai Tuet said, rushing forward alongside her. Wait, Lam Tien Hao hurriedly stopped them. Tatinni ignored him and struck the Kirin down with a single claw swipe. However, as it lay dying, the Kirin unexpectedly began to sob. The sound left her stunned. A few seconds later, its sobbing gradually turned into a piercing shriek, and a pillar of light shot from the Kirin's body into the sky. The ground shook. Rocks throughout the cave began to crack and fall. A massive boulder was about to fall onto Lam Tien Hao. He ordered demonized slime to swallow the boulder whole. Before long, it had been corroded away. Demonized Slime's swollen body gradually returned to normal. This is bad. This place is about to collapse. Everyone, get over here. Lam Tien Hao shouted. Lai Tuet and Tatinni quickly ran over to him. They gathered beneath demonized Slime's protection. What's happening? Why is everything around us collapsing? The guardian beast of this area has died, and its magical power is beginning to dissipate. Lam Tien Hao guessed, glancing toward the Kirin. Just then, he saw a boulder about to fall where it lay, so he immediately ordered Slime to use Split. It successfully protected the Kirin from being crushed. Look, the cave has stopped collapsing, Lai Tuet said. Lam Tien Hao's group walked closer to the Kirin. Wherever the Kirin's blood spread, layers of fresh green grass began to grow from the ground, leaving Tatinni astonished. How did this happen? A Kirin's blood possesses healing power. The land touched by its blood has begun to revive, Lam Tien Hao explained. At that moment, the Kirin suddenly raised its head. Finish it already. We still need to get out of the abyss as soon as possible. Tatinni was about to attack, but Lam Tien Hao stopped her. Wait, we can't kill it yet, Tatinni replied impatiently. You stopped me from attacking it just now, too. Lam Tien Hao, what do you mean by this? Lai Tuet spoke up. Wait, there seems to be something strange about this Kirin. Tatinni looked at Lai Tuet in surprise. Why are you saying the same thing? Lam Tien Hao looked at the Kirin, baffled. What had it been trying to convey just now? The Kirin suddenly sprang up. Its sharp horn nearly injured Lai Tuet, making Tatinni even more furious. We can't wait any longer. We have to kill it now. Wait, Lam Tien Hao. I said we can't wait any longer. At that moment, the Kirin's belly suddenly bulged. Shortly afterward, a baby Kirin was born. Does this boss have a Nirvana ability? Then I'll kill it while it hasn't recovered yet. Tatinni raised her sharp claws, preparing to physically attack the baby Kirin, when Lam Tien Hao suddenly stood up and shielded it. She had no time to stop her attack. Her claws slashed across Lam Tien Hao's face, and his blood dripped onto the baby Kirin's horn. What are you doing? Tatinni shouted angrily. At the same time, a notification suddenly sounded. Contract successfully formed. A beam of golden light flew straight toward Lam Tien Hao. At the same time, he received a notification. Cold Valley, Abyss Kirin Cub. Level 1. Health, 600. Attack, 15. Agility, 100. Defense, 2. Skills, Purifying Soul Melody, Beast Claw, Horn Charge, Crushing Hoof. Just as I thought. Its reaction earlier really was to protect the cub in its belly. I just never expected this cub could actually form a contract. Now I have a second summoned beast. Lam Tien Hao thought happily. What is this? This Kirin. Tatinni had not even finished speaking when the Kirin's body began glowing once more, and the ground started cracking apart again. Tatinni grabbed Lai Tuet and ran, looking back at Lam Tien Hao as she shouted, What are you standing there for? Run! Lam Tien Hao crouched down and stroked the Kirin, murmuring, I've taken your child away. I'll take good care of it. The Kirin's body gradually dissipated, while watery fissures appeared in the ground. Only then did Lam Tien Hao and his slime notice a notification sounding around them. You have defeated the Cold Valley Abyss Kirin. Rewards dropped. 1 Kirin Horn, which can be forged, 1 Kirin Feather, 1 Poisonous Kirin Blood, 1 Cold Valley Abyss Clearance Treasure Chest. The cracks in the surrounding ground grew wider and wider. Slime cried out in panic. Lam Tien Hao looked at the system panel in shock as another notification appeared. Congratulations, you have broken the 6th record. The rankings are now being updated. Lam Tien Hao frowned, his expression becoming increasingly serious. Elsewhere, Tatini and Lai Tuet saw him sitting there motionlessly, and Tatini shouted, Lam Tien Hao, what are you doing? Get up here. Only then did Lam Tien Hao snap out of his thoughts, but his footing slipped into the fractured ground. He lost his balance and fell together with slime. Tatini and Lai Tuet panicked. Lam Tien Hao! The ground shattered, and he fell deeper and deeper. Suddenly, the system displayed a message. Do you wish to leave the dungeon? Without hesitation, Lam Tien Hao pressed yes. A blue beam suddenly teleported him elsewhere. On the other side, the blue light also enveloped Tatini and Lai Tuet, slowly lifting them up before teleporting them away. Lai Tuet sighed in relief. I thought we were about to die. Lam Tien Hao was teleported out and collapsed onto the ground. Lai Tuet and Tatini ran over. Tatini grabbed his collar and shouted, Lam Tien Hao. Lam Tien Hao reassured her, calm down, calm down. The crowd behind them whispered among themselves. Look, everyone, there's been a change in the rankings. Someone new is on the board. Another person said, that's right. The rankings haven't been updated in a long time. I wonder who made it onto the board. The staff-wielding man cut in. Why are you making such a fuss? If it isn't first place, what's the big deal? No one can break Fong Changyun's 6th record. Suddenly, someone pointed toward the glowing gate. Someone's coming out. This must be a team that broke the 6th record. Let's go take a look. The crowd continued discussing it. One person asked loudly. Another team came out earlier. Could they have broken the 6th record? The staff-wielding man arrogantly replied, Are you stupid? That team was thrown out. They must have been forcibly removed, so it definitely wasn't them. The other person hesitated. All right, that makes sense. We need to hurry over there, or we'll be too late to cling to someone powerful. Tatini went wild with rage and shouted, What did you say? Lai Tuet hurriedly hugged her. Sita Thingy, Gam Dao. Lam Tien Hao stood fearfully behind them as the crowd surged toward the gate. Everyone wanted to see which team had broken the 6th record. He looked in that direction as well. When he saw that the people coming out of the gate were Wang Dong's team, he murmured, so it was them. Wang Dong looked at Lam Tien Hao disdainfully and mocked. Lam Tien Hao, you came out too? I didn't expect a loser like you to survive. You were probably forcibly teleported out, weren't you? Wang Dong and his group slowly approached him. Wang Dong glanced at the Tin Ni and teased, Isn't this the campus beauty? Why are you in the same team as this loser? Zhou Dashin joined in. That's right. Why not follow Brother Dong instead? Brother Dong is a holy shield warrior. Tatin Ni angrily snapped, Get lost, you filthy trash. Upon hearing that, Zhang Yunfei moved close to the Tin Ni and shouted, We gave you respect, but you don't want it, do you? Wang Dong loudly stopped Zhang Yunfei. Leave the Tin Ni alone. Zhang Yunfei was startled. Wang Dong leaned close to Lam Tien Hao and said sternly, Lam Tien Hao, have you finally seen the gap between you and me this time? Lam Tien Hao gave a cold laugh and raised his chin mockingly. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. Who exactly has the larger gap between them? Enraged, Wang Dong lunged forward and grabbed his collar. What did you say? At that moment, notifications sounded all around them. The rankings have been updated. Current first place, Lam Tien Hao. Wang Dong's face darkened at once. Zhang Yunfei exclaimed in surprise, What? Zhou Dashin looked utterly shocked. Lam Tien Hao is in first place. Seeing the situation turn against him, Wang Dong released Lam Tien Hao's collar and slowly stepped back. Lam Tien Hao's my ji fan. Everyone's system panels now displayed the same result. First place, Lam Tien Hao. Someone shouted, Everyone look, first place really is Lam Tien Hao. Another person said in astonishment, Fong Changyun has dominated the rankings for 3 years, but he's actually been pushed down. The man who had mocked Lam Tien Hao earlier immediately changed his attitude. Has a new war god appeared? Hurry, let's go follow someone powerful. Zhou Dashin could not believe it. Impossible. That guy is a loser. How could he be first place? Wang Dong was nearly losing control. Zhang Yunfei joined in. I get it now. That guy cheated. That loser definitely cheated. He became even more agitated. He cheated during the last school assessment too. So, he must have tampered with this ranking as well. This guy is nothing but a cheating dog. The people around them began to doubt as well. Cheating? No way. I thought a new expert had emerged. Could he really be a cheater? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ignorant fool. This is the Black Abyss dungeon ranking. You say he cheated, so that means he cheated? Zhang Yunfei spun around and shouted, I said it. Who dares to? He abruptly stopped, and his expression gradually turned ugly. Everyone's attention turned toward a group walking over. Each of them radiated a powerful aura. Murong Yu, level 9 swordsman, golden sacred master, A rank talent. Murong Shui, level 8 assassin, shadow killer, A rank talent. Wang Heng, level 7 light mage, B rank talent. Pang Xian, level 7 archer, B rank talent. Song Xiaolan, level 7 priest, B rank talent. Everyone turn around. Aren't those the Murong siblings? It's my first time seeing them in person. They're stunning. No wonder the Murong family is known as the Golden Sacred Master Order. Lam Tianhao also turned around thoughtfully. The Murong family? Both of them have class titles. They're not simple at all. An analysis panel appeared. Murong Yu, level 9 swordsman, golden sacred master, A rank talent. Murong Shui, level 8 assassin, golden sacred master, A rank talent. Lam Tianhao wondered, why are they here? Unlike those from ordinary families, members of professional clans usually enter the Black Abyss through fixed teleportation gates. Lam Tianhao looked at the Tin Ni and Lai Tuet. However, some professionals from great families came to the plaza to form teams and select ordinary people to enter the Black Abyss with them. They approached where Lam Tianhao stood. He pondered, but they already formed a team. What is their purpose in showing up here now? Wang Dong walked over and introduced himself to Murong Shui. Hello, Lady Murong. I'm Wang Dong, a Holy Shield warrior with C-rank talent. She did not even glance at him and simply walked past, leaving Wang Dong frozen in place. Seeing this, Zhang Yunfei cursed. You dare ignore Brother Dong to look for that loser? Hey, are you blind? My Brother Dong is a Holy Shield warrior. Murong Shui said disdainfully. It's truly sad that the ranks of Holy Shield warriors contain people like him. Zhang Yunfei shouted angrily. What did you say? Wang Dong stopped him, his face darkening. It's fine if you look down on me. But first, I should remind you that he is an absolute loser. He must have used some kind of trick to get onto the rankings. You got lucky this time. Next time, I'll show you what true strength is. Let's go. Tin Ni said with satisfaction. They've finally left. Their barking was hurting my ears. Murong Yu took off his glove, looking somewhat arrogant. You must be Lam Tianhao, the person who set a new Black Abyss record, right? He extended his hand. Hello, I'm Murong Igreku. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lam Tianhao was briefly surprised. They're looking for me? When Murong Shui saw him standing there blankly, she scolded him. Are you an idiot? My brother is shaking hands with you. Murong Yu affectionately stopped her. Enough, Shui. Lam Tianhao stam. Ooh. Hello. Tatini stopped him from shaking Murong Yu's hand and shouted, Are you blind? Can't you see he's already in my group? Lam Tianhao cried out, my hand. Murong Yu's face darkened. We are speaking to him. Please step aside. Tatini grabbed Lam Tianhao's hand and pulled him away. You want to steal someone from me? Who wants to waste words on you people? Lam Tianhao lied to it. Let's go. Murong Shui stepped forward to block them. I don't want to say much either, because we only want him. The people around them began discussing it. What's going on? Is the Murong family trying to steal a summoner? He isn't an ordinary summoner. He's the #1 summoner who broke the Black Abyss's 6th record. What? No wonder the Murong family wants to break the 6th record too. Joining forces with him is the fastest way. Tatini resolutely said, No way. Move aside. She thought to herself, I can't hand Lam Tianhao over to them. Otherwise, the record I just set on the rankings will be pushed down. Wang Heng and Pang Xian walked in front of her. One of them shouted, Please move aside. Today, we're taking him with us no matter what. The people around them continued to discuss it. Stop hesitating. Fighting alongside the Murong family would be much easier, and you'd receive far more resources. Exactly. They even have 2 A-rank talents and 3 B-rank professionals. Lai Tuet asked anxiously, Why you're not really going to join their group, are you? You wouldn't dare. Murong Yu replied without humility, I don't think you have the right to decide for him. We should first ask what he wants. He smiled faintly. Our Golden Sacred Master Knights sincerely invite you to join our team. What is your decision? The system displayed. Murong Yu invites you to join his party. Accept or decline? Lam Tianhao hesitated between the 2 options. Tatini pointed at Murong Yu and snapped. You don't need to say anything else. Lam Tianhao will never. Before she could finish, Lam Tianhao interrupted her. All right. His answer stunned both Tatini and Lai Tuet. What? Lam Tianhao repeated firmly. All right. Unable to believe it, Tatini pressed him again. What did you say? It was like a bolt from the blue to her. Why? Murong Yu clapped in satisfaction. A wise choice. You truly are an intelligent person. He eagerly added, Since that is the case, accept the party invitation now. The system displayed only yes and no. Wang Heng and Pang Xian restrained Tin Ni as she struggled and shouted, "No, you can't agree to join them." Murong Yu smiled sinisterly. "Let's break new records together. It will benefit both sides, won't it?" A finger firmly pressed no on the system panel, leaving everyone present stunned. Murong Shui shouted angrily, "What is the meaning of this? Lam Tan Hao Medli Slai Gan Li. Don't be so hasty. If you want me to join your group, that's fine, but first, you have to agree to a few of my conditions." Furious, she snapped, "Allowing a summoner like you to join us is already a great favor. Don't be so ungrateful." Lam Tien Hao turned and began to leave. "No negotiations. Fine, then forget it." Murong Yu stopped him. "Wait, what are your conditions?" He stopped and smiled knowingly. "Very simple. There are only a few minor conditions." Lam Tien Hao turned back with a smirk. "First, once we enter the Black Abyss, everyone must follow my orders. Second, without my permission, no one may compete with me for experience. Third, all loot dropped by monsters we kill belongs to me." His words left the entire group stunned. Murong Shui said unhappily, "What?" Everyone began discussing it among themselves. Those are practically tyrannical terms, but they needed his help, so he did not think those conditions were excessive. If they agreed, it would mean Murong you had to follow a summoner's orders. If they refused, they would be unable to climb the rankings. What a brilliant move. Lam Tien Hao remained unfazed. "Well, meet my conditions, and I'll lead the team immediately." Zhang Yunfei strongly objected. "Captain, we can't agree to this." Wang Heng added, "He clearly has no respect for us at all." "Tho Ding Ni, Thending Besai Lam Ten Hao, Mevilis Mais Muli." With her hands on her hips, she challenged them. "What? You can't accept it? Then if you're capable, climb the rankings on your own." To think he dared show the Murong family so little respect. He had some nerve. The crowd murmured. He broke the war god's record. Even a mayor would have to give him some leeway. Pang Xian lost patience and flared up. "Let me teach this brat a lesson." However, Murong Yu stopped him. "Enough. Don't forget why we came here today." He remained calm. "If Brother Lam has no intention of forming a team, why would he bother teasing us like this?" He replied coldly, "It's nothing. I just can't stand seeing other teams use their influence to steal people." Murong Shui glared furiously. Murong Yu gritted his teeth in warning. "It's only a small Cold Valley Abyss ranking. I advise you not to be too complacent. Be careful that your joy does not turn into sorrow." He turned around and ordered, "Let's go from the back." Tin Ni eagerly urged, "Go on then." Murong Shui gritted her teeth and glared back at Lam Tien Hao. "I'll remember this." He paid little attention to her threat. "Let's go. We only need to enter the Black Abyss 2 more times to reach level 10. Lam Tien Hao suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Why did he suddenly have such an ominous feeling? Tin Ni and Lai Tued exploded in anger. "You never intended to join them in the first place, did you? And you even deceived us. I thought you were the kind of heartless, ungrateful person who would abandon those who had helped you." Faced with their blazing fury, he panicked and raised his hands to plead. "Everyone, listen to my explanation first." Lam Tien Hao's shout rang through the silent mountain forest. A while later, he lay sprawled on the ground, his face bruised and battered. She said sulkily, "Let's replenish our supplies first. We'll regroup later." A floating notification appeared. Helplessly, he thought, there is still over an hour before our next entry. I should find somewhere to rest first. As Lam Tien Hao wandered around and examined the system panel, he saw that the experience from defeating the Kirin had brought him to level 6. Looking at it, he murmured, "Right, I still don't know the exact abilities of the Kirin I captured." Lam Tien Hao touched the system window. "In that case, come out." A huge magic circle appeared beneath his feet. He pressed his hands together and called out, "True summoning. Kirin, come forth." A blinding magical light erupted, and Lam Tien Hao raised a hand to shield his eyes. As the light gradually faded, only a hazy mist remained before him. "Lam Tien Hao Panik, where is my summoned creature?" A system notification immediately appeared. The system immediately displayed. Lam Tien Hao muttered, "Let's see what I get." Something appeared immediately, a letter-shaped icon. He wondered, a package. Upon opening it, he laughed. So it's a commemorative historical gift pack. The system displayed another notification. After opening it, the system displayed. Lam Tien Hao curiously looked at the glowing chest. "Let's see what's inside this one." The sound of an unlocking mechanism rang out as the chest opened. Lam Tien Hao's eyes widened in surprise. Information appeared before him. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and shouted, "Equip!" Light flared, and an ethereal set of armor covered Lam Tianhao's body. He murmured, "Armor really does make a difference." Lam Tianhao's face was now full of confidence and determination, his sharp gaze fixed ahead. His personal information panel appeared clearly, showing that his attributes had increased significantly. Lam Tianhao examined his status panel. "My attributes have improved quite a bit, and I still have 3 skill points." He made his decision without hesitation. No need to think about it. Of course, this one. A crimson surge of energy immediately burst from Lam Tianhao's body. All equipment, level 3. Protecting summoned creatures consumes less spirit. Doubles the summoned creature's base attributes and lasts for 200 seconds. He smiled. Upgrade successful. Clearing dungeons won't take as much time from now on. He did not stop there. Lam Tianhao continued operating the panel. "Next, I'll raise slime by 1 more level." As soon as he finished, the image of the demonized slime appeared along with its detailed information. Lam Tianhao quickly selected an option. Sacrificing 100 points should be enough. "What's this?" He was surprised. "Evolution? It can evolve too." A notification appeared clearly. Lam Tianhao was confused because there was no description. Still, he firmly pointed at the screen. "I'll know once I evolve it directly." Without further hesitation, he pressed yes. A health bar appeared above his head, displaying 1,100, but it instantly dropped to 500. He watched as slime gradually transformed. It's happening. It unleashed a powerful, surging force, and Lam Tianhao struggled against the pressure of the violent wind. Within the fierce vortex, Lam Tianhao focused on the powerful energy. The demonized slime's distorted and savage body gradually began to change. He gaped in astonishment, sweat dripping down his face. Tatini agreed. "You're right. Let me try." A regional map appeared on the virtual screen. She stared at it. Why did Lam Tianhao run into the forest? Tatini ordered, "Come on, let's find him." The two hurried away from the plaza, with Lai Tuet quickly following behind. "Wait for me." Deep within the forest, a fiery crimson energy erupted and engulfed the surroundings. Lam Tianhao was bewildered. "What is that?" Suddenly, a strange creature emerged from the red glow, tilting its head innocently. Squeak! He blushed. "Good heavens!" Lam Tianhao awkwardly covered his mouth. "Why aren't you wearing any clothes, Slime?" Slime looked at him with an exceptionally innocent expression. Before Lam Tianhao could react, it suddenly charged toward him. Squeak! He startled backward. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yet Slime continued rushing at him without the slightest hesitation. Lam Tianhao paniqued. It leaped onto him, and the impact knocked both of them to the ground. Slime stared at Lam Tianhao with sparkling, delighted eyes. His face turned red as a tomato as he looked back at it, while it gazed at him innocently, in confusion. Lam Tianhao grabbed Slime's hand and shouted, "No matter what, I will not react to a summoned creature." It let out a squeak. Overwhelmed and impatient, Lam Tianhao raised his hand and opened a virtual interface. He took out a set of clothes. "Here, take these." Slime stared blankly at the outfit. Then its liquid body began wrapping around the clothes. A moment later, it stood before Lam Tianhao in a bizarre appearance. He sighed. "Those were for you to wear." Lam Tianhao brought out another set of clothes and held out his arms. "Come on." Lam Tianhao helplessly helped Slime put on the clothes. "Don't I look like a happy father?" A system window appeared. "I still haven't checked Slime's new attributes after evolving." "Let's see." The system displayed Slime's full information. Its attributes had increased greatly. Several additional panels appeared. Lam Tianhao was excited. "Oh, there are 2 new skills. 1 area of effect skill and 1 single target attack. This highly corrosive acid rain must be a new skill gained after leveling up. And Demon Embrace is the evolution skill." He examined the skill panel and commented, "Both skills seem quite powerful. I'll try them when I get the chance." Elsewhere in the forest, Tatini looked at the map in confusion. Why did Lam Tianhao run so deep inside? She observed the location on the map, where 3 red dots were clearly visible among the trees. Tatini urged Lai Tuet, "Let's go. He's right ahead." She poked her head out. "Found you." The sight before her made Tatini freeze. Lam Tianhao was tightly holding Slime. Lai Tuet panted, "Found you. I'm exhausted from searching." She blushed, her mouth falling open in shock. Tatini angrily shouted, "Lam Tianhao, what are you doing?" Lam Tianhao noticed them. "Why are you 2 here?" She gritted her teeth and shouted, "What? Do we interrupt you while you are doing something pleasant?" He froze, sweat breaking out from embarrassment. To Tin Ni's shout echoed throughout the forest. Lam Tianhao, you shameless pervert. Calm down. How was I supposed to know slime would evolve? Whose fault is it for not explaining yourself clearly? Lam Tianhao held his head and cried out indignantly. Did you even give me a chance to explain? Lam Tianhao asked. But why did you come here? She explained, it's time to gather. If we didn't find you, how can we enter the Black Abyss? He scratched his head awkwardly. I was resting, so I didn't check the time. The interface appeared, displaying midnight. A blinding light immediately appeared and enveloped the three of them. Murong raised his sword before his face and replied in a hoarse voice. It seems someone got there before us. Murong coldly surveyed the devastated battlefield, unable to conceal his frustration and disappointment. I can't believe someone beat us to it. Wang Heng cautiously stepped forward, his voice full of concern. Boss, what should we do now? Pang Xian's anger surged as he ground his teeth and growled. Who took it? We pay a high price to buy this. Wang Heng immediately lost his temper, smacking Pang Xian on the head as he cursed. Are you an idiot? Not only is that a 1,000-year divine beast, but this is also our secret mission. Do you think it would just drop? Zhang Yunfei offered a guess. Could another guild have gotten here before us and taken it? Murong Shue's face was icy with rage. Shut up, all of you. You're a bunch of idiots. It must have been taken by an independent party. Here, newcomers without an organization or guild were collectively known as independent players. Murong Shue tightly gripped a glowing crystal fragment and said coldly, the other guilds do not have the fragment, so they could not know that the Kirin had awakened. She paused, unless another party entering the Black Abyss encountered it and defeated it. Murong agreed and raised his sword confidently. Little Shue is right. The Black Abyss changed, and the divine beast awakened earlier than expected. Aside from our golden sacred master knights, no other guild knew of this beforehand. As he spoke, his hand tightened around his sword. With a sharp, puzzled gaze, he asked, the divine beast is dead, the Black Abyss has changed, and the difficulty has greatly increased. Who exactly defeated the divine beast? Behind him, Murong Shue offered her suggestion. Brother, since someone else took it, and there are not many parties that have just left the Black Abyss, kill them all and take the item back. As she spoke, Lam Tianhao's image appeared in her mind. She gritted her teeth, especially that ignorant brat. Murong hurriedly stopped his sister. No, little Shue. Our golden sacred master knights will not slaughter innocent people. He pondered for a moment, his gaze becoming more probing. Besides, anyone capable of defeating the hidden boss is certainly not someone to underestimate. A flicker of suspicion crossed Murong mind. He looked toward the distant horizon and murmured, could it be the summoner who just broke the record, Lam Tianhao? Upon hearing the name, Murong Shue clenched her fists even tighter, unwillingness clear on her beautiful face. Her voice was full of resentment. But after a brief, tense discussion, Murong quickly made the final decision in an authoritative voice. Enough. We'll go back and report first, then discuss it later. Murong Shue remained sullen and angry. Noticing his sister's expression, Murong shouted, follow me back to the guild. Though unwilling, she swallowed her anger and followed closely behind her brother. A loud boom rang out as Murong sword plunged straight into the frozen ground. A brilliant azure radiance burst forth, forming a dazzling and ethereal spatial teleportation gate. The entire Golden Sacred Master Knights team entered the swirling light without a word of farewell, vanishing without a trace. Lam Tianhao glanced at her and quietly sighed to himself. These two young ladies. At that moment, a faint rustling came from the dense bushes, signaling that deadly danger was lurking nearby. Tin Ni stepped forward boldly, both hands blazing with brilliant blue energy. Her eyes shone with battle lust as she shouted, come on then, prepare to meet this young lady's sharp claws. The moment she finished speaking, a pack of wolves rushed out of the darkness at terrifying speed. Lai Tuet cried out in alarm. Why are there 5 dire wolves? Tianhao was startled as well. The number of monsters at the first hunting ground is 5 times higher than usual. Something is wrong. Yet Tin Ni did not hesitate in the slightest. She charged forward like an arrow. So what if there are 5 of them? Watch me wipe all of you out in one move. However, the sheer number caught her off guard. She frowned slightly and shouted, Lai Tuet. Receiving her teammate's signal, Lai Tuet called out, got it. At once, she began chanting. Her slender fingers traced ethereal blue musical notes that blanketed the area. Tin Ni rushed forward and shouted confidently, just in time. Her first strike exploded with tremendous force, sending the charging wolf pack flying. After knocking the monsters away, Tin Ni curled her lips in disdain. Too easy. The wolves were flung in every direction, leaving behind thick trails of purple smoke. Standing behind them, Tien Hao carefully watched everything unfold and silently assessed her. Tin Ni's attack damage has reached 400 after leveling up, as expected of a combat class. At that moment, Tin Ni's hand was stained with wolf blood as she declared provocatively, "Numbers are useless. This young lady will kill everyone that comes." Meanwhile, Tien Hao remained suspicious. But why are there so many dire wolves? Could it really just be a coincidence? Seeing him stand there staring blankly at the wolves, Tin Ni impatiently turned around and called out, "Hey, Lam Tien Hao, hurry up and follow us." Still lost in thought, he nodded slightly. "We'll find out the truth at the next hunting ground." They entered a pitch-black forest, where light seemed unable to penetrate the thick canopy. Tien Hao pondered, "Something is wrong here." Tin Ni said seriously, "Lai Tuet, keep supporting me. This young lady will clear this place out." Looking utterly confused, Lai Tuet replied, "Okay." Worried, Tien Hao raised his voice to stop them. "Wait!" The ground suddenly began shaking violently. "What's happening?" Tin Ni tried to reassure everyone. "Stay calm." Out of nowhere, a huge mass of snow fell down, and a giant zombie emerged from beneath it. A pack of vicious wolves appeared behind Tien Hao, while the zombies surrounded them. They had been hiding beneath the snow. "This is a beast hunting formation." Tin Ni could not believe what she was seeing. "Why are there so many? What are we supposed to do?" Tien Hao remained calm. Unlike the previous aimless attacks, this seemed deliberate. Have these monsters evolved intelligence? A zombie suddenly attacked, and he immediately pulled Lai Tuet away from the surprise strike. He shouted, "Get up now!" A red aura radiated from Tien Hao. His gaze gradually turned icy. The zombie coldly pointed at him, and the wolves began charging toward Tien Hao. Tin Ni and Lai Tuet clung to each other. Neither could hide the fear on their faces. "We're done for." A wolf snarled, baring its large, knife-sharp white fangs. Tien Hao did not panic. He merely smirked and waved his hand, stirring up a bone-chilling wind. "Summon Demon Executor Limos." Outside the teleportation gate, everyone was stunned. "What's going on?" The violent tremors made it impossible for them to stand steadily. "The ground is shaking." A frightened man looked upward. "Look, something's happening at the entrance." Cries rang out. "Help!" Everyone stood frozen in place. What the hell is going on? A young man lay on the ground, coughing up blood. An eruption. The Black Abyss has erupted. A police officer panicked. What? What did you say?" "What do you mean the Black Abyss has erupted?" A system notification suddenly appeared. How could this happen? Everyone who teleported out was dead. The system displayed the same message for all of them. They're all dead. Everyone is dead. Suddenly, the teleportation gate opened, but all that came out were skulls. The remaining people recoiled in terror. There are even more skeletons." The system displayed another message. Why? Why did this happen? The Black Abyss's difficulty has changed. The difficulty has become Nightmare. At this difficulty, there's no way we can handle it. Inform the mayor immediately. The Black Abyss has erupted. The police officer trembled in fear. Meanwhile, Tien Hao stood amid the wolves, summoning Demon Executor Limos. He waved his hand, and a red light appeared. A wolf opened its jaws wide and lunged at him, but the red light suddenly pierced through it. This caught the attention of the two zombies. The red light tore through earth and stone as it closed in on them. Their eyes widened in terror. Countless wolves lay dead across the ground. As they stared in shock, a familiar figure appeared above them. A slime clung around Tien Hao's neck. Lai Tuet and Tin Ni looked at him in awe. "He's so strong. Amazing." Tien Hao glanced at them. "Move aside first." Tin Ni grabbed Lai Tuet's hand and ran away. "Then we'll leave it to you. Good luck." Tin Ni thought to herself, "Why do I feel that these monsters have gotten stronger? Can Lam Tien Hao really defeat them alone?" Still, she enthusiastically shouted, "Go, Captain!" Tien Hao faced the two massive zombies with a confident expression. He taunted them, "Come on, I'll beat you so badly, even your mothers won't recognize you." They charged him together, and the wolves let out vicious growls. Following the command, they lunged forward. The wolves drew closer and closer, but Tien Hao did not move. He ordered slime, knocked them back. The slime immediately extended its tentacles to attack the wolves. The wolves' eyes glowed blood red with ferocity, but they were still struck in the end. Li Dwaiwatjet Uni Si Li. What do we do? The captain is being attacked from both sides. Tini carefully observed the Wolf King and its pack. Their strength is on a completely different level. This time, Lam Tien Hao is in danger. Tien Hao's eyes sharpened like blades, cold and resolute. Slime, defend. Hearing the order, it retracted its tentacles to defend itself. The wolves lunged in and bit down on them. The two girls watched silently, their hearts full of worry. This is bad. The wolves have bitten tightly into its tentacles, and its health is dropping uncontrollably. Minus 207, critical hit. Minus 198, critical hit. Li Dui Suden Li Bo Zai Den. Look, they're losing health. Great. The slime's mucus is corrosive. Those two wolf kings have no way out now. The wolf opened its jaws wide and gathered strength. Then it tore off a chunk of the slime, leaving Tin Ni and Lai Tuet stunned. No way. After tearing into it, the wolf let out a roar. Tien Hao tensed. Interesting. Ding Ni Ba Ni. What do we do? Its defense has been torn apart. Hurry and keep healing me. The two zombies moved closer, their massive bodies shaking the ground. Lai Tuet was healing Tin Ni when she warned, "Careful, they're coming this way." The wolves continued trying to attack him. Tien Hao's face darkened. They can even coordinate with each other. They really do have intelligence. The wolves and two zombies gathered momentum to attack. Watch out. Li Dui Sao Det. Tini pulled her back. What are you doing? Are you crazy? But what about Lam Tien Hao? Lai Tuet was flustered. Let me think of something. Tini was just as worried. Her expression darkened. Do I have no choice but to use this? An orange liquid appeared in her hand. Whatever. I'll do it. After struggling inwardly, she still decided to use it. Tien Hao smirked. Slime, all right. Attack. A zombie was suddenly struck, stunning everyone present. What happened? The zombie was hit with tremendous force and toppled backward. Li Duyen Ding Yi Yip in shock. The zombie was pushed back. The zombies fall sent white snow flying into the air. Tien Hao shouted, Slime, hold it tight. His eyes turned blood red. Demon's embrace. Tien Hao spread open his palm, then clenched it tightly. The skilled demon's embrace activated. The monster was crushed and howled in agony. Minus 211. Minus 453. In an instant, it was drained dry and turned into a skeleton. A system notification appeared. You have slain the corrupted dire wolf king. Experience gained. Lai Tuet could not conceal her excitement. One zombie trembled. He actually crushed a level 10 corrupted wolf king to death with his bare hand. Above them, the other zombie noticed its companion's reaction. It tightened its grip on the weapon in its hand. Without hesitation, it smashed down upon its frightened companion. Fearless, the two monsters advanced. One clung tightly to the other's back, and they fused together to launch an attack. Fusion skill, corrupted corpse storm. The zombie braced its legs firmly against the snowy ground. It gripped the other tightly and spun with terrifying force. Tien Hao frowned. What is this? A zombie dragon fist tornado. The vortex they created was enormous. Tinny got goosebumps all over. It's a fusion skill. Why can low-level abyss monsters use fusion skills? Once monsters fuse, both their defense and attack increase greatly. Lam Tien Hao won't be able to withstand this, she shouted. Lam Tien Hao, be careful. The tornado grew larger and larger, as though it would sweep away everything around it. Sensing the danger, the slime tightly embraced Tien Hao and launched them straight into the air. Tien Hao's expression turned grave as he shouted, Slime! Obeying his order, it used its body to approach the tornado. The instant it made contact, it was slashed apart. Tien Hao and the slime gritted their teeth and struggled to endure it. Tien Hao gasped for breath. Damn it, if this keeps going, we're finished. Lai Tuet collapsed to her knees and cried. What do we do? Tinny took out a vial of medicine and gritted her teeth. Lam Tien Hao, this young lady hasn't given you permission to die yet. Without hesitation, she poured it all into her mouth. The glass vial fell to the ground and shattered. An immense power erupted from Tin Ni's body. Her hair stood on end, and her eyes glowed crimson, making her look terrifying. Lai Tuet's eyes widened. Tin Ni entered bear spirit form, taking on an entirely different appearance. She stomped the ground and leaped high into the air. Tinny recklessly charged into the tornado. Lai Tuet's mouth fell open in disbelief. A bear! A bear! She was so shocked that she rolled her eyes back and fainted. At that moment, a gigantic white bear stood before Lai Tuet. It was Tinny's transformed form. I never thought this potion would let me break through in a white bear form. On Tien Hao's side, he and the slime were still struggling desperately. Her eyes flashed. I have to go help them quickly. In her snow bear form, Tinny charged forward. White bear beast form. She threw back her head and let out a deafening roar. Startled, Tien Hao turned around. Why is there another monster? He ordered Slime retreat. The slime stared intently at him, as if it understood. With the slime's help, Tien Hao flew away. Damn it, I can't break free. He panicked when he saw Tinny directly above him. It's over. I'm really going to die here today. Tien Hao shut his eyes tightly, as though resigning himself to his fate. When nothing happened after a while, he opened them again. Tien Hao looked over his body in surprise. I'm okay. Tinny's voice drew his attention. Lam Tien Hao, what are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and attack, he exclaimed in surprise. To Tinny, regaining his composure, Tien Hao pointed at the slime. Demon's embrace. Countless immensely powerful tentacles burst forth. Tinny stared wide-eyed at his state. So this is Lam Tien Hao's power? High above, the zombie prepared to bring its axe down. The two monsters began fusing once more. They spun faster and faster. Ding Yi Sao Det, Lam Ten Hao, Hu Di. They're about to use their fusion skill again. He curled his lips. You think I'll let you use the same move twice? Slime. Tien Hao gave the order, and the tentacles shot forward. They bound the two zombies tightly, preventing them from using their ultimate move. Tien Hao's eyes were full of judgment as he clenched his hand. A huge explosion erupted, blasting the two zombies apart. Ding Yi Zai Zai. Wonderful. We finally defeated them. Suddenly, her face turned pale and sweat covered her forehead. Tien Hao landed and said, Good thing the Tinny arrived in time. Otherwise, I really would have died here. But why have I never seen her turn into a bear before? Tinny looked at her hands and felt her health falling. Minus 4,666 HP. 4,676. The double backlash is about to hit. Her entire body went limp and she collapsed. Tien Hao reached out in alarm. What's wrong? He hurried over anxiously. Tien Hao supported Tinny and called to Tinny. Suddenly, she coughed up blood in pain. 10 HP? Wouldn't one hit to the head kill her? He took out a potion and handed it to her. Don't worry, I'll give you medicine right away. After drinking it, Tinny's health bar immediately filled up and she gradually regained consciousness. Tien Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she's okay. Then he suddenly felt something soft. What is this? Tien Hao's face instantly flushed red. This. Bing Yi, Looking Di Sao, Sopti Galet, Lam Ten Hao. Seeing his flushed face and nosebleed, she became startled. What's wrong with you? Tinny looked down at her naked body and screamed, You pervert! Enraged, she threw a powerful punch at him. Heavens, I've been wronged. Tinny quickly got off Tien Hao and stood up. She conjured clothing around herself, her anger blazing. Lam Ten Hao, he hurriedly explained. It happened because you were like this. It has nothing to do with me. Tinny lowered her voice threateningly. If you tell anyone, I'll kill you. Seeing her embarrassed expression, Tien Hao thought, is Tinny actually embarrassed? She grabbed his collar and yanked him closer. Did you hear me? Tien Hao hurriedly waved his hands. Yes, I didn't see anything just now. Tinny rose to her feet as Tien Hao stared blankly at her. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Watch your mouth, or else. Tien Hao broke out in a cold sweat. I mean it this time. Tinny coldly turned away. Go see how Lai Tuet is doing. Terrified, Tien Hao obediently replied, Yes, young lady. Don't worry, I'll take this secret to my grave. The two hurried over to Lai Tuet. She was lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. Tien Hao sighed in relief. She really has a big heart. He crouched down and called to her, Lai Tuet, wake up. She woke with a dazed expression. After opening her eyes, she hugged herself and cried out in terror, Don't eat me. Tien Hao reassured her, If monsters wanted to eat you, do you think they would have spared you until now? Tinny added, The monsters have been eliminated. It's safe now. Lai Tuet was delighted. Really? He did not answer, only nodding. Suddenly, she lunged forward and hugged Tien Hao tightly. Everyone's alive. That's wonderful. Blushing, he replied. It's thanks to the Tinny acting in time. Tinny pushed the two apart. Then let's quickly discuss what we should do next. Tien Hao said seriously. You two must have noticed that the Black Abyss's difficulty has increased. Ding ye know that? That's right. There are more monsters, and they're stronger than before. Lai Tuet asked worriedly. So what should we do now? He proposed. I think we should withdraw from the Black Abyss for now. The current situation is unfavorable to us. The two quickly nodded at Tien Hao's suggestion. I agree. We can't risk our lives. Agreed. He opened the system panel. Leaving the dungeon early will result in a level reduction penalty. Confirm withdrawal. Without hesitation, Tien Hao pressed confirm. Withdraw. Failed. Lai Tuet and Tin Ni were shocked. What? Black Abyss Level 1, Cold Valley Abyss. Recommended level, under level 10. Difficulty, Nightmare. Tien Hao thought in astonishment. The Black Abyss's difficulty has actually changed? Lai Tuet trembled all over. What do we do? Does this mean we can't get out? Tin Ni sighed and reassured her. What are you afraid of? No matter how difficult it is, it's still Black Abyss Level 1. It's not unbeatable. Tien Hao nodded. That's right. The level limit hasn't changed. Only the difficulty has increased. Lai Tuet blurted out. But ordinary monsters were already that powerful. What are we supposed to do when we face the boss? Tien Hao immediately offered a solution. First, we need to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. He thought to himself, I have a bad feeling about this. Tin Ni turned away. Lai Tuet, let's go. Lai Tuet looked confused. Aren't we going together? He explained, if the three of us split up, we can avoid dividing the experience points. That way, we'll level up faster. I'm not heading into battle, so there's no point in you following me. Lai Tuet waved as she left. Understand. Then let's regroup here once we reach level 10. Lam Tien Hao also turned and entered the forest behind him. Time passed, and an hour went by. Countless monster corpses now surrounded him. Lam Tien Hao wiped the sweat from his face. I finally reached level 10. This is exhausting. Although the three of us can only reach level 10, Black Abyss has no level limit for summoned creatures. It's just that my summons need to be sacrificed before they can level up. The system interface appeared. His attributes were still increasing very slowly. Is it because of my class? If only the hatching process could be sped up. Having one more summoned beast would ease some of the pressure. I wonder whether this book contains a way to do that. Huh? His eyes widened in surprise. There really is. Lam Tien Hao and Slim stood together with the other two beneath the cliff when they suddenly heard a loud sound. Damn it, the boss has awakened. Lam Tien Hao and Slim hurriedly turned around in alarm. A deafening explosion rang out, blasting debris everywhere. Beside Slim, someone anxiously said, the corpse fiend leader has awakened. Amid the explosion, a voice cried out, help! Lai Tuet screamed, don't, as a massive axe swung toward her. She quickly turned and ran, shouting as she did. Lai Tuet slipped and fell. Tin Ni immediately rushed back and used Spirit Cat Shadow Step. Her glowing eyes released a flash of blue light, but the attack was too powerful for the two girls, sending them flying apart. Tin Ni barely managed to catch Lai Tuet and land safely, only to realize, damn it, I'm out of mana. The enormous axe continued hurtling toward them. Tin Ni turned around and used the last of her strength, crossing her arms and raising her sharp iron claws. She strained with all her might, but then she noticed something that made Lai Tuet's expression change. Sweat streamed down their faces. The axe struck them, dealing 2,230 damage. Meanwhile, Lam Tien Hao ran over as fast as he could, shouting, Slim! Slim! Slim swiftly used expansion, transforming its hair into a broad red ribbon that caught Lai Tuet and Tin Ni. However, the force that sent the two girls flying also flung Slim farther away. Lam Tien Hao arrived just in time and urgently asked, are you all right? He helped Tin Ni up, his face full of concern. She only had enough strength left to cough once. Lai Tuet lay motionless beside Slim, her eyes blank. Tin Ni looked down at her hand and said, I can't feel my arm anymore. Lam Tien Hao looked sorrowfully at Lai Tuet's trembling, injured arm. Behind them, a towering whirlwind was approaching. He abruptly turned around, gritting his teeth as he stared directly at the whirlwind. From within it, huge purple feet appeared on the ground, while four red eyes opened high above, staring at him. As the whirlwind's smoke gradually dispersed, the corpse fiend leader finally appeared. Lam Tien Hao shouted, watch out, this corpse fiend leader is much stronger than before. It really doesn't look like a monster anymore. It looks more human now. The Corpse Fiend leader had evolved to level 10. It had transformed from a corpse empowered by darkness, lurking in the valley and attacking female travelers who passed through. The crystal on its chest may be its weak point. Seeing this, Lai Tuet said, "Lam Tien Hao, you can't defeat it. Run." Before she could finish, the Corpse Fiend leader leaped high into the air, roared, and charged at them. Lam Tien Hao stood up with an imposing air and said firmly, "It's too late to run now. All three of you, prepare for battle." Then he thought, something isn't right. Even on nightmare difficulty, it should only be a beginner Black Abyss boss. As long as we destroy the core crystal in its chest, we still have a chance. The Corpse Fiend leader pointed toward them. A pack of wolves and its subordinates surged forward from behind it. Lam Tien Hao shouted decisively, "Slim, use Demon Dance." Slim swept through the Corpse Fiend leader's minions at high speed, melting every one of them. Then Slim charged straight toward the leader. The monster pulled back the arm, holding its massive axe to build momentum. Lam Tien Hao shouted, "All equipment." Slim split itself into two identical halves, forming a ring around the enemy. The ring trapped the Corpse Fiend leader inside. Slim used all its strength to restrain the leader, but suddenly the axe crashed down onto its ring, dealing 2,700 damage. Lam Tien Hao shouted anxiously from a distance, "What?" Beneath the leader's weapon, Slim struggled to break free. Then an explosion rang out, and red fluid sprayed everywhere. Slim was flung away and embedded in a nearby rock crevice. Lam Tien Hao immediately called out, "Slim, come back." Only then did Lam Tien Hao realize that Slim was no match for it all. The leader raised its weapon toward the sky, and its subordinates emerged from the ground. Lam Tien Hao muttered, "I just saw a spell that speeds up summoning. I can only try it now." He opened the book and began chanting. A green whirlwind gathered around Lam Tien Hao, and an egg appeared. At that moment, the wolf pack and the Corpse Fiend leader's minions rushed at him. Lam Tien Hao shouted, "Damn it!" Suddenly, claws appeared from nowhere, making the wolves howl in pain. Tin Ni rushed forward to shield him and shouted, "Lam Tien Hao." The moment she blocked the attack, blood sprayed from her mouth. "Lam Tien Hao gai o to ting ni." The leader had reached them and raised its weapon, preparing to bring it down. Lam Tien Hao continued chanting, thinking, "Damn it, there's not enough time." Suddenly, a golden light appeared and blocked the Corpse Fiend leader's attack. A watery fissure appeared on the ground, accompanied by the light. Lam Tien Hao raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glare. "Is this her?" She stood up and said, "Defensive light circle." Lam Tien Hao looked on in surprise as the leader glared viciously at them. Lai Tuet hurriedly said, "Captain, hurry. My defensive light circle is only level 1. It won't last long." Lam Tien Hao turned back and continued chanting, thinking, "Hurry up." The leader gave them no time at all. It swung its weapon and instantly shattered Lai Tuet's defensive light circle. She lost all her strength and collapsed to the ground. At that very moment, Lam Tien Hao's egg began to stir and its shell cracked open. Slim gathered its last bit of strength and launched a red ribbon, binding the Corpse Fiend leader's arm. Lam Tien Hao raised 2 fingers before his mouth. The chant is complete. Just then, the leader severed Slim's ribbon and sent it flying away. As the leader raised its weapon once more, a blue light emerged from Lam Tien Hao's side. A magic sphere appeared, radiating blue beams that blinded the leader and made it drop its weapon. Lam Tien Hao be met. It actually worked. A unicorn. A white-furred unicorn appeared, with a smooth blue mane and a brilliant light shining from its horn. This only enraged the leader further. Sheets of ice began forming around its body. Tin Ni shouted, "This is bad. The Corpse Fiend leader has entered Phase 2. Lam Tien Hao run," but he ignored her and instead ordered, "Unicorn move." The unicorn stood still and lightly pawed at the ground. A spiral of light formed on its horn. Then a beam shot directly toward the leader's evolving chest. It aimed straight for the leader's weak point, shattering the ice, covering the crystal, and destroying it completely. The unicorn trotted in circles where it stood. Tinny was stunned by what had happened. Impossible. A boss with 30,000 health was instantly killed. Lam Tien Hao hurried over to the unicorn. "Are you all right?" Only a few drops of sweat appeared on the unicorn's face as it looked at Lam Tien Hao. The system interface appeared. "I spawn unicorn. Special." Lam Tien Hao rubbed the unicorn's head. "That was amazing. The Corpse Fiend leader has been defeated. Unicorn, you're incredible." Slim jumped over and hugged him. "Lam Tien Hao, you deserve credit too. If you hadn't held back the corpse fiend leader at the last moment, I would have been turned into minced meat already. Oh, right. Are you two all right? Lai Tuet said, I didn't expect you to save us this time. Is this your new summoned beast? She added, a level 1 beast defeating the corpse fiend leader. That's terrifying. Lam Tianhao replied, I didn't know its damage could be that high either. She explained, the corpse fiend leader is a dark attributed monster, while this icebone unicorn is a light attributed summoned beast. Its tremendous damage must be due to elemental restraint. Lam Tianhao rested his hand on his chin. So that's why. Looking around, they saw the leader's minions had all decayed away. A notification appeared. Congratulations to the exploration team for successfully defeating the corpse fiend leader boss. Rewards are being evaluated. Lam Tianhao froze when he saw a new message. This is... Everything around him became darkness. Beside him, a strange box appeared. The system interface displayed. Equipment name, Purgatory Soul Casket. No way. Why are this legendary equipment's attack and defense stats negative? Lam Tianhao suddenly realized something. Wait, this is... The system interface displayed active effects 1, 2, 3, and 4, along with its description. Summons souls to fight? It can even link the souls of the dead to summoned creatures? What does that mean? A beam of light flashed above him, shining directly onto the equipment box. The system notification read, Nightmare Boss Soul +1. The corpse fiend leader's soul was added. It seemed that after a battle ended, souls could be collected for a time. Suddenly, a white wolf lunged forward and pounced on Lam Tianhao. It pinned him to the ground before returning to its original form. Lam Tianhao stumped. She smiled. I scared you, didn't I? Lam Tianhao awkwardly said, I thought there was another monster. But aren't you a spirit cat? How can you turn into a wolf? She replied softly. Did you think you were the only one who received hidden equipment as a reward? I got some too. She showed him her equipment, the immortal bird feather. Lam Tianhao could not believe his eyes. No way. Both attack and speed are doubled. It's clearly only radiant grade equipment. So why does it feel even stronger than mine? The system notification displayed passive effects and active effects 1, 2, and 3. Immortal Warrior? What is that? Tinny walked away and said, I don't know either, but I saw that it has side effects, so I don't dare use it recklessly. The battle has only just ended, and it's best not to use it in case something goes wrong. A call made both of them turn around. Lam Tianhao, Dao Ding Ni. It was Lai Tuet, appearing with a small spirit beast floating beside her. She hurriedly asked, What is this? Lai Tuet proudly said, Lam Tianhao, to Tin Ni. From now on, I can protect both of you. Lai Tuet's spirit beast flew over and perched on the brim of her hat. She happily said, This is the new equipment that dropped. It looks pretty powerful, right? The system interface displayed. Equipment name, Cyclone's Magic Hat. Seeing Lam Tianhao sigh, she asked, Cyclone? Who is that? Why have I never heard of them? Tinny replied, I haven't heard of them either. Once we leave the dungeon, we can ask the teachers at school. Lam Tianhao then looked at the system interface. Passive effect, summons a guardian spirit. All magic effects are tripled, and the spirit will actively attack. Lam Tianhao was astonished. Isn't it cyclones? This passive effect is ridiculously powerful. He looked somewhat disappointed. Compared to that, my Purgatory Soul Casket is much weaker. From a distance, the icebone unicorn and Slim came over. Lam Tianhao patted the unicorn's head happily. Good thing I had you. Otherwise, we would all have been finished this time. The icebone unicorn coldly turned away. It walked over to Lai Tuet and allowed her to stroke its head. So soft. It really is soft. Seeing this, Tinny pouted. Hey, why won't you let me touch you? Lam Tianhao gave an awkward laugh to ease the situation. All right. Let's get out of here first. The Black Abyss's difficulty suddenly increased, and we still have no idea what is going on. Tinny crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Lam Tianhao opened the system interface and pressed the leave button. A magic circle appeared beneath their feet. In an instant, all of them vanished. Lam Tianhao's group was quickly teleported outside. The crowd outside began talking as soon as they saw them. Someone came out. That one is so beautiful. Damn. Can you let us have a look too? One person's face turned red as blood poured from his nose. She's gorgeous like a fairy. Lam Tianhao looked at them, his head full of question marks. He scratched his cheek, then looked behind him in surprise. An extraordinarily beautiful girl was staring at him. Lam Tianhao was so shocked that he got a nosebleed. Gee, girl, you, the icebone unicorn shyly asked. Master, do you not recognize me? He was completely dumbfounded. Why, you are the unicorn. Elsewhere, a group was busy treating the injured. Teacher, and no, this is bad. The homeroom teacher anxiously asked, what happened? Slow down and explain. The student pointed ahead, as someone came out of the black abyss after its disturbance. He was surprised. Were there any injuries? The homeroom teacher's expression turned grim as he placed a hand on the student's shoulder. Follow me. We need to move quickly. Suddenly, the student grabbed his hand, and no one was injured. They're alive. The homeroom teacher was stunned. What? Then the system interface appeared before everyone. Congratulations to Lam, Tien Hao, to Tin Ni, and Lai Tuet for clearing the nightmare difficulty Cold Valley Abyss of Black Abyss Level 1. The Icebone Unicorn gently bowed to Lam Tien Hao. Greetings, Master. Lam Tien Hao hurriedly waved his hands. No, stop. Don't come closer. She ran over and grabbed his hand. Master, don't you want me anymore? Lam Tien Hao Bani, let's talk this over. Don't touch me. Lai Tuet grabbed Tin Ni's hand and pointed. When Tin Ni looked over, she saw Lam Tien Hao's hand placed somewhere it should not have been. Her face immediately darkened. Lam Tien Hao, you pervert, she shouted, scratching him several times. Lam Tien Hao covered his face and cried. Lai Tuet crouched down and asked, Lam Tien Hao, are you all right? Do you need me to cast a healing spell? As she healed him, he happily said, Lai Tuet is still the best. Unlike some violent woman, Lai Tuet blushed at that. It's nothing. Isn't helping each other what teammates are supposed to do? Tin Ni supported the Icebone Unicorn as they walked away. Seeing the unhappy expression on the unicorn's face, Lam Tien Hao asked doubtfully, Unicorn, what's wrong with you? From a distance, a group of 3 people approached. Feng Yun said with a stern expression, it's the principal. Lam Tien Hao's group frowned. Feng Yun? Why is he here? He didn't come with good intentions. Suddenly, Lai Tuet raised her hand and called out, we're over here. Feng Yun coldly walked past them. Then a group of mysterious people suddenly appeared, quietly surrounding everyone. He sensed that something was wrong and looked back. It was the homeroom teacher's group. The teacher gestured for silence. Shh, don't let them notice us. Tin Ni angrily shouted. Who are you people? Lam Tien Hao quickly calmed her. Calm down. He's my homeroom teacher. A young man gave an awkward smile. Lam Tien Hao asked in confusion. Homeroom teacher, what is going on? He replied gravely. To put it briefly, Black Abyss has erupted, causing countless casualties. And it appears that you are the culprit. Lam Tien Hao pointed at himself in confusion. Me? The homeroom teacher pointed to the Icebone Unicorn. Your summoned beast is a unicorn, isn't it? Did you form a contract with it inside Black Abyss? Lam Tien Hao scratched his cheek. That's right, but how did you know? The homeroom teacher frowned. So it really was contracted by you, and it was even hatched. He thought to himself, that old bastard set me up badly. Then he said gravely, Kid, you're in trouble. Lam Tien Hao Bani, what? What should I do now, teacher? 2 figures appeared behind them. We found you. A group of fierce-looking people surrounded Lam Tien Hao's group. Feng Yun pointed at them and ordered, arrest them. The group immediately rushed forward. The homeroom teacher stepped up and shouted, Who dares? Feng Yun waved his hand indifferently. What are you doing here? Move aside. The homeroom teacher softened his tone. Junior brother, please listen to my explanation. They are students of our school, after all. Isn't that right? Lam Tien Hao was stunned. The homeroom teacher and the principal are fellow disciples. Feng Yun pointed at them and declared loudly, From this moment on, that is no longer the case. I hereby announce that Lam Tien Hao, to Tin Ni, and Lai Tuet are expelled from school. All 3 were shocked upon hearing this. What? No way. He continued to roar. I announce the expulsion of all 3 of you. Tin Ni shouted angrily. On what grounds? Feng Yun replied coldly. Because I am your principal. She was left speechless. Tien Hao stepped forward and interrupted. Principal, the matter has not been properly investigated. Is it reasonable to expel us like this? The homeroom teacher also spoke up. That's right, junior brother. Even if you're the principal, you cannot arrest people so arbitrarily. He pointed at Tien Hao. Besides, he possesses S-rank talent, a genius who appears only once in a century. Are you really going to discard such an outstanding prospect? Feng Yun resolutely shoved the homeroom teacher aside. Move! What do you know? I have to take them away today. He gritted his teeth and thought, if I do not hurry, it will be too late. The crowd pressed closer aggressively. Then, a voice suddenly rang out, startling Feng Yun. Wait! He turned toward the voice. Tien Hao's group also looked at the speaker in surprise. A petite figure approached from afar. An Ting Zhao spoke. Are you the summoner who cleared nightmare difficulty? You look rather decent. He scratched his head in confusion. Little sister, are you? The girl immediately shouted furiously. Little sister? I am in Tin Zhao, the young lady of the Dauphin royal family. Tian Hao rubbed his chin as he evaluated her. The Dauphin royal family? Never heard of them. Feng Yun approached deferentially. Missen, the suspects have been restrained and are about to be taken away for interrogation. Tin Zhao waved her hand. No need. Release them. A maid stepped forward and said, This is a teleportation scroll to the Rift Valley Black Abyss. We will take them into the Black Abyss. The homeroom teacher spoke up. I heard that the century-old hidden dungeon, the Rift Valley Black Abyss, will appear within the next few days. I did not expect the Dauphin royal family to have acquired entry rights. But that place is the Black Abyss. Tian Hao and the others have only reached level 10. Entering it would be certain death. Tin Zhao looked at Tian Hao with annoyance. Commoner, I order you to join the Dauphin royal family's expedition to the Rift Valley Black Abyss. Tian Hao spread his hands, expressionless. Sorry, but I'm not interested. Tin Zhao ground her teeth. Insect, what did you say? The teacher hurriedly stepped out to mediate. Although I do not wish to displease the princess, they are students of Lin Tian City, and we still need to take them home. Tin Zhao was still furious. TCH, I hate being interrupted when I am speaking. Lucy walked up to Feng Yun. Principal Feng, did you not expel them already? He replied, Until the expulsion has been formally processed, they are still my students. Lucy exudait de sinistre. Principal Feng, are you planning to defy an order from the Dauphin royal family? He gritted his teeth and fell silent helplessly. Lai Tuet, standing behind Tian Hao, asked quietly, Captain, what do we do now? At that moment, Tin Zhao approached. Lam Tian Hao, let me remind you, after you cleared the Black Abyss on nightmare difficulty, do you have any idea how many eyes are now fixed on you? Tian Hao abruptly turned away and began observing his surroundings. As Lai Tuet stood there at a loss, Tin Ni suddenly stepped forward. I'll join. We will be taken away even if we stay here, so we might as well take a gamble. Tin Zhao asked, And you? The homeroom teacher objected. You cannot go. You absolutely cannot go. That is the Rift Valley Black Abyss. Going inside means certain death. Tian Hao tried to calm himself. He closed his eyes and considered the situation. After a while, he made his decision. I agree. Lai Tuet spoke from behind him. Then I'll go too. Tin Zhao suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! Lucy, tell Principal Feng to release them. He let out a sigh. Release them. The homeroom teacher hurriedly tried to stop him. You cannot, junior brother. You have to stop them. Principal Feng replied, You stopped me earlier. Now, all they can do is pray for their own safety. Hearing this, the homeroom teacher was stunned and did not know what else to say. Murong Yu joined the conversation. Let me introduce myself. I am Murong Yu, captain of the Dauphin royal family's swordsman guard. He pointed out the others. That is Lucy, the Dauphin royal family's chief steward. Do not be fooled by her expressionless face. She is very strong. Tin Zhao opened her parasol and solemnly said, Now that we have met the team, follow me back first. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave appeared. It swiftly swept everyone away, and they vanished in an instant. When the scene changed, they had arrived at the Dauphin royal family estate. Servants stood at the entrance and bowed respectfully. Tin Zhao led everyone inside. Tian Hao looked around in astonishment. This is the Dauphin royal family? It is so luxurious. Lai Tuet walked up and said, Tin Ni, why does the atmosphere here feel a little strange? Tin Ni replied, What is strange about it? Before she could finish, something flashed past them. The two immediately became alert. It turned out that Murong Yu and Lucy had blocked their path. What are you trying to do? Tin Zhao turned around and replied, Newly arrived students are easily deceived. Lucy, please. At that moment, Slim appeared and wrapped its tentacles tightly around Murong Yu and Lucy, making them cry out in surprise. What? Slim stood behind Lucy, its gaze filled with killing intent. Tian Hao demanded angrily, Missen, what exactly are you trying to do? Tin Zhao frowned and looked at him shrewdly. So you noticed it long ago. Tian Hao remained completely calm. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. At his command, Slim's red tentacles immediately loosened, releasing both Murong-yu and Lucy. Slim returned to Tien Hao's shoulder. With both hands in his pockets, he bluntly exposed them. On the way here, Murong-yu looked relaxed, but her thumb never left the hilt of her sword. Lucy could draw her gun at any moment. As for you, you're even less trustworthy. Both Murong-yu and Lucy turned their faces away. Tin Zhao said, "No wonder a newly formed party like yours could clear the nightmare black abyss. Your powers of observation are truly sharp, but your summoned creature had the upper hand just now, so why release them?" Tien Hao glanced at the armed maids and answered, "This is your territory. Fighting here would only leave both sides hurt." Tin Zhao closed her eyes, waved for the maids to withdraw, and said, "Besides, your levels are higher than all three of ours. I merely want to say that we are not lambs waiting to be slaughtered." Lucy bowed and explained, "The young lady merely wished to test your abilities. Please forgive us." Standing beside Lai Tuet, Tin Ni gave an unhappy snort after hearing that. Two maids pushed open the dining room doors in front of them and respectfully announced, before departing for the Rift Valley Black Abyss, "The Dauphin royal family has prepared lunch for the three of you. Please enjoy it." Tin Zhao led Lucy and Murong-yu into the dining room with great composure. Tin Ni warned Lam Tien Hao cautiously, "These royals do not seem trustworthy. Should we join forces and resist them?" Tien Hao tilted his head toward her. "Even though I acted just now, I guarantee that if we had fought, you two would have been the first to leave." Tin Ni opened her mouth in alarm. Then Tien Hao strode ahead, waving to the two who were still standing motionlessly. "Come on, let us see what medicine they are selling." As the group walked onward, a curious voice suddenly echoed through the hall. "What are these murals?" Murong-yu glanced behind her and replied, "They depict the history of the Dauphin royal family." Lai Tuet repeated the words she had just heard. "History," Tin Zhao continued. "Our Dauphin royal family was founded thousands of years ago, and the profession of its founder was summoner." Tien Hao listened intently as she went on. "Ever since the Black Abyss erupted in turmoil 1,000 years ago, the Dauphin royal family joined forces with 3 other royal families in an attempt to seal it. But they were unexpectedly defeated in the final battle." Tin Zhao stopped before a mural. "My great-grandfather's soul was shattered in that battle. From then on, the summoner profession became severed from spirit stones. That is why people came to believe that summoners are a useless profession." She turned to Tien Hao and declared, "And you are the only S-rank summoner in thousands of years." Tien Hao widened his eyes in disbelief. "What?" Tin Zhao walked toward the dining table and invited his group in. "Please, everyone." Tinny anxiously gripped the right arm of the person beside her. "Lam Tien Hao, their target is you." Lai Tuet also clung to his left arm and asked, "What should we do?" "They will not use you as a sacrifice to their ancestors, will they?" Tien Hao pulled his arms free and turned to Lai Tuet. "What sacrifice? You have read too many novels." He then looked toward the table and saw that Tin Zhao, Lucy, and Murong-yu were already seated. Tin Ni and Lai Tuet's eyes widened at the sight of the feast laid out before them. "This is far too extravagant." After Tien Hao's group of 3 sat down, he asked directly, "So, what can I do for you?" Tin Zhao calmly cut the food on her plate as she spoke. "The hidden dungeon that appears once every century, the Rift Valley Black Abyss, holds clues to the final battle. I believe that you are the key to unlocking those clues." Lucy waved her hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. Although the Rift Valley Black Abyss is high level, with our assistance, there will certainly be no problem. Naturally, all spoils of war will belong to you." Murong-yu curled her lips confidently. The 3 of them are not that weak. With Radiant-grade equipment as well, they can definitely challenge a dungeon above their level. Tien Hao frowned and coldly questioned them. "How do you know we have Radiant-grade equipment?" That is one of the relics left behind by the Dauphin royal family's sage, Han Fong. It is also the most powerful magic hat in the Frost Dragon magic set. Lai Tuet blankly removed the magic hat from her head. "This magic hat is actually a sage's relic." Tin Zhao closed her eyes and wiped her mouth with a napkin. "There is much to discuss on the way. If everyone has finished eating, it is time to depart." As soon as she finished speaking, the two maids behind her raised their hands. The enormous dining table shot into the air and vanished in a flash. A cry rang out. Wait, we are leaving so soon. At that moment, magical patterns emerged on the ground near Tien Hao's feet. Tin Zhao called out loudly, "Lucy!" Upon receiving the order, Lucy slowly moved to the center of the magic circle. Morongyu pointed at Tien Hao's group as a reminder. "Get ready. It is about to begin." Lucy placed one hand against the center of the magic circle. A magic scroll floated in the air above them. Her eyes gleamed, and her arms swelled as veins bulged across it. As if fueled by her power, the magic scroll in the air steadily stretched open. An enormous flow of energy burst from the magic scroll, blasting continuously toward Tin Ni and Lai Tuet and nearly knocking them off their feet. A blinding white beam shone from the magic circle. The entire room was engulfed by the intense light. Before everyone, a colossal gate appeared and opened, revealing dazzling light within. Morongyu entered first. Before leaving, Lucy turned back worriedly. "Miss, we will wait for you on the other side." Tin Zhao glanced at the person standing behind her. "Lam Tien Hao, are you ready?" Tien Hao did not answer. He merely frowned and stared at her. Tin Zhao tilted her head and continued. "You still do not trust us?" She waved her hand as she entered the gate, leaving only one sentence behind. "Your situation is very dangerous. I should not need to repeat that. I advise you to see the situation clearly." Lai Tuet looked anxiously at the person beside her. "Tinny, what should we do?" Ding Yi Sha Fei Dakin. She merely bit down on her lip without answering. Then Tien Hao suddenly spoke 3 words in front of them. "Let's set off." Both Lai Tuet and Tin Ni were startled. They stood there with their mouths agape at his decision. Tien Hao turned back with a smile. "They are so strong. If we can rely on powerful allies, that is naturally a good thing. Do not worry, you two. I promise." Finally, he declared to them in an extremely serious tone, "As long as I am alive, I will not let either of you be harmed." Tin Ni and Lai Tuet's faces both flushed with embarrassment. Tien Hao put one hand in his pocket and slowly walked toward the huge gate before him. Meanwhile, at the Golden Sacred Master Knights Guild, Morongyu rushed into a room in panic, shouting, "Boss, this is bad." Standing beside Morongyu, Wang Dong waved his hand as he reported, "I just received word that not only has the hidden dungeon in the Frost Abyss been cleared, but even the Nightmare difficulty boss was defeated." Morong Shui stared in shock. Zhang Yunfei, sitting nearby, jumped up excitedly. "No way. Could it really be them?" Pang Xian slammed his fist onto the table. "They not only stole our loot, they even unlocked the Nightmare boss rewards. I'm going to take it back right now." Morongyu stood up, frowning as he closed his eyes and cut them off. "Enough. This dungeon is only a surface-level affair. Why are you all so eager to fight and kill?" Morong Shui raised her head slightly. "But, brother, it is all because of that Lam Tien How that our mission failed. Are we really just going to let them go?" Zhang Yunfei tugged on Morongyu's arm and looked at him unwillingly. Morongyu's expression turned grim, and he remained silent. The entire room was shrouded in silence. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. A pair of leather shoes stepped into the room, accompanied by a voice. "Your loyalty pleases me greatly, gentlemen." Wang Heng smiled at the people in the room. Upon seeing him, Morongyu and the others immediately lowered their heads. "Guild Master." Wang Heng smiled at them and conjured a magic scroll with one hand. "I will give you a chance to redeem yourselves. This is a teleportation scroll to the hidden dungeon, the Rift Valley Black Abyss." He waved his hand and sent it flying toward Morongyu. "Countless treasures lie within. Any explorer who enters and returns alive will become far stronger than ordinary people." Morongyu was too frightened to touch the scroll. Morong Shui also analyzed the matter anxiously. The Rift Valley Black Abyss. It is a dungeon for levels 10 to 50. The level gap is far too great. It is not something we can possibly. Wang Heng maintained a smile. According to reliable intelligence, several major guilds and the 4 great royal families will compete for the secret treasure. How could we, the Golden Sacred Master Knights, possibly miss this battle for it? Morongyu, Morong Shui, Zhang Yunfei, and Pang Xian all broke out in cold sweat. Wang Heng raised his hand and conjured a black magic orb. "With your current strength, you indeed cannot challenge the Rift Valley Black Abyss." But he curled his lips in a meaningful smile. What if it were like this? The orb in Wang Heng's hand shattered, and countless streams of black magic shot into the air. Yu gritted his teeth as he watched the scene unfold. The black magical streams slowly gathered, forming a massive vortex. Every member of the Golden Sacred Master Knights Guild was engulfed by black magic. After an unknown amount of time, the black magic dissipated. Holding a bouquet of red roses, Wang Heng turned and left. The bodies of all the Golden Sacred Master Knights Guild members now seemed like mindless corpses. Yu suddenly waved his hand, unleashing tremendous force that shattered the nearby wall. Elsewhere, brilliant lightning suddenly flashed through the pitch-black void. Tian Hao, Tin Ni, and Lai Tuet were teleported to a vast wilderness. Tian Hao turned to inspect their surroundings. This place is... Before the three of them lay a rocky ravine, guarded on both sides by two enormous suits of armor. Tian Hao asked uncertainly, "The Rift Valley Black Abyss?" Beneath the ravine was a dark passage that stretched endlessly onward, while blackbirds circled overhead. Tin Zhao walked over to Tian Hao and praised him with a smile. "I knew you were intelligent." She closed her eyes, resting one hand beneath her chin in thought. So the legend is true after all. Hearing this, Lam Tian Hao widened his eyes in surprise and asked curiously, "What legend?" And Tin Zhao leaped into the air with lightning speed and casually sat atop a tall rock. Taking a card from her clothes and holding it between two fingers, she said, "I can tell you about the legend later, but I suggest you use this right away." And Tin Zhao flicked her hand and threw the card forward. Tian Hao caught it precisely. An information panel appeared before him. Tin Zhao replied calmly, "None of us can use it anyway. You should use it now to strengthen our team." Tian Hao frowned and stared at the card in his hand for a long while, deep in thought. Finally, he closed his eyes and focused. A long crack immediately appeared across the surface of the summoning card. A few seconds later, the card shattered and released a dazzling light. The surrounding space was enveloped in thick dust and smoke. When it gradually cleared, three women, members of the Shadow Ink Legion, had appeared before Tian Hao. He stared at them with wide eyes, silently marveling. Those figures are seriously hot. All three women wore tight black outfits and mysterious masks. Tian Hao tilted his head back, and blood sprayed from his nose in a long arc through the air. When Tin Ni saw him collapse to the ground, she rushed over in panic. "Lam Tian Hao, wake up! You've lost way too much blood." Tian Hao sat up, wiping the blood from his nose. No wonder it's a legendary card. They're so big. No, so powerful. When he raised his head, several pairs of legs and glossy black boots were standing right in front of him. Lisa and the other two pressed close at the same time. "Master!" Tian Hao hurriedly waved them back. Hey, don't do that. I can't handle it." Not far away, Ta Tang seemed to sense something and warily turned toward a certain direction. Countless thorns suddenly appeared in the air, streaking toward them. Ta Tang shouted, "Watch out!" He rushed in front of Tian Hao and swung his sword. Lucy had also drawn her gun and stood protectively in front of Tin Zhao. "Be careful, young miss." Tin Zhao remained calm, resting her chin on her hand as she commented, "As expected, they're still amateurs. They didn't even notice." At that moment, Tian Hao also sensed that something was wrong and turned to look into the distance. A huge commotion came from afar, and gray dust engulfed the entire area. Tinny looked into it and asked anxiously, "What is that?" Within the dust cloud were enormous porcupines. Someone answered loudly, "Demonic wind porcupines. Level 30 monsters." Panic appeared on Lai Tuet's face as she stammered. "A level 30? Ta Tang gripped the sword at his waist and curled his lips into a smile. "Why panic? This is only the beginning." The herd of giant porcupines drew ever closer to where Tian Hao's group stood. Lucy narrowed her eyes as she watched the demonic wind porcupine's movements. When the moment came, she dashed forward at incredible speed, intercepting one of them. Lucy kicked it fiercely beneath the chin, sending its entire body flying into the air. After being attacked, the demonic wind porcupine opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and lunged at Lucy. From the ground below, Lucy pulled the trigger and fired at it. A tremendous explosion erupted. The entire sky became a sea of red and gold flames. At the same time, Ta Tang was facing another demonic wind porcupine. He decisively swung his sword, cleaving the monster's body in two. Tien Hao saw a demonic winged porcupine attempting to burrow underground and escape. He pointed at it and ordered, "Slim, get it." As soon as he finished speaking, Lisa charged toward the porcupine with a massive hammer in hand. She slammed the hammer down on the demonic winged porcupine's head, stopping it from escaping. Tien Hao stood there with his mouth agape as he watched Lisa effortlessly eliminate the monster. Two demonic winged porcupines charged toward Tin Zhao. She extended both hands and began casting magic. A protective barrier immediately appeared, blocking the two monsters and preventing them from attacking her. Tien Hao turned and wondered. That's a defensive barrier. Is she a defensive class? Tin Zhao calmly clenched both hands in a fist. The two demonic winged porcupines exploded, dyeing the sky crimson. After settling everything, Tin Zhao stood up from the tall rock and jumped down. Dusting off her hands, she asked, "My class is Advanced Psychic. Are you that curious about me?" Tien Hao looked at her and silently thought, "Can she hear my thoughts?" When he turned around, he saw that Lai Tuet had fainted from fright. Tin Ni anxiously kept shaking her, trying to wake her up. Ta Tang watched the two of them curiously. Lucy appeared beside Tien Hao at some point and pointed in a direction. "Mr. Lam, I know you have many questions, but our most urgent task right now is to deal with that." Tien Hao blankly turned to where she pointed. His face was covered in cold sweat as he widened his eyes and asked, What is that?" In the distance stood a colossal creature with blazing red eyes and sharp fangs and claws. It roared, making the entire space seem to tremble. Tin Ni said fearfully, "An elite level 30 monster. Adventurers need to be at least 5 levels above it to defeat it." Lai Tuet trembled beside her. "Is it too late for me to go back now?" The Bristle King radiated a fierce aura as it charged madly toward Tien Hao's group. Ta Tang drew his sword and rushed forward to attack, slashing his blade straight at one of its sharp fangs. At the same time, Lucy leaped into the air and fired several shots at it. The bullets could not penetrate the Bristle King's thick fur at all. Tin Zhao also used her magic to attack the Bristle King. Another massive explosion erupted, filling the air with thick black smoke. Everyone stared intently at the smoke, waiting for the result. As it slowly dispersed, the Bristle King's burning red eyes were revealed. Its health bar had only dropped by a small amount. Tin Ni frowned as she analyzed the situation. "At this rate, it'll take at least 2 hours to wear it down." Tien Hao frowned, silently wondering, is this thing so strong that even the Dauphin royal family can't do anything to it? He looked at Ta Tang's sword hand, which was now trembling. Ta Tang wiped the sweat drenching his face and said weakly, "I can't cut through it at all." Tin Zhao clasped her hands behind her back and explained, "As you can see, our attacks are ineffective. That is why we brought you here." Tien Hao pointed at the 3 members of the Shadow Ink Legion. Because of them, Tin Zhao closed her eyes and replied, "There is only one way to defeat this monster's defense: armor break." Meanwhile, Ta Tang and Lucy continued fighting the Bristle King. Tien Hao came to a conclusion. "Now I understand. The Shadow Ink Legion can be anywhere. Only they can pierce through the Bristle King's fur armor and destroy it from within." Tin Zhao directly confirmed it. "That's right. Therefore, Lam Tien Hao, you are the only one here who can defeat it." As she finished speaking, Lucy and Ta Tang were also forced back in exhaustion. "Young miss, we can't hold it back." Tin Jiao's expression darkened slightly as she warned him sternly. "But controlling the Shadow Ink Legion's transformation forms requires tremendous mental power. Back then, even my grandfather could only..." Tien Hao interrupted her with 3 words. "I understand." Energy surged from his body as he stepped forward and gestured to Tin Ni and Lai Tuet. "You two cover me." Upon hearing his command, Tin Ni transformed into her spirit cat form. She then darted forward at incredible speed. Tin Ni flashed around the Bristle King, distracting it. At that moment, Lisa once again raised her giant hammer and leaped into the air. She brought it down in a mighty strike on the Bristle King's back. Witnessing this, Tin Zhao cried out in shock. What? No one taught him, yet he can already strengthen the Shadow Ink weapons himself. As the Bristle King opened its mouth wide and shrieked in pain, Midori jumped inside. Sensing something abnormal within its body, the Bristle King broke out in a cold sweat. Its internal organs exploded, and it collapsed completely. Ta Tang and Lucy stared at the sight with their mouths hanging open. Tin Zhao asked in a daze, No way. He understood it already. Tien Hao put both hands in his pockets and looked at the three kneeling members of the Shadow Ink Legion. I never expected the Shadow Ink Legion to be this useful. Ta Tang asked in confusion. Is this even right? Lucy added. Unless one has been in sync with them for over 100 years, it's impossible to control the Shadow Ink Legion so skillfully. Tin Zhao closed her eyes and cleared her throat. Ahem. It was definitely just a coincidence. I haven't told you yet that the Shadow Ink Legion also possesses scouting abilities. Their ink can ignore terrain, making it the most effective scouting method currently available. Yet no one has ever mastered it. Beside them, Midori bowed respectfully and handed Tien Hao a map. He accepted it, then turned to Tin Zhao. What did you say? Tin Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. When did you get that map? Tien Hao rubbed his chin as he examined the map. But why is there only 1/3 of it? Where's the rest? Tin Zhao explained. The Rift Valley Black Abyss opens only once every 500 years, and its difficulty is so high that we have never been able to explore the entire map. She continued, however, your Shadow Ink Legion's current level is too low. It can only survey terrain within a 3-meter radius at most. Even so, this is already the largest map we've obtained in the past year. Tin Zhao silently wondered, could the prophecy truly be coming true? She glanced at Tien Hao, nodded, and then asked seriously, Lam Tien Hao, what level has your summoning tome reached? Tien Hao scratched his head in confusion. Summoning tome. What's that? Lucy gestured with her hand. After you register with the Summoners Association, they give you a beginner summoning tome. Don't you have one? Tien Hao took out a book and replied. Which Summoners Association? I do have a book, but my captain gave it to me. Ta Tang stared at the book in disbelief. So you cleared the nightmare difficulty of Cold Valley Abyss with this piece of junk? Could you really be the legendary genius? Tin Zhao took out another book. I have a better one here. You can have it. Tien Hao took the book and asked. Thanks, but how do I use it? Tin Zhao instructed. Try channeling magic power into it. She silently thought. It will probably only turn blue. Following her instructions, Tien Hao held the book with both hands and channeled his magic power into it. Seeing the gemstone on the cover emit a dazzling light, he asked curiously, what is inside this book? A moment later, the gemstone's color changed to blazing red. Tin Zhao froze at the sight. At once, Tin Zhao, Lucy, and Ta Tang all knelt respectfully. Great summoner, we swear loyalty unto death. Tien Hao was utterly bewildered by the scene before him. The book floated in the air, radiating a brilliant crimson glow. Tin Ni and Lai Tuet also stared wide-eyed at the book. It rose higher into the air and opened by itself. Tien Hao looked at the contents on the pages. Countless lines of information were reflected in his eyes. Then, images of summoned beasts appeared before him. Only then did he realize that the book contained all information about summoned beasts. Suddenly, Tien Hao fixed his gaze on one page. Tien Hao frowned and wondered, is this Slim's detailed information? He turned to another page. Tien Hao asked skeptically, can it record all the information about every summoned beast I have? Seeing that he had not reacted for a while, Tini called anxiously, Lam Tien Hao? Lam Tien Hao? Still lost in thought, Tien Hao silently calculated. With this, I can completely dominate the entire forum. Tin Zhao also asked with concern, Great Summoner, what is wrong? Only then did Tien Hao come back to his senses. I'm Fine. He looked at the people before him. Stand up first, then tell me what this book is. Ding Zhao, Lucy, and Ta Tang stood up. Tin Zhao replied, to be honest, I do not know how to use it either. I only know that it was left behind by an ancient sage. She began recounting its history. After that battle, all information about summoners was lost, and the summoner class gradually declined. This book had been passed down for 500 years. Not long ago, my grandfather found it, and he treasured it for the rest of his life. Tin Zhao lowered her head as she recalled, my grandfather also devoted most of his life to studying it. In the end, he managed to make the gemstone emit a faint glow. Lucy, standing beside her, added, at that time, the old king had only understood a small part of this precious book, but he had already become one of the strongest people on the continent. Tin Zhao continued, this is the only chance for summoners to rise again after the disaster. She added, it was also thanks to the old king's efforts that the Dauphin royal family earned everyone's respect. Before the old king passed away, he continued searching for a capable summoner to guide, but regrettably, he never found one. Since then, the surrounding kingdoms had begun to grow more confident. Lucy looked at the person before her. That is why we sought you out. We hope you can help us. Ta Tang, Lucy, and Tin Zhao bowed to Tien Hao at the same time. As long as the great summoner is willing to help us, and Tin Zhao of the Dauphin royal family will dedicate all the strength of the royal family and swear to follow the great summoner unto death. Tien Hao rubbed his neck. You were testing me just moments ago, and now you want my help? Tin Zhao did not deny it, instead respectfully admitting her fault. You are right, my lord. I offended you earlier. Please punish me. Lucy raised her head and pleaded sincerely. My lord, please forgive us. For all these years, we have been searching for a successor, but their talent was either insufficient or they were simply freeloaders. She recounted what had happened. The royal family provided them with resources, but in the end, it all came to nothing. We simply cannot afford to be careless anymore. At this, Tin Zhao turned her head and ordered sharply, Lucy, enough. Tien Hao folded his arms and closed his eyes. Then aren't you afraid that I might be a fraud too? Tin Zhao clenched her hands into fists. I can say with certainty that nowhere else has anyone made the gem shine so brilliantly. You're the only one in hundreds of years who has been able to do so. Grandfather once said that whoever can make the summoning tome acknowledge them as its master will become the king of our Dauphin royal family. Tinny stepped closer and asked curiously, then, hasn't anyone tried this tome before? Ta Tang answered, of course they have. But most of them had previously formed contracts with lower grade summoning tomes. Once a summoner has formed a contract with a tome, they cannot form another unless they reach a certain stage. Lucy rested her chin on her hand as she recalled, we also tried to force a contract, but we only received a backlash. Tin Zhao looked at Tien Hao. Since you have never been to the Summoners Association, you were able to form a contract with it directly. Tien Hao waved his hand. So that means I got lucky, right? Tin Zhao avoided his gaze and denied it. No, if the person forming the contract is not acknowledged by the tome, their body will explode and they will die. Only then did Tien Hao realize it. So, if I hadn't succeeded just now, I would have died. Tin Zhao, Lucy, and Ta Tang all bowed to him at once. Please forgive us, my lord. Tien Hao could only let out a helpless sigh. Stop kneeling at every little thing. Get up. I never said I was going to blame you. Tin Zhao rose and replied, yes, my lord. May I ask what exactly was written in the tome? Tien Hao suddenly remembered. I nearly forgot. I have such a considerate subordinate now. His expression turned dangerous. Don't you have the ability to read other people's thoughts? If you want to know something, just read my mind. Secretly, he thought, first, I'll test her ability and see exactly how far she can go. Tin Zhao waved her hands in refusal. No. Even if I had 100 times more courage, I would never dare read your mind, my lord. Tien Hao stared at her with his blazing red eyes, exuding an oppressive aura. Aren't you loyal to me? I'm allowing you to read it now. Terrified, Tin Zhao could only answer yes. Her face became filled with horror, cold sweat pouring down as she read Tien Hao's thoughts. Ding Zhao screamed. Her entire body seemed to lose all strength as she collapsed onto the ground. The ground beneath her was soaked. Lucy hurried over anxiously. Miss! Tin Zhao's body was still trembling. In her mind, she could see Tien Hao's murderous face with Slim surrounding him. Lucy grabbed Tin Zhao's arm and helped her up. Young lady, what's wrong? Still frightened, Tin Zhao secretly glanced at Tien Hao's expression. He smiled and asked directly, what did you see? The red demon has descended upon the mortal world. A great upheaval will surely follow. Hearing that, Tien Hao curled his lips. What are you talking about? I told you to read my mind, not flatter me. Tin Zhao bent deeply toward the ground. I saw a red Satan behind you, my lord. Tien Hao pointed at Slim lying on his shoulder. You call this thing Satan? It only knows how to act cute. It's no demon. Tin Zhao kept her head pressed to the ground and shook it repeatedly. Grandfather once said that when the red demon appears, a storm of bloodshed will inevitably arise. Could it be that our Dauphin royal family exists only to assist you? Tien Hao stopped talking to her and took a Rubik's Cube from his pocket. He thought, this girl must be terrified of demons. What nonsense is she muttering? The squares of the Rubik's Cube in Tien Hao's hand slowly began to shift. He muttered, I nearly forgot to collect 10 elite monster souls. The Bristle King's soul was immediately drawn out of its body. Tin Zhao widened her eyes as she watched the Bristle King's soul get extracted with incredible ease. Looking at the Rubik's Cube absorbing the soul, Tian Hao wondered curiously, I've already collected 2 elite monster souls. What does the second active effect, allowing souls to be attached to summoned creatures, mean? Tin Zhao stood silently in place with her face lowered. Then, without warning, she rushed forward and threw her arms around Tian Hao, catching him completely off guard. Tin Zhao's chest accidentally pressed against Tian Hao as she embraced him. She hugged him tightly in delight, making him blush so hard from embarrassment that he got a nosebleed. She happily swore, Lord Lam Tian Hao, from today onward, whatever you need, I, in Tin Zhao, am willing to brave boiling oil and blazing fire for you. Seeing that, Tin Ni angrily pointed at Tin Zhao and shouted, Hey, let go of Lam Tian Hao. Do you think you could just hug him? Tin Zhao was no pushover. Still holding Tian Hao tightly, she snapped, Shut up, you commoner. Lord Lam Tian Hao belongs to me. Tin Ni trembled with rage, her hand clenching into a fist. What did you just call me? Sensing that the situation was escalating, Tian Hao decisively pushed Tin Zhao away. Only then did he interrupt. Stop arguing. We're still in Rift Valley Black Abyss. Tin Zhao immediately became obedient and replied with a smile, Yes. After things calmed down, Tian Hao slowly wiped the blood from his nose and asked Tin Zhao helplessly, And Tin Zhao, why exactly did you bring me to the Rift Valley dungeon? Just as she was about to explain, it's because... Before Tin Zhao could finish, an arrow suddenly shot toward them from somewhere nearby. Ta Tang immediately reacted, while Lucy was no slower. She quickly shouted a warning to everyone. Watch out! The arrow flew directly toward the cube in Tian Hao's hand. The moment the arrow struck the cube, a huge explosion erupted. The surroundings were instantly shrouded in thick purple smoke, while mysterious purple vapor continuously poured from the cube in Tian Hao's hand. A shadow emerged in the distance and quickly caught Tian Hao's attention. He shouted, Who's there? A mysterious voice immediately echoed back after being discovered. Ha ha ha, you finally found me. Tian Hao's expression changed when he saw the person clearly. You are... Song Xiaolan appeared holding a bow, strolling toward Tian Hao with a smug expression. Her appearance shocked Tin Ni, Tian Hao, and Lai Tuet. The 3 of them spoke in unison. Song Xiaolan of the Golden Saint Guild? Why are you here? Song Xiaolan immediately raised her bow and gave a sinister smile. Lam Tian Hao, you really made us search hard for you. I heard you defeated the hidden boss in Cold Valley Abyss. Song Xiaolan did not hesitate. She decisively fired an arrow. Last time you were lucky, but this time you have nowhere left to run. The arrow Song Xiaolan fired flew at tremendous speed, carrying her mysterious magic power. It shot into the sky and exploded like fireworks in the shape of a skull. Song Xiaolan wore a ghastly smile and declared confidently, You want to compete for the Rift Valley Gemstone? Sorry, but it belongs to us. Not understanding what she meant, Tian Hao immediately turned to Tin Zhao. Hey, what is the Rift Valley Gemstone? Unlike Tian Hao's confusion, Tin Zhao became extremely serious. Her face darkened as she replied, Lord Lam Tian Hao, I'll explain later. She is very strong. Lucy swiftly pulled out 2 pistols concealed beneath her skirt. She shouted as she unleashed a barrage of bullets at Song Xiaolan. The Golden Saint Guild? Then we need to finish this quickly. The 2 massive guns in Lucy's hands continuously unleashed their strongest shots. Fire support. Lucy stood before Tian Hao and kept firing. The sight left him speechless. Strong. She's really strong. Song Xiaolan was not intimidated by the pressure at all. Instead, she merely smirked. Shockingly, those lethal bullets did not harm her in the slightest. She was completely immune to the unending hail of bullets. That terrifying power stunned Tian Hao as well. He could not believe his eyes. What? It isn't working. Song Xiaolan remained standing still as Lucy continued firing at her, while Lucy stared blankly, cold sweat covering her entire body. What? Song Xiaolan laughed smugly. Ha ha! She raised her arm and pointed at it. This is a platinum-grade black obsidian bracelet. It grants immunity to all physical attacks below level 50. No matter how powerful your guns are, they're nothing but trash before it. Watching from behind, Tian Hao silently analyzed the oddities. This Song Xiaolan from the Golden Saint Guild seems different from last time. Song Xiaolan began her counterattack, raising her bow to the sky with a crazed smile. Next, I'll let you have a taste of this. Dark art, explosive rain. As soon as she spoke, she released the bowstring. The magic-infused arrow shot out at extreme speed. What stood out was its duplication technique, as one arrow split into many. Lucy showed no fear in the face of that power. Raising the gun in her hand, she replied coldly, "My gun is forged from refined steel and is incomparably sturdy. What can your arrows do to me?" Yet Lucy never expected those arrows to so easily shatter the defense she had put up. What? Countless arrows pierced through Lucy's shield in rapid succession, leaving her unable to react in time. She could only scream, "Ah, ah." At the critical moment, Ta Tang rushed in like a hero. He quickly caught Lucy and pulled her out of danger. Ding Dao Gaiot Wodiden, Lucy. Lai Tuet hurried to Lucy's side. "Let me heal you." Lucy had been injured, but fortunately her life was not in danger. Lai Tuet recited a healing spell, and Lucy's body quickly recovered. Enduring the pain, Lucy voiced her suspicion about Song Xiaolan's previous attack. "There's something wrong with her arrows. Luckily, I'm a holy cleric, so my physical constitution is exceptionally tough. Otherwise, I would have died just now." Tian Hao also found it strange. He wondered, how could her strength have increased so much? She actually defeated level 30 Lucy. Song Xiaolan arrogantly made an offer. "Ha ha, stop struggling. Hand over Lam Tian Hao, and I can spare your lives." Furious, Ta Tang drew his sword. "Watch me finish her in one move." He immediately unleashed a skill attack. 10 cross slash. Song Xiaolan raised her bow again. She only sneered before launching a counterattack. Void-piercing arrow. Song Xiaolan swiftly released the arrow, but her movements were somewhat unusual this time. After letting the arrow fly, she pulled the bowstring back again and released it once more. In an instant, thousands of arrows shot toward Ta Tang. They carried tremendous power and relentlessly struck a single point on his shield. Arrow after arrow repeated the assault, and huge cracks gradually appeared across the shield surface. In only a moment, Ta Tang's shield could no longer withstand the relentless barrage and shattered into fragments. After piercing through the shield, one arrow suddenly flew toward Ta Tang. Fortunately, he blocked it in time with the sword in his hand. Ta Tang had blocked only one arrow, yet the hand gripping his sword was already trembling violently. He gritted his teeth and glared at Song Xiaolan. Damn it! Seeing this, she laughed with delight. So this is all level 30 is capable of. Tian Hao had noticed the difference. Her class isn't the same as before. He asked curiously, "And Tin Jiao, under what circumstances can someone undergo a second-class advancement?" Tin Jiao's face darkened at once. A second-class advancement? That's impossible. Cleverly, she immediately realized the issue. Could she have made a deal with the Abyss Lord? Tinny also spoke up. "I've heard of that method. They say that making a deal with the Abyss Lord allows someone to undergo a second-class advancement, but the price is their own soul." Hearing their conversation, Song Xiaolan loudly interrupted. "So what if you know? Trash like you will soon be sent to your deaths." Song Xiaolan raised her bow again and declared confidently, "Watch me kill every last one of you." Void-piercing arrow. Once again, she used the same move. Countless arrows shot toward Tian Hao, and the Shadow Ink Legion was immediately struck. Tin Jiao shouted furiously, "How dare you act so arrogantly before this young lady?" Tin Jiao's power made Song Xiaolan wary. She thought, this girl doesn't seem ordinary. Looks like I have to use that move. As she spoke, Song Xiaolan placed 5 arrows on her bow at once. Although this move puts an enormous burden on my body and can only be used 3 times, she took a deep breath and prepared to unleash her strongest move. "It will be enough to kill you." She immediately activated the mysterious skill. Dark Art, Berserk Bow Strike. 5 arrows infused with dark magic flew simultaneously toward Tin Jiao and Tian Hao. Song Xiaolan shouted, "D." Tin Jiao did not dodge. Instead, she directly took all 5 arrows head-on. Yet the 5 arrows did not injure her in the slightest. This made Song Xiaolan cry out in shock. What? Tin Jiao had actually reflected all 5 arrows back towards Song Xiaolan. Song Xiaolan's face darkened as she thought, "I'm finished." She quickly crouched down and covered her head with both hands in fear. At that moment, a shield appeared around her and blocked the reflected attack. Trembling, She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that she was still unharmed. Ha ha! I'm Yufine. Tin Zhao gave Song Xiaolan a cold, piercing glare. You are still not worthy of touching him. Enraged and unwilling to accept that, Song Xiaolan immediately retaliated. What a nuisance. I'll kill Lam Tien Hao myself. She suddenly took something out and crushed it. Then she abruptly teleported behind Tien Hao, her face full of murderous intent. Tin Zhao instantly turned around. Lord Lam Tien Hao. Song Xiaolan drew a dagger and laughed wildly. Ha ha! I got you now. At that moment, the cube in Tien Hao's hand suddenly shook. Immediately afterward, Lisa suddenly emerged from the cube, holding a huge hammer in her hand. Song Xiaolan's face turned pale. She stammered fearfully, Don't. Lisa did not wait. She swung the hammer straight down onto Song Xiaolan's head. Song Xiaolan could only let out a painful scream. After completing her task, Lisa quickly returned to the cube in Tien Hao's hand. All that remained on the ground was a huge crater. Lai Tuet and Lucy were so shocked that they could not say a word, merely staring wide-eyed. After a while, Lai Tuet finished healing Lucy. She recited a spell, Healing Radiance, Soothe, and Restore. Lucy's body quickly recovered. She asked curiously, What was that just now? Tini was so overjoyed that tears fell from her eyes. She immediately rushed over and hugged Tien Hao. That's wonderful. You're all right. Tien Hao's face suddenly turned red, blood streaming from his nose again. He tried to reassure her. Calm down. How could anything happen to me? The reason Tien Hao was blushing was that he had once again been attacked by a woman's weapons. Unaware of it, Tinny allowed them to press against Tien Hao's body. Bing Dao Smai In Sa Ti Fai Gon. No wonder you are the chosen summoner. You are clearly such a low level, yet you can defeat such powerful opponents. How interesting. Tien Hao immediately turned to her. Are you really still the heir of the Dauphin royal family? You couldn't even withstand a single move. Having been struck where it hurt, Tin Zhao stammered an explanation. What do you know? This young lady deliberately held back to awaken your potential. That why I didn't act. Tien Hao secretly smiled smugly. Oh, I understand. Only then did he turn to remind Tin Ni. Big sis, how much longer are you planning to hug me? Embarrassed, she quickly released him. Fine, I won't hug you anymore. Tien Hao looked at the cube in his hand and thought, this thing is really useful. Just one Bristle King's soul can have such an effect. However, the time displayed beneath it caught his attention. As soon as he thought of it, a timer appeared. 6:56. After pondering for a while, he finally understood. So that's how it is. Souls summoned from the Purgatory Soul Box have a cool-down period. The timer still showed 6:55. Tien Hao fell into thought, analyzing it to himself. Still, a cooldown is only reasonable for such a terrifying attack. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. If even the Bristle King is this powerful, just how strong would the soul of the Bristle King be? Seeing him standing there blankly, Tin Zhao reminded him, Hey, what are you thinking about? If you keep dawdling, someone else will snatch the loot. Upon hearing in Tin Zhao's voice, Lam Tien Hao suddenly remembered something. Now that she mentioned it, what exactly did the second job advancement mean? He still had many unanswered questions. Comparing the Heem Lam of the past with the one before him now, Tien Hao found it hard to believe that an ordinary person's strength could grow so rapidly. Yet a single remark from Tin Zhao made both Lucy and Ta Tang nod in agreement. Getting hurt while dealing with such minor enemies would be an embarrassment to the Dauphin royal family. She turned and walked ahead, swiftly changing the subject. Don't just stand there. Come with me. As for the second job advancement, I'll explain it to you slowly. Lucy and Ta Tang exchanged a knowing glance and nodded. The group of 6, led by Tien Hao, continued onward. Elsewhere, Deng Vu led Vu Hang and Bang Ich to a snowy mountain. He muttered an incantation, drew out his mystic bow, and began chanting in a low voice. Once he completed the chant, red motes suddenly appeared beneath Deng Vu's feet and moved on their own. The crimson streaks quickly formed a magic circle. Vu Hang and Bang Ich trembled behind him as they waited for his next move. Neither dared utter a word. Then Deng Vu's eyes abruptly turned a blazing red. Standing before the circle, he raised his hand as though performing a summoning ritual. Vu Hang and Bang Each stared in surprise at what emerged. Dong Vu had actually summoned Heem Lam's body from the magic circle. He said nothing, merely glaring at her with eyes sharp enough to tear her apart. Realizing that she had failed her mission, Heem Lam's face immediately darkened. Terrified, she hurriedly explained, "Captain Morong, this has nothing to do with me. I never expected." Dong Vu raised his hand and cast a spell. Furious, he roared, "Even after a second job advancement, you still lost to a low-level summoner. What use are you?" Heem Lam was immediately punished. Dong Vu's magic tightened around her throat, making her cry out in pain. "I am sorry, sir." Only after teaching her a sufficient lesson did Dong Vu withdraw his magic. "If you didn't have a contract with the Abyss Lord, you would have died long ago." Heem Lam coughed violently, gasping for air. Dong Vu frowned, seemingly at the end of his patience with Heem Lam. Raising his hand, he formed a surge of power and said, "I'll give you one last chance. If you fail again, you'll become food." The energy in his hand immediately transformed into a small puppet. Having been spared once more, Heem Lam replied joyfully, "Thank you, Captain." Before leaving, he shot Heem Lam one last glare and reminded her, "Murong Ted has already departed for the Bone Burial Land. Remember, this time you may only succeed. Failure is not an option." Sitting on the freezing snow, Heem Lam could only lower her head and dared not resist. Gritting her teeth, she swore inwardly, "Lam Tien Hao, this time I will definitely take your life." Tien Hao's group continued on their journey. Looking around the cave, he could not help asking curiously, how can a plant like this grow in such a desolate place? It's truly rare. Lai Tuet looked excited as she examined the precious herb. This is a top-grade healing herb that sells extremely well in stores, spirit-curing grass. But why is it growing here? Seeing this, and Tin Jiao explained, a single spirit-curing grass is worth hundreds of gold coins, yet here it is nothing more than a roadside wildflower. Its sole purpose is to sustain her life. Tien Hao asked in confusion, "Her life?" And Tin Jiao found a large rock and sat down heavily. "This is the hidden dungeon, Cold Valley Abyss, and it is also our final destination." Pointing at the precious herbs, she continued, "The master of the Bone Burial Land was once one of humanity's pioneers in the fight against the Abyss." Tien Hao impatiently pressed, "But what happened?" And Tin Jiao simply replied, "Why not see it for yourself?" She then stood up, walked around, and reached a conclusion. "The spirit-curing grass here has all been contaminated by demonic creatures. It cannot be sold." Lai Tuet, who was absorbed in examining the herb in her hand, was stunned by Tin Jiao's words. The spirit-curing grass in her hand immediately dissolved. Confused, she exclaimed, What is happening?" Lucy walked over, handed Lai Tuet a handkerchief, and said, "Let's go." Tien Hao's group continued onward together. The six of them silently crossed the vast cave. When they reached an exit, they found a field full of small mushrooms before them. And Tin Jiao led the others to an enormous ancient tree and said, "This is the secret of the second job advancement and the fate of those who oppose the Black Abyss." Jiang Qingxue was bound to the ancient tree by strands of magical power. Tin Ni exclaimed in alarm, "What is that?" And Tin Jiao slowly explained, "The so-called second job advancement is a product created by the Lord of the Black Abyss by absorbing the lives of those who undergo job advancement." She was one of the original members of the team. Drawing upon her knowledge, and Tin Jiao carefully analyzed the situation for everyone. Because they became food for the Lord of the Black Abyss, these abnormalities now exist within the Black Abyss. And Tin Jiao suddenly turned around. The Lord of the Black Abyss stole the energy of those who underwent job advancement and used it to give ordinary people an opportunity for a second job advancement. As she explained, she slowly approached Jiang Qingxue. Everyone who undergoes the second job advancement has their soul hollowed out by demons. If they refuse to submit, they can be turned to dust at any time. Tien Hao frowned as realization dawned on him. "You knew all of this long ago? Is that why you summoned me to Cold Valley Abyss?" Without answering, and Tin Jiao took his arm and guided his hand to touch the magical bindings around Jiang Qingxue. "Of course, It is to stop all of this, summoner. Still not understanding her meaning, Tien Hao asked, but how am I supposed to stop it? She patiently explained. Only a summoner's hand can call forth the final trace of spiritual power within the hearts of the original team members. Only then can the Lord of the Black Abyss's plan collapse, and the mysterious purple magic can be stopped. Purple energy suddenly coiled around Tien Hao's hand as Tin Jiao slowly transferred power from her hand into his. Then a strange object appeared, inscribed with the words, "May the holy light protect you." Tien Hao looked at the small object in his hand and muttered, "Holy light." At that moment, Lucy suddenly spoke. "Lam Tien Hao, the person before you is humanity's first-generation holy class user, Miss Jiang Qingxue." Tien Hao looked stunned upon hearing this, and immediately took a closer look at Jiang Qingxue's appearance. Looking at the object in his hand, Tien Hao said, "With the powerful spiritual affinity of an S-rank summoner, I can indeed summon a spirit stone in an instant." And Tin Jiao immediately grabbed his wrist. "I didn't expect her spirit stone to be a protective talisman. It seems she still hasn't." Before she could finish, Jiang Qingxue weakly muttered, "Ji, get it back to me." Ding Yi, Lucy, Da Tang, and Li Duion looked at the feet. Jiang Qingxue immediately awakened. A vicious, deep blue glow flashed in her eyes. Tien Hao quickly shouted a warning. "This is bad. Everyone move away." Carnivorous plants instantly surrounded the group. Everyone swiftly prepared for battle. Ta Tang gripped his sword. Lucy drew both pistols, and Tin Ni transformed into her lynx form to confront the danger. A terrifying burst of power erupted, making Jiang Qingxue scream. And Tin Jiao immediately realized the situation had worsened. Trembling, she cried, "Oh no!" A sphere of energy formed and rapidly expanded. Once it reached a certain size, Jiang Qingxue hurled it directly at Tien Hao and Tin Jiao, who were standing nearby. And Tin Jiao promptly created a large barrier to block the sudden attack. Yet, Jiang Qingxue's power was too overwhelming for it to withstand, and the shield shattered into fragments. The collision sent both Tien Hao and Tin Jiao flying backward and injured her as well. The two were blasted more than 10 meters away. Tien Hao clutched his aching head and cursed. "Damn it!" Grimacing, he demanded, "And Tin Jiao, what is going on?" Without hesitation, Tin Jiao seized both his hands and said, "Stop talking. Transfer your spiritual power to me." Tien Hao blushed at the situation, completely unsure what to do. "Transfer it how?" And Tin Jiao urged him anxiously. "Replenish my mana, understand? Hurry." Tien Hao hesitantly asked, "Replenish mana?" "The way I think." While they were still talking, Jiang Qingxue quickly formed another sphere and prepared to attack again. Everyone shouted in alarm, "Lam Tien Hao, look out!" Ta Tang calmly rushed forward and drew his sword. Standing alone with his sword, he blocked the incoming energy sphere. Ta Tang swiftly unsheathed his blade, leaped into the air, and slashed directly at the oncoming orb. The impact made the ground shake violently. Ta Tang shouted a warning. "Young lady, I can't hold on much longer." Seeing how dire the situation was, Tin Jiao had no other choice and rushed toward Tien Hao. He was startled. What are you doing?" Tin Jiao replied, "There's no time to think about that." She then tightly held both of Tien Hao's hands and kissed him. Tien Hao froze in a daze, thinking to himself, so this is what the lips of a beautiful girl feel like. His heart raced, and his nose began bleeding again. So sweet. A blinding light suddenly appeared between Tien Hao and Tin Jiao. Having witnessed everything, Lai Tuet called out bashfully, "Tin Ni, a look." Tin Ni immediately yelled, "Lam Tien Hao, what are you doing?" And Tin Jiao pushed Tien Hao away, lowered her head, and whispered to herself, "All right, playtime is over." And Tin Jiao's power immediately multiplied. She straightened up, radiating a heavy, killing aura. Her power surged forth and merged with Jiang Qingxue's magical sphere. Before everyone's eyes, the enormous orb was absorbed and steadily shrank. Lai Tuet, Tin Ni, Lucy, and Ta Tang were all horrified by that immense power. Tien Hao thought, did she absorb my spiritual power? Jiang Qingxue still refused to stop and prepared another attack. And Tin Jiao said coldly, "There is no place for you in the new era. Disappear." The power Jiang Qingxue had been gathering vanished to her astonishment. And Tin Jiao clenched her fists, controlling her power. Disappear. A dazzling beam suddenly flashed before Jiang Qingxue. And Tin Zhao remained silent and focused all her power on controlling the light. Jiang Qingxue was immediately restrained and struggled desperately to break free. And Tin Zhao said proudly, "I never expected that man's spiritual power to be so strong. It allows me to..." Before she could bask in her confidence for long, Lucy interrupted. "Young lady, look." Mushrooms began falling one after another, and Tin Zhao could hardly believe her eyes. "How can this be?" Jiang Qingxue smiled smugly as the light restraining her disappeared, and Tin Zhao gritted her teeth in anger. "Stop struggling!" Jiang Qingxue suddenly screamed, the piercing cry making Tin Zhao frown in shock. Countless rings of sound waves spread through the area. As Tin Zhao stood within their attack range, she was sent flying. Seeing this, Tian Hao ordered Slime to support her. "Slime, go! Don't let her get hurt!" Slime quickly jumped up and caught in Tin Zhao's body. Unwilling to accept it, she shouted, "Leave me alone! An Ting Zhao zi my sit du dun." "I still can," Tian Hao, standing beside her, replied. "You've given me so many benefits. It wouldn't feel right not to help you." Looking at Jiang Qingxue, Tian Hao slowly approached her, holding the cube in his hand. The products of the old era must eventually be ended by the people of the new era. With the support of the unicorn and slime, Tian Hao confidently challenged Jiang Qingxue. "Come at me." Jiang Qingxue looked surprised by Tian Hao's power, but quickly returned to her previous state and let out a roar. She immediately gathered power into another energy sphere. Sensing danger, Tian Hao turned and shouted, "Tin Ni, help me." Jiang Qingxue launched her attack wildly. In an instant, the surroundings were engulfed in a brilliant blue glow as the sphere rushed toward Tian Hao, Slime, and Tin Ni. Tin Ni immediately charged forward in the form of a massive white bear. The energy within that sphere was no ordinary force. She directly blocked it with both hands, shielding Tian Hao from danger. He exclaimed in surprise, This is..." Lai Tuet, who was supporting them from outside, recognized it. "Is that Cyclone's guardian spirit?" Witnessing their seamless coordination, even Tin Zhao could not help praising them. "Lam Tian Hao, your companions are truly strong." Tin Ni let out a thunderous roar and poured all her strength into the hands holding back that terrifying power. After the energy sphere vanished, Tin Ni's palms were severely injured. Her bare paws transformed back into human hands. Tin Ni stood motionless for a moment. After successfully blocking Jiang Qingxue's attack, she noticed something important and immediately told Tian Hao, "Hurry, Lam Tian Hao. There's a gap in the middle of her light sphere. Take advantage of it now." He immediately ordered Slime to attack. "Slime, use your spray." Slime nimbly leaped up, inhaled, and sprayed a large amount of red fluid, blocking Jiang Qingxue's vision. Tian Hao seized the chance to leap onto the unicorn's back and fly into the air. After surveying the area, he quickly activated the cube in his hand. A boar covered in sharp horns was immediately summoned. Its two largest horns drove directly into Jiang Qingxue's body. She grabbed the horns with both hands as they tried to pierce her. Large cracks suddenly spread across Jiang Qingxue's body from the impact. Observing this, and Tin Zhao seemed to realize something. That could it be? She immediately informed Tian Hao, "Lam Tian Hao, that is the demon core. Destroy it." Just as he wanted to approach Jiang Qingxue, countless tree roots suddenly burst from the ground, writhing to block his path. Lucy and Tang below were deeply worried when the roots abruptly appeared. Riding the unicorn, Tian Hao tried desperately to evade the root's attacks. "This is bad," he cried. Jiang Qingxue sneered smugly. "Insignificant humans, you cannot stop the advance of demons." Tian Hao had only just escaped the troublesome roots when Jiang Qingxue launched attacks from another direction. Terrified, Tian Hao shut his eyes tightly. In despair, he thought, "Is this the end?" But after a moment, he felt no pain at all. Opening his eyes, he discovered that Tin Ni had suddenly appeared. Her hands had transformed into wings, and she hovered in the air. Tian Hao stared in astonishment. "The Ting Ni!" She used her own body to shield him from every attack. The holes pierced through Tin Ni's wings immediately returned to normal. Thanks to the regenerative ability of the phoenix, all the wounds in her wings vanished. Ting Ni sao det ugen ti, lam ten hao, hu di. Tian Hao immediately gave the unicorn an order. He used all his strength to leap off the unicorn's back and told it to use its rainbow horn. The unicorn transformed into human form, with a long, sharp horn upon its forehead. Jiang Qingshue's face turned pale as it charged toward her. The unicorn drove its sharp horn directly into her demon core. After succeeding, the unicorn quickly retreated. The demon core in the center of Jiang Qingshue's chest reacted violently before shattering into hundreds of fragments. Tianhao rejoiced. As success, the demonic soul dwelling within Jiang Qingxue was expelled. It flew straight into the air and gradually dissipated. Lucy still could not believe her eyes. Is it over? Seeing that Jiang Qingxue was still moving, Tianhao remained on guard and continued giving orders. Shadow Ink Legion, attack. Hurry! The Shadow Ink Legions immediately surged forward and surrounded Jiang Qingxue. At that moment, she suddenly called his name. Lin Tianhao. Jiang Qingxue looked up at Tianhao and said, "Thank you for saving me." Tianhao was quite surprised to hear those words. He slowly walked toward Jiang Qingxue. Just as Tianhao was about to raise his hand and touch her, Jing Jiao suddenly interrupted. "Wait!" Jiang Qingxue reached out her hand toward him. At last, the day has come. She gently stroked Tianhao's cheek. Then Jiang Qingxue suddenly threw herself forward and kissed him. Tianhao froze, unable to react in time. Li Shui, Jing Jiao, Lucy, and Zuosheng were all shocked by the awkward sight. A blinding light radiated from Jiang Qingshue's body. That kiss was like a farewell. Reluctantly, she told him, "The people of this world still need you to save them. I am giving you the last of my power." Tianhao exclaimed in confusion. "What?" Before her body completely dissolved into ashes, Jiang Qingxue gave him one final clue. Go to the Black Abyss Forest. There, you will find the answer you seek. With that, her body vanished completely, and the ancient tree was destroyed as well. Tianhao looked at the small amount of power Jiang Qingxue had bestowed upon him. It began to glow and entered his forehead. The system interface immediately displayed a notification. Slim nodded happily, and its system panel appeared before Tianhao. After reading it, Tianhao suddenly shouted, "Demon sacrifice!" A magic circle immediately appeared beneath his feet. Jing Jiao asked curiously, "What is that?" Slim's body slowly floated into the air as an immensely powerful energy suddenly poured into it. After Slim completed its evolution, Tianhao slowly looked up. Slim had officially evolved successfully and taken on a new appearance. Tianhao called out worriedly, "Slim?" After evolving, Slim excitedly flew over and hugged him. "Master!" Tianhao's face was crushed against her enormous chest, causing him to get a nosebleed. Slim hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Master?" He shook his head. Nothing. Let me go first." Slim jumped off Tianhao and ran over to the unicorn. The two girls rushed into each other's arms and hugged affectionately. Tianhao shook his head and sighed. Everyone else's summoned beasts are so cool. Why are all of mine female? At that moment, Li Shui suddenly shouted, interrupting his thoughts. "Lin Tianhao, come over here. Su Xingni isn't going to make it." Tianhao hurried over and saw her lying unconscious on the cold ground. He cried out in alarm, "Su Xingni, what's wrong?" "Su Xingni." Li Shui, deeply worried for Xingni's safety, replied, "Did you forget? Turning an immortal feather into an immortal bird has side effects." Jing Jiao also rushed over to assess the situation. "It looks serious. The Dauphin royal family has royal healers." Maybe she, before she could finish, for arrows suddenly flew toward them. One of the arrows contained powerful magic. Because Li Shui was worried about Xingni, she left herself open and was unable to dodge it. Li Shui shielded Tianhao with her body. Everything happened too quickly for him to react. "Li Shui, those arrows have been fired by Xianlong." She appeared again, laughing loudly. "Do you really think you can kill me?" Tianhao could not believe his eyes. "Song Xiaolan, you're not dead." Then another shadow suddenly appeared behind Zuosheng. He immediately noticed it. Zuosheng immediately drew his sword and slashed to the shadow. Yet his sword broke in half after the strike. The shadow before him gradually faded away, and an impatient voice spoke. "Lin Tianhao, you really made me search for you for a long time." It was none other than Murong Shui. Meanwhile, Li Shui was still struggling with the arrow lodged in the center of her chest. Cyclone did everything it could to help pull it out. Knowing she could not hold on much longer, Li Shui quickly spoke what sounded like her farewell. "Lin Tianhao, I've been very happy to be with you. As soon as she finished speaking, she fainted. Seeing this, Lucy immediately ran over and caught Li Shue's body. She shouted, "Cover me. I'm going to cast a healing spell now." Zhuosheng stepped forward to protect Lucy. "As long as I'm here, don't even think about coming any closer," Murong Shui said disdainfully. "I have no interest in you." She turned and pointed directly at Tianhao. "My target is him alone." Hearing that, Jing Jiao quickly ran over and stood in front of Tianhao. "Lin Tianhao, get far away from here. The teleportation array will activate in 1 hour." She solemnly warned him. "Remember, you are our hope." After hearing Jing Jiao's words, he merely replied coldly, "No." Seeing his teammates being injured one after another, Tianhao finally flew into a rage. "There is only one consequence for hurting my companions: death." Jing Jiao hurriedly tried to persuade him. "You have Jiang Qingshue's spirit stone on you. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." Tianhao answered confidently, "Perfect. I'll use them to test my new strength." Murong Shui glanced at Xianlan and sneered. "What are you pretending for?" Xianlan immediately drew her bow and prepared to attack. "I'll let you go last time to save face. Do you really think I can't defeat you? Taste the new skill I gained after being reborn, Dark Thunder Arrow." Xianlan decisively released the arrow in her hand. The Dark Thunder arrow shot toward Tianhao at terrifying speed. He immediately pushed Jing Jiao aside. Xianlan wore a crazed smile and shouted, "This attack is far stronger than before. Let's see how you defend against it." She thought one strike would be enough to finish him. But the confidence on Xianlan's face did not last long. What? Slim. Slim casually caught the arrow with one hand, then stuffed it in her mouth and ate it. Tianhao merely smirked at Xianlan's stunned expression. New skill, Elemental Devour. Slim was now far stronger than before. Tianhao glared at Xianlan and declared firmly, "Anyone who harms my companions must pay the price." "Slim, use Lava Domain." Slim immediately obeyed, and a sea of lava surged forth. In an instant, the lava surrounded Xianlan and Murong Shui. Xianlan screamed in panic. What is this?" Murong Shui realized the situation was bad. She leaped into the air to escape, leaving Xianlan to be gradually swallowed by the sea of lava. What is this?" While in midair, Murong Shui quickly threw one of her blades downward. The blade embedded itself partly in the lava. Once it was stable, Murong Shui landed on it. Xianlan was not as fortunate. She was completely trapped. Tianhao immediately activated Molten Zone, digesting Xianlan. She struggled continuously and cried out, "Lady Murong Shui." Her body was slowly consumed by the lava, and she could only beg desperately, "Hurry, save me." In moments, Xianlan was reduced to nothing but a skeleton amid the lava. Murong Shui said contemptuously, "Useless trash." Slim said contentedly, "Delicious." After witnessing the entire scene, Jing Jiao exclaimed in shock, "Such a powerful area of effect attack? He's only level 21. How does he know a skill like that?" Murong Shui swiftly jumped off the blade and retreated several meters. Murong Shui calmly raised her arm, and the blade immediately flew back into her hand. She began channeling power into the two blades she held, preparing to attack. "You do have some skill, but..." She merged the two blades into one, and her eyes glowed crimson. An ominous aura radiated from her entire body. Jing Jiao exclaimed blankly, What is this?" A pair of black wings suddenly grew from Murong Shui's back. She lowered her stance, preparing to finish Tianhao off. "You still cannot escape from the palm of my hand." Murong Shui stared coldly at Tianhao. "Those who defy me must die." He remained calm and ordered, "Slim, use Molten Zone again." The sea of lava surged forward once more. Slim taunted her, "Open your eyes and see what true hell looks like." Murong Shui's expression darkened, but she still resolutely attacked. She immediately slammed down upon the ground. The ground around them split apart in massive cracks. Murong Shui shouted, "Gates of hell!" The fissures beneath the ground rapidly spread toward Tianhao. He stood there in panic as the cracks raced toward him. Slim quickly jumped forward and tried to seal the cracks with lava, but she was thrown back. The unicorn swiftly caught Slim. Tianhao shouted anxiously, "Slim." She replied weakly, "Master, I'm sorry." The unicorn asked sadly, "Master, may I try?" Tianhao hesitated for a moment. The unicorn waited anxiously for his response. Murong Shui smiled with delight. "At first, I only wanted to kill Lin Tianhao, Now, I regret that. As soon as she spoke, she continued spinning the blade in her hand. Murong Shui smugly thought herself invincible. Di, Zwa, Sheng, standing nearby, calmly said, "A blade can cut iron, but not a soul." Before he could react, she swiftly launched her attack. Zhuosheng had not expected her to remain so stubborn and keep attacking. He roared furiously, "You're still not done?" Zhuosheng quickly unleashed his technique. Blade Heart, Gale, Assault Blade. Murong Shui showed open disdain. Still struggling? That little trick. Before she could finish mocking him, Murong Shui was frightened by Zhuosheng's next move. Zhuosheng solemnly poured all his strength into his sword. Mystic Art, Blade Heart, Illusion, Assault Blade. He launched himself off the ground in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Zhuosheng had closed the distance to Murong Shui. Lucy seemed to realize something. Could it be? Then she suddenly cried out in alarm. What? Murong Shui charged forward, extending her hand as she said disdainfully, "I thought it was some impressive move. Turns out it's just a few cheap tricks." The moment she finished speaking, she immediately unleashed her own power. Her power caused Zhuosheng to spit out blood. Then Murong Shui casually flung him aside. Just as she smugly said, "I've played enough. It's time," a familiar shout rang out from nowhere, startling her. "Unicorn, use Rainbow Horn." The Frostbone Unicorn suddenly charged toward Murong Shui. Without hesitation, Murong Shui swung her sword in retaliation. She roared angrily, "Enough! I'm done playing house with you." Her slash sent the Frostbone Unicorn flying. She crashed heavily onto the ground, making Tianhao call out in worry. Unicorn, seeing that the situation was dire, Jing Jiao hurriedly stood in front of Tianhao and shouted, "Lin Tianhao, leave now, otherwise it will be too late." However, Tianhao remained firm. "No, I still have the Shadow Ink Legion. I still have the Purgatory Demon Box." His stubbornness forced Jing Jiao to say, "Can't you see it yet? Those attacks can't even break through her defense." At that moment, the Frostbone Unicorn suddenly proposed, "Master, there is still a way. Use Demon Sacrifice on me." But Tianhao refused. "No, Unicorn, your injuries are too severe." Even so, the Unicorn insisted, "Master, trust me." Seeing how determined she was, Tianhao had no choice but to agree. "I understand." He immediately activated Demon Sacrifice, and a massive sphere appeared. A dazzling light shone from within it. A figure emerged, accompanied by a cold voice. "The fun has only just begun." The unicorn had entered her demon state. She shouted madly, "It's only just beginning." The instant her feet touched the ground, the earth shattered into countless fragments. The sight left Tianhao frozen in shock. The system quickly displayed the unicorn's attributes. Even facing the unicorn in her demon state did not frighten Murong Shui. Another one who doesn't know her limits? I don't mind killing one more. Suddenly, a terrifying power rushed toward her. It startled Murong Shui, and before she could regain her bearings, the sword in her hand shattered. This is. The unicorn's movement speed was utterly terrifying. In a flash, she appeared behind Murong Shui. Her power made Tianhao think in shock. Strong. So strong. Seeing the tide turn in his favor, Tianhao quickly ordered, "Unicorn, keep using Demon Rainbow Horn. Don't let her catch her breath." The unicorn nodded obediently. "Yes, master." In an instant, terrifying rays of power shot toward Murong Shui, filling her with horror. Then the unicorn suddenly appeared in front of her and gave a sinister smile. Demon colors. The current situation made Murong Shui turn pale in fear. How is this possible? The result was a huge hole appearing in her chest. The Frostbone Unicorn looked coldly at Murong Shui, who had fallen at her feet. Only after confirming that her enemy had completely stopped breathing did she cheerfully call out, "Master!" Without hesitation, she ran toward Tianhao. Suddenly, Tianhao pointed behind her in alarm and shouted, "Unicorn behind you!" Strange runes emerged from Murong Shui's body, lifting her into the air. An immense force descended from the sky. The seemingly endless power flowed into Murong Shui, followed by a strange voice. "Since you have formed a contract with me, you may be reborn through the cycle of reincarnation." The moment she received that power, Murong Shui opened her eyes and came back to life. She had truly revived. The sight terrified everyone in Tianhao's group. Murong Shui said smugly, "Do you really think you can kill me? Impossible." With the situation as it was, Tianhao had to deal with. her quickly. If he did not defeat her soon, Su Xingmi and Li Shui would. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Right, if I can't kill her then. He immediately turned to the Frostbone Unicorn. Unicorn, I have an idea. Seeing that Tian Hao was not only unafraid, but had even thought of a way to deal with her, Murong Shui roared furiously. The game is over. This time, let's see what you can do. Tian Hao and the Frostbone Unicorn said nothing, merely watching her with guarded eyes. Murong Shui then unleashed her attack. Hell's Sound. Her technique struck everyone at once. Caught off guard, Tian Hao could only shout and cover his ears with both hands. This is bad. At that moment, someone suddenly darted in front of the unicorn. It was none other than Slim. Using the last of her strength, she entrusted herself to the unicorn. Big sister unicorn, you can do it. Receiving Slim's trust, the unicorn became determined to destroy Murong Shui once and for all. Supported by Slim's blazing red armor, she charged forward powerfully. This time, instead of launching a sneak attack, she confronted Murong Shui head-on. The Frostbone Unicorn suddenly leaped high into the air. Before Murong Shui's astonished eyes, the Frostbone Unicorn suddenly appeared directly behind her and embraced her. Seeing the opportunity, Tian Hao quickly ordered, Unicorn, use Frostbone Embrace. Upon receiving his command, the Icebone Qilin swiftly used Crimson Ice shards to seal Rong Shui within. Then her entire body exploded. Even so, the Icebone Qilin remained wary, carefully checking in case she came back to life again. Fortunately, that did not happen this time. Only then did the Icebone Qilin let down her guard and collapse from exhaustion. Panting heavily, she whispered, Master, it's over. At that same moment, Tian Hao and Xing Anai both received a system notification. Congratulations. The adventure team has completed the hidden quest, Graveyard Lands of the Abyssal Rift. Calculating rewards. Nightmare difficulty, rewards doubled. First clear reward. First reward, completion time, 1645. Time evaluation complete. Hidden equipment will be awarded. The reward apparently did not satisfy Tian Hao at all. I don't need any rewards. He turned to look at his fallen companions and shouted, Get back to the city immediately. Then he rushed toward Xing Anai and yelled, Su Xingmi, Li Shui, and Zuosheng won't last much longer. Even with 3 heads and 6 arms, Lucy could not possibly heal everyone here. No, even maintaining Li Shui's farbeat. Suddenly, several magic circles appeared around her and Li Shui. The sight left Lucy utterly stunned. It turned out that Jing Jiao had stepped in to help. Deploy the teleportation gate now. Seeing that Jing Jiao was injured yet still using her power to aid everyone, Lucy cried out anxiously, Miss, your body can no longer withstand the use of spiritual power. Yet Jing Jiao persisted. I'll say it one more time. Deploy the teleportation gate. Forcing herself to use her abilities despite her injuries left Jing Jiao drained and suffering further blood loss. Not wanting her efforts to go to waste, Lucy quickly activated the Grand Summoner Escape Scroll. Immediately, gates opened one after another. A huge gate enveloped everyone, and they were teleported back. Not willing to waste a moment in saving them, Tian Hao used his remaining strength to urge them, Hurry, where are the maids? The maids were terribly worried when they saw his condition, but Tian Hao still insisted on giving orders. Quickly arrange for treatment. Having returned from the battle, Tian Hao looked utterly battered. Fortunately, Xing and I had been taken away for treatment. Reassured that she would be saved, Tian Hao finally allowed himself to collapse into darkness. Only after some time did he slowly open his eyes. The first people he saw were Lucy and Jing Jiao. Their presence startled Tian Hao, and he shouted, What are you two doing? Jing Jiao retained her haughty attitude as she questioned him. You're finally awake. Do you know how long you've been unconscious? Tian Hao asked blankly. I was unconscious? Lucy checked on him with concern. Yes, Han. It's been 3 whole days, Mr. Lin. Are you still feeling unwell? Her touch made Tian Hao somewhat embarrassed, so he gently brushed her hand away. I'm fine. I'm not uncomfortable anymore, right? Only then did he remember the others. He anxiously grabbed Jing Jiao and demanded, How are Su Xingni, Li Shui, and Zuosheng? Seeing that he had just woken up and was already concerned about those people without asking about her at all, Jing Jiao pouted angrily. You don't care about me at all. Tian Hao laughed. Your complexion is rosy, your skin is smooth and soft, and you're as beautiful as ever. His perfunctory praise irritated Jingjiao. Don't touch me. The Dauphin royal family's medical facilities are among the finest in the world. Of course, Su Xingmi and the others are fine. Soon afterward, the three of them walked through the halls of the Dauphin royal family's infirmary. In one hospital room, Jingjiao took Tian Hao to visit the first patient. Xing and I lay in a treatment chamber wearing only a one-piece garment. Tian Hao was so embarrassed that he got a nosebleed and shouted, "No, this is..." But he quickly regained his composure and changed the subject. "It's good that she's fine. What about Zuosheng?" Jing Jiao replied matter-of-factly. "Zuosheng has gone to complete another mission. He will probably return tomorrow." Tian Hao was shocked. What a professional. He really is a workaholic. Just then, Jing Jiao brought up the reward. "By the way, have you checked your clearance reward yet? Yours will definitely be the most generous reward among us." Her reminder made Tian Hao remember. "Right, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten." He hurriedly checked it. "Let me see. This reward seems rather substantial." What is this?" Tian Hao stared blankly at the reward. Seeing his expression, Jing Jiao asked curiously, "What did you get? Why are you so surprised?" Tian Hao looked at the item in his hands and said, "This is the Hell Codex." The moment he touched it, the system immediately displayed some information. The Hell Codex flew into the air. Jing Jiao was startled. "What is that?" A small cube suddenly emerged from within the Hell Codex and flew straight into Tian Hao's system. The system immediately announced, "Hidden equipment set detected. Lucifer's Pain." The item known as Lucifer's Pain now floated in midair, and some of its information appeared. Active Effect 1. After defeating any enemy, its soul may be sealed and used by the owner to summon that soul into battle. Active Effect 2. For every soul consumed, the soul of a deceased being may be attached to any summoned creature. Active Effect 3. Unlocks at level 10. Passive Effect 4. Unlocks at level 20. Hidden Attribute. All souls summoned into battle will take demonic form. Description. From the land of darkness, it imprisons pitiful souls. While he was still dazed, Lucifer's Pain fell in front of him, followed by the Hell Codex. The book seemed to want to show Tian Hao something. The moment it stopped at a particular chapter, Tian Hao exclaimed in shock. "This is..." Looking at the illustration in the book, he understood part of it. Could this be the complete hidden equipment set for Lucifer's Pain? Before he could finish reading, the Hell Codex suddenly shut itself. Tian Hao shouted irritably, "Seriously? This thing doesn't even have a skill description or instructions for use." The dense writing on the first page made Tian Hao's eyes ache. The first chapter of Revelation has this many spells. He began reading line by line. Tian Hao closed the book after reading only that much. He exclaimed joyfully, "The first chapter of Revelation alone has 26 spells. Doesn't that make me invincible?" However, Jing Jiao warned him from beside him, "Lin Tian Hao, look carefully. Using it will permanently consume your spiritual power." Her words caught him off guard. Permanently? Seeing Tian Hao's clueless expression, Jing Jiao asked helplessly, "Do you know what it means when spiritual power decreases?" Still looking utterly confused, Tian Hao asked, "What does it mean?" Jing Jiao then explained, "An ordinary person's spiritual power is around 100 to 200. As a summoner, you can reach 300 during the beginner stage. However, if your spiritual power falls below 50, you will go insane and be permanently confined to a mental hospital." Tian Hao cried out in horror. "Permanently? Why permanently?" Jing Jiao continued, "Because of some unknown influence, once spiritual power drops below 50, it can never recover. And if it drops below 10, the person may see the summons of the abyss." Tian Hao had another question. What are the summons of the abyss? Jing Jiao did not know either. The Dauphin royal family does not specialize in researching forbidden arts. You will have to ask someone else. Still, I have never used equipment that consumes the user's personal attributes. My personal advice is to seal it away forever. After being warned repeatedly, Tian Hao became wary of the book in his hands. He had never expected it to be so dangerous. Since there was nothing else to do, Jing Jiao had to leave first to prepare for the next mission. "I'll go prepare for the next Abyss dungeon first." "All right. Your vice principal urgently asked you to return to school yesterday. If you have time, remember to go back. Hearing that someone wanted him back at school, Tian Hao was puzzled. Why does the vice principal want me back? While they were engrossed in conversation, Xing Inai woke up in the treatment chamber. She weakly called out, Lin Tian Hao. Hearing someone call him, Tian Hao turned around blankly, and something startled him. Xing Ni's treatment chamber suddenly exploded, and she flew straight toward Tian Hao. She landed on top of him and hurriedly said, Lin Tian Hao, help me. Tian Hao was caught in an awkward predicament and could only ask loudly, seriously? Why did you blow up their treatment room? And how am I supposed to help you? An embarrassed silence followed. Suddenly, Xing Inai leaned closer to Tian Hao. Just as Tian Hao thought he was about to be kissed, Xing Inai coldly whispered, help me find some clothes, you bastard. Later, Li Shui had also awakened and was meeting with Tian Hao in the lounge. She said happily, Lin Tian Hao, I knew you could definitely lead us out of there. And look, she joyfully shared the reward she had received. I got an epic-grade piece of equipment, too. Tian Hao smiled modestly at her praise. Oh, it was all thanks to everyone's strength. Then he turned to Xing Inai and asked, what equipment did you get, Xing Inai? Xing Inai answered coldly, just a single-use potion. Nothing special. Looking at the potion bottle in her hand, Tian Hao could not help asking, single-use potion? What does it do? Just then, a commotion outside the door drew all three of their attention. Lin Tian Hao, Su Xingmi, and Li Shui. I have heard much about you. Jing Jiao entered, followed by Elder Fong. The instant Tian Hao saw him, he hurriedly stood and shook his hand. Why, you are Elder Fong, our vice principal. Elder Fong was amiable and approachable. As he shook Tian Hao's hand, he praised him lavishly. Indeed, a gifted young man. It has not even been half a month since graduation, yet you have already cleared the abyssal rift. You truly are a heaven-sent talent. Then he turned to Xing Inai. Xing Inai, as one of our school's outstanding students, how are things between you and fellow student Lin Tian Hao now? Elder Fong's question made Xing Inai blush, and she replied softly, Principal, what are you saying? There is nothing between Lin Tian Hao and me. Seeing her expression, Elder Fong burst into laughter. Then Tian Hao suddenly asked, Elder Fong, what did you come to see us about? Realizing that he had strayed too far from the topic, Elder Fong became serious. Little Lin, I never expected that you not only cleared the Black Abyss Rift, but even obtained the token left by the original team. Misson has already told me about these matters. His words made Tian Hao look toward Jing Jiao, who was making faces at him. Knowing he could no longer hide it, he merely smiled. Elder Fong, it was all just a coincidence. It is nothing worth mentioning. Tian Hao repeatedly denied it, causing Elder Fong to speak sternly. It was no coincidence at all. Then he took out a scroll and said, Little Lin, as vice principal, I truly should not let students take such risks. But this time is different. He then explained why he had come to find Tian Hao. You have surely heard the story of the original team. Furthermore, I have already contacted the military about your group situation. That is why I have no choice but to take this out. Tian Hao was somewhat startled when he saw the contents of the scroll. Elder Fong continued to explain the secret of the Black Abyss. It is hidden within this high-grade replica of the Hell Map. Tian Hao murmured in confusion. This is a high-grade replica? Seeing what he was wondering, Elder Fong explained, the original item was most likely taken by members of the Hell Church long ago. Look at the center of this map. Aren't many areas blurred out? Tian Hao suddenly pointed to a spot on the map and asked, that is true, but what is this place? He had apparently asked about exactly what concerned Elder Fong. Elder Fong patted him on the shoulder and said, look at the uppermost area. This is the Black Forest, level 50 common dungeon. Tian Hao carefully studied the map in his hands. Without further delay, Elder Fong solemnly issued an order. Hua Nation has spent hundreds of years without finding a way to access the second level of the Black Abyss through the Black Forest. Therefore, Lin Tian Hao heed this order. With the unanimous approval of the Huan Nation military, you, Su Xingni, and Li Shui are hereby specially assigned, with assistance from the Dauphin royal family, to immediately enter the Black Forest and locate the entrance to the second level of the Black Abyss. This place is also known as the entrance to the antechamber of Hell. Elder Fong's order left Tian Hao and the other two, Xing Inai and Li Shui, crying out in alarm together. Seriously, Vice Principal? We barely managed to reach level 20, and you want us to enter a level 50 dungeon? This is completely unreasonable. Naturally, Elder Fong had considered this carefully before giving such an order. It is not unreasonable, not at all. Don't you have Miss and Jing Jiao to help you? Besides, your token may be the very key to entering the second level dungeon. To encourage them further, He also offered an extraordinarily valuable reward. To help you reach the Black Abyss, this is our school's millennial-old S-rank pet egg. I will give it to you now. Less than a minute later, Tianhao held an egg in his hand, and the system immediately displayed its details. Looking at the pink egg in his hand, Tianhao could not help wondering, seriously? This thing can hatch an angel? What kind of absurdity is this? Suddenly, the egg began rocking back and forth before unexpectedly cracking open. This development made Elder Fong so excited that he shouted, just as expected. You truly are the chosen one. This pet egg was discovered hundreds of years ago, and no one has ever been able to hatch it. I never expected it to crack the moment it met you. Tianhao did not understand why Elder Fong was so happy and still asked, so what exactly is this angel? Clearly, Elder Fong did not know either, making Tianhao shout in irritation. Don't ask me. I don't know either. Realizing he had gone slightly off topic, Elder Fong said, however, considering the difficulty of this mission, the Huan Nation military has also sent an important figure to protect you. Tianhao asked curiously, an important figure? Without making him wait, Elder Fong clapped his hands. A young woman entered through the door. The moment Tianhao saw her, he recognized her at once. He exclaimed in surprise, "You are Chun Mayan, the dragon hunter who only appears in textbooks?" After giving his instructions and bringing someone to protect Tianhao, Elder Fong still solemnly reminded him, "This is the entrance to the Black Forest. Little Lin, be careful." Suddenly, Mayan slowly walked up to Tianhao, startling him somewhat. She asked him coolly, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am responsible for escorting you on this mission and ensuring your safety." While she was greeting him, Tianhao was not paying attention to her greeting at all. Instead, he was staring where he should not have been staring. Besides, he was muttering to himself so loudly. Seeing that he ignored her and kept staring off into space, Mo Yin asked irritably, "What are you looking at?" Caught off guard by the question, Tianhao stammered, "No, nothing. The sky is really bright today." Not wanting to waste any more time, Mo Yin turned to Jingjiao. "Miss Jingjiao, when are we leaving?" Jingjiao checked the time and replied, "In half an hour." This battle made me realize that I'm still not strong enough. Before we leave, I need to pray for a while. Mo Yin bade them farewell to take care of some personal matters and promised to return later. "Mr. Lin, see you in half an hour." Elder Fong was still full of confidence as he told Tianhao, "Lin Tianhao, Hua Nation's future rests on your shoulders." Feeling both pressured and flustered, Tianhao replied, "I understand, Elder Fong. I'll definitely give it everything I have." With nothing else to say, Elder Fong said goodbye to Tianhao and left with Mo Yin. As she walked, Mo Yin suddenly leaned against a wall and panted strangely. Her voice was full of excitement. Finally! So she admired Tianhao, but had been afraid of feeling embarrassed, which was why she had pretended to be cold earlier. I finally got to meet Lord Lin Tianhao. Mo Yin seemed to greatly admire Tianhao's talent. He had only just graduated, yet he had already broken numerous Abyss records. Moreover, Tianhao's looks had completely captivated her. He was only 18, yet so handsome. Then, for some reason, she silently made up her mind. "I've decided. Lord Lin Tianhao is definitely going to be mine." At the same time, in the Great Hall, Murong Yu was intently channeling his power. A magic circle began to form beneath his feet. It was completed perfectly, leaving the people seated below wide-eyed with shock. Flames erupted beneath Murong Yu's feet, and two women emerged from them. The moment he saw them, Murong Yu's expression darkened. The two women had finally returned safely. Xianlan immediately tried to explain loudly. "See, Captain, please listen to me." Murong Shui also tried to defend herself. "Brother, Lin Tianhao's strength is simply too." Naturally, Murong Yu gave neither of them the chance to explain. "Enough," he said coldly. "Tong Xiaolan, what did I say? If the mission failed, you would become provisions. You still remember that, don't you?" Those words terrified Xianlan, and she hurriedly pleaded, "Captain, please give me one more chance." Just then, someone entered the hall. Wang Huang said calmly, "Murong Yu, don't be hasty." Upon seeing him, Murong Yu immediately lowered his head and apologized respectfully. "Guildmaster, I failed to manage my subordinates properly. According to our agreement, she should become provisions." Seeing Xianlan trembling in fear, Wang Huang looked at her and reassured her. "Tong Xiaolan, relax. I agree not to kill you. Hearing that he would spare her, Xianlan joyfully crawled toward him. Thank you, Guild Master. Wang Huang stroked her head and slowly said, if I'm not going to kill you. In the calmest possible tone, he spoke the cruelest words, then becomes spiritual energy for the demons. Xianlan's face turned pale at his words. After a moment of silence, she stammered a few words. Didon. But unfortunately for Xianlan, Wang Huang had already summoned demonic hands. No matter how she screamed, her fate was to be torn apart. Guild Master, listen to me. The hands tightly covered her mouth, plunging her into utter despair. Before long, Xianlan had become food for the demons. Murong Shui trembled all over at the sight. Everyone inside the hall was just as horrified. After dealing with the useless one, Wang Huang smiled and addressed everyone in the guild. Everyone, don't be discouraged. I've just received intelligence that Lin Tianhao and the others are preparing to enter the Black Abyss Forest. Murong Yu is somewhat surprised by this news. They really intend to enter the antechamber of hell. Wang Huang did not answer him. Instead, he slowly walked toward Murong Shui and warned her, this is your last chance. If you fail, you already know what your fate will be. Suddenly, he shouted, go! He forcefully placed a hand on Murong Shui's shoulder. No one expected Wang Huang to tear the cloak from her body and scream madly, go carry out the demon lord's command. Exposed before everyone, Murong Shui was so shocked and confused that she cried out. Scene change. Murong Yu angrily smashed the cup in his hand onto the table. It immediately shattered into countless sharp fragments, splashing tea everywhere. Murong Shui trembled slightly, her voice carrying a trace of fear. Brother, this time, don't worry. I definitely. Before she could finish, Murong Yu cut her off coldly. Enough. This time, our entire force will move out. Lin Tianhao must be eliminated in the Black Abyss Forest. In the corner of the room, Wu Hang slightly bowed his head and hurriedly said, Captain, don't worry. Pang Chi and I will definitely. Almost simultaneously, Pang Chi also lowered his head and quietly called out, Captain. Murong Yu's brows furrowed tightly, his face dark as thunder. Enough. He clenched his lips as cold sweat continuously poured down his forehead. The words Pang Chi meant to say caught in his throat, and he did not dare utter another syllable. At that moment, the tattoo in Wu Hang's palm suddenly gave off a faint red glow, as if something had activated it. He dropped to his knees, his voice trembling with panic. Captain, I still haven't directly clashed with Lin Tianhao. Please give me a chance. Wu Hang then hurriedly knelt beside him and pleaded frantically, Captain, please give me another chance. Murong Yu's gaze was chilling, like a sharp blade capable of piercing straight through their hearts. Within half an hour, I want to see Lin Tianhao's head. Otherwise, the two of you can become my blood bags. Neither of them dared delay. They hurriedly ran out to carry out their mission. Yes, Captain. Watching their retreating figures, Murong Shui's eyes were full of unease. Brother, if we make a move in the Black Abyss, the Golden Holy Mage Guild will become a target of Huan Nation. Murong Yu quickly placed a document on the table. It's fine, he continued. The Guild Master has obtained an alliance certificate with the other 4 great guilds. Huan Nation wouldn't dare touch a single hair on our heads. Murong Shui bit her lip, unconsciously placing her hand over her brother's. Her eyes still reflected worry, but Murong Yu gently covered her hand with his other hand, as if comforting her. He said, don't worry. Even if Huan Nation doesn't accept us, hell will. At the same time, inside the solemn and silent royal shrine, Jingjiao clasped her hands before her chest and bowed her head in devout prayer. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes, and a faint blue light flashed in her pupils. Grandfather, please protect me and let me return alive from the Black Abyss Forest. As soon as her prayer ended, the space within the shrine suddenly shook violently. Spheres of emerald light appeared in midair, carrying an indescribably mysterious aura. They shot toward Jingjiao at a piercing speed, yet she did not notice the changes happening around her at all. In the blink of an eye, every sphere of light entered Jingjiao's body. Seeing the spiritual power violently erupting from Jingjiao's hand, Lucy's expression changed, and she cried out in shock, Young miss. In an instant, the spiritual power exploded outward in all directions. The worship statues within the shrine immediately shattered, stone fragments flying everywhere. Only then did Jingjiao snapped back to her senses. She staggered to her feet. What happened? She stammered. And nothing. She did not ask further and soon remembered something else. Right. How is the modification to your mechanical body? Can it operate normally? Lucy promptly replied, Dr. Yang's mechanical body has been tested and is functioning properly. It has now been integrated into my body. I can use it in the next battle. As Jingjiao walked, she said solemnly, as Hua Nation's only A-rank gunsmith 5 years ago, your sole mission this time is... Lucy bowed without hesitation, her voice firm. I will absolutely protect the young Mississippi. Jingjiao abruptly turned to face her, speaking sternly. No, you must protect Lin Tianhao. At the same time, in the Dragon Saber dojo, Zuosheng knelt before Elder Ku, his voice hoarse with pleading. Master, please help your disciple this once. Elder Ku frowned slightly, showing a trace of displeasure. Zuosheng, ever since you left the Dragon Saber dojo, this is the first time I've seen you in such a sorry state. Zuosheng lowered his head, unable to conceal his urgency. Master, my sword is broken. I simply can't protect the person I need to protect. Elder Ku slowly stood up. Get up. Then he quickly brought out a long sword. This is White Crane, the treasured weapon of our Dragon Saber dojo. Take it and do whatever you need to do. Zuosheng froze, immediately lifting his head, his eyes full of disbelief. But soon afterward, he bowed deeply again, his voice full of emotion. Thank you, Master. Elder Ku gently placed the sword in Zuosheng's hands and instructed him. Hua Nation's future is in your hands. Meanwhile, Tianhao's group had already set out. As they walked, Xingni complained, We're leaving already? You weren't even giving people a chance to rest. Li Shui immediately defended Tianhao. Xingni, don't say that about Lin Tianhao. This dungeon is extremely difficult, so we need to make more preparations. Xingni immediately slung an arm around her shoulders, her eyes curving teasingly. Li Shui, I never expected you to defend Lin Tianhao like this. Don't tell me you like him. Li Shui's face flushed red as she hurriedly denied it. You don't talk nonsense. I don't. At that moment, two figures appeared behind a nearby wall. Pang Chi tightened his grip on his weapon and urged in a low voice, It's time. Get ready. Wu Hang began muttering strange incantations. Immediately, the tattoo on his neck glowed crimson. A dazzling stream of red spiritual energy shot out and covered the sword in Wu Hang's hand with a terrifyingly violent aura. Pang Chi did not hesitate either and quickly activated his own power. However, just as the two were about to rush out, an icy voice suddenly sounded behind them, startling them both. What are you two trying to do? Mo Yin had appeared behind them without their noticing, her frosty gaze fixed on the two men. Pang Chi and Wu Hang's faces darkened as they shouted together, Who the hell are you? As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Chi charged forward without hesitation. Whoever she was, anyone who dared obstruct their plan had to die. Just as his blade was about to reach her, Mo Yin decisively stopped it with one hand. Wu Hang was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is that possible? Mo Yin raised her head and stared directly into his eyes, her gaze cold enough to make one shudder. Excuse me. Her 5 fingers suddenly clenched, crushing the sword in Wu Hang's hand into countless pieces on the spot. Didn't you eat? Montakian shouted. Then she delivered a powerful kick to Pang Chi's weapon. Stop struggling. It instantly shattered into pieces, and the spiritual power within it dispersed into chaotic streaks of light before vanishing into the air. Pang Chi stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. That weapon had undergone 2 class advancements and been enhanced. How could it be destroyed so easily? Montakian's lips curved in arrogant amusement. Anyone who dares harm Lin Tianhao's people must die. In an instant, miserable screams rang out. On the other side, Tianhao suddenly stopped walking. Xingni curiously asked, What is it, Lin Tianhao? He scratched his head awkwardly. Nothing. I might have heard wrong. The 3 continued onward, completely unaware of what had occurred in the deserted alley behind them. Mo Yin silently watched their retreating backs, the corners of her lips lifting in delight. She lightly touched her lips, her cheeks flushing unconsciously. Lin Tianhao, you're definitely going to be mine. Scene change. Pang Qi and Wu Hang were now kneeling on the ground, both pale as death as they frantically explained, "Captain, please listen to us." There was an exceptionally strong woman. She was protecting Lin Tianhao, so we couldn't make a move at all. Murong Shui frowned, her voice icy. Other than in Jing Jiao and her useless attendants, what other woman could possibly be beside Lin Tianhao? Failure is failure. Why make excuses? The two grew even more terrified, drenched in cold sweat. Wu Heng said shakily, "No, there really was a woman in armor protecting him from the shadows." Pang Qi hurriedly added, "That's right, that woman was terrifyingly strong." Murong Yu's face turned grim as he directly raised a hand and rapidly gathered demonic power. "Stop explaining. According to our agreement." Seeing the sphere of demonic power, the two men's faces turned white. They desperately cowed out. "Captain, please give us another chance." Pang Qi also slammed his head against the ground again and again. Please, just one more chance." The demonic power in Murong Yu's hand erupted violently, transforming into a stream of blazing red energy that mercilessly shot toward the two people below. In an instant, it completely swallowed them. Their agonized screams immediately echoed through the great hall. "Ah," Murong Shui asked in confusion. "Brother, could what they said about that woman be true?" Murong Yu clenched his teeth. "The dragon hunter, Chun Mo Yen." Murong Shui cried out in shock. "Chun Mo Yen? One of Huan Nation's 21 guardians." Murong Yu gave a cold order. "It seems Huan Nation has made its move as well. But it doesn't matter. Call back everyone scattered outside the Golden Holy Mage Guild. I will convene a full meeting." A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. "Lin Tianhao, even if Chun Mo Yin is protecting you, so what? You're no match for me." At the same time, light continuously swirled around the formation, emitting a low humming sound that indicated the gate was about to activate. Tianhao reminded everyone, "The teleportation gate is about to activate." Zuo Sheng asked in surprise, "What is it, Lin Tianhao?" Tianhao hesitated for several seconds, then said quietly, "Zuo Sheng, your sword." Mo Yin glanced at the silver-white blade and silently thought, "A white crane katana? Interesting." The Dragon Saber Dojo actually brought out its most precious treasure. Tianhao lowered his head to look at the sword and sighed. "That's really cool." He stood and looked at Jingjiao. "And you too." She shot him an annoyed glare. "Damn it, what are you looking at?" Tianhao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Your mental power has increased very quickly. I feel a little pressure standing before you." Jingjiao's face darkened in irritation. "My ass, look at me again and I'll gouge your eyes out." She punched him, causing him to retreat. "Look how tense you are." Nearby, Mo Yin silently observed everything. A hereditary blessing of the Dauphin royal family. I never expected in Jingjiao to use even this. Mo Yin smirked after thinking it over. "But Lord Lin Tianhao, you're definitely going to be mine." At the same time, the teleportation gate appeared before everyone. Lucy announced, "Everyone, the teleportation gate is ready." Everyone stared at the gate. It was enormous, yet its depths seemed bottomless, as though there were no way back. Tianhao took Xingyi's hand to reassure her. "It's fine. I'm here." Her face reddened as she turned to look at him. After teleporting, everyone began walking through the vast forest. This was the Black Abyss Forest Dungeon. Suddenly, an arrow flew straight toward Tianhao. In the dark woods, tens of thousands of monsters aimed their arrows at them. One of the leaders gave an order. "Kill them all." Tianhao frowned as he looked at them. "These goblins. Something isn't right. There are too many of them, and they're powerful as well." Zuo Sheng stepped forward with his sword. "I've never seen goblins this strong." "Perfect. I can have a great battle." In a corner, Mo Yin smiled slyly. "This dungeon's welcome gift is quite enthusiastic. It looks like we'll need to spend some time here." Jingjiao awakened her power to sense their surroundings. "Wait, I can sense an exit nearby." She pointed in a direction. "There are no goblins over there." Hearing this, Tianhao immediately gave the order. "Then what are we waiting for? Go! Don't waste time here." Everyone left, except for Zuo Sheng, who remained where he was. A monster happily drew its bow and aimed at him. "Only you are left." Zuo Sheng was not surrounded by just one monster, but by a great many. His expression changed, and sweat poured down his face. Frightened, Zhuosheng turned tail and ran. Today isn't a good day for fighting. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. He ran in the direction the others had gone. The monsters gradually faded away before disappearing completely into the thick mist. Once no one was left, a newly appeared demon stepped forward and praised its master. Your illusion magic is getting more and more impressive. You even managed to deceive Dragon Hunter Mo Yin and Jingjiao. That narcissist may have his strengths, but even a guild master might not be able to see through my illusions. Shadow Uncle glanced at the charm demon. Once they enter the Black Abyss forest, the thick fog and lack of landmarks will surely separate them. The rest is up to you. She gave a sinister smile. Fine, leave it to me. I guarantee that I'll make them start killing one another. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into Li Shui. Meanwhile, Tianhao was walking alone through the deserted forest. The fog here is really thick. Do any of you have a way to disperse it? When no one answered, he abruptly turned around. Tianhao hurriedly called out, Jingjiao, Li Shui, Princess, Zhuosheng. He anxiously looked around. Where are you all? Zhuosheng was equally bewildered. What happened? How did everyone vanish in the blink of an eye? He shouted ahead, Is anyone there? Zhuosheng suddenly sensed someone behind him and immediately turned around. It was Li Shui, approaching with wounds all over her body. Zhuosheng, it's you. Thank goodness. He was stunned to see her. Li Shui, what happened to you? Just as Zhuosheng asked, Li Shui collapsed toward him. Hey, what's wrong? Who hurt you? The charm demon, now disguised as Li Shui, said, Why don't you guess? Zhuosheng's eyes filled with shock and fear. The next instant, she ruthlessly moved to kill him. Caught off guard, Zhuosheng had no time to dodge. By the time he regained his senses and fought back, he was already drenched in sweat. Unable to resist any longer, he dropped to his knees. What is going on? After a while, Zhuosheng finally fell to the ground, lying motionless. No one knew whether he would ever wake up again. Back with Tianhao, he wandered around searching for the others. Jingjiao, Princess, can you hear me? Mo Yin then approached, pretending to be injured. Mr. Lin, save me. Tianhao turned to look at her. Miss Chun, you're hurt. She showed him her wounded body. Yes, there are many powerful people here. But he calmly refused. Miss Chun, men and women should keep their distance. I'm a decent man. I can't carry you. Mo Yin seized the chance to fall toward Tianhao. Is that so? What he said next made her freeze. What is your hand doing? Tianhao exposed her disguise. Don't think you can fool me just because you've disguised yourself as Miss Chun. I'm taking you in. Slim, use enhanced sticky slime. Upon receiving the order, Slim charged out to attack, leaving her stunned. What? Tianhao took the opportunity to rip off Mo Yan's outer garment. He tossed it to the ground right in front of her. Mo Yan then revealed her true face. How could you see through me? You haven't even known Chan Mo Yan for long. Tianhao smiled. It's simple. Your sizes are different. Miss Chen's is bigger than yours. Furious, she clenched her fists. I can't believe I fell into the hands of a little pervert like you. Black mist gradually enveloped Mo Yan. You won't be so lucky next time. Then she vanished without leaving a trace. Tianhao looked deeply worried. This opponent is a little troublesome. Jingjiao and Li Shui were also urgently searching for their companions. Lin Tianhao, Princess, where are you? A voice suddenly cried out, Help, help, catching their attention. I heard someone calling for help. Jingjiao seemed to recognize the voice. It sounds like Zhuosheng. The two immediately ran in search of him. The fog gradually thinned before them. Great, the fog is clearing. Jingjiao noticed someone on the ground. Zhuosheng had already lost consciousness. It really is Zhuosheng. She and Li Shui hurried over to rescue him. Why is he hurt? As they ran, Jingjiao had to stop abruptly. A black liquid surged across the ground and latched onto both of them. They were both baffled by the sight. How did this place turn into a swamp? A voice answered, It's an illusion. The Ice Queen frowned in annoyance. She too was tightly stuck in the swamp. Damn it, we're trapped in the swamp. I can't fly up. Li Shui was swallowed up to her shoulders, and soon afterward, she sank completely beneath it. Only then did the two demons and Shadow Uncle appear. Very good. We've dealt with two of them. The man asked with a cruel expression. Are you sure they can't get out? Shadow Uncle's face was full of malice. This is a dark realm swamp that occasionally appears in the Black Abyss forest. It traps anyone who falls into it. To this day, no one has ever survived. Shadow Uncle stepped toward the other dark realm swamps to lure the rest into them. The charmed demon punched the air. Next, lure that little bastard Lin Tianhao over here. I want to watch him drown in the swamp myself. Tianhao and Slim continued scouting the area. Jingjiao, princess, is anyone there? He looked down and asked, you too, help me call for them too. Slim immediately objected. The Black Abyss forest is enormous, and the fog is so thick. Even if you shout yourselves hoarse, no one will hear you. Tianhao seemed to agree. True, if they can't hear us, can they see us? Meanwhile, Shadow Uncle reported as he walked, I can sense that Lin Tianhao is ahead of us. Before they could go any farther, a huge bolt of lightning suddenly struck the ground right beside them. It hit Shadow Uncle and exposed his true form. The charmed demon clutched her wounded body. Have we been discovered? Shadow Uncle was still confused. My dense fog spell is powerful enough to block level 50 detection spells. He's only a level 20 summoner. There's no way he could detect us. On Tianhao's side, he ordered the unicorn to use its magic. Good. From this angle, fire another one. I hope Jingjiao and the others can see it. The unicorn gathered all its strength. Slim looked worried. Will this really work? What if we accidentally hit Jingjiao and the others? Tianhao suddenly realized the problem. You're right. I overlooked that. He immediately ordered, Unicorn, fire into the sky. The unicorn gathered its power again and fired upward. Shadow Uncle and the Charm Demon were riding on the back of a flying bird. I don't know how Lin Tianhao discovered us, but we should be careful and approach from the air. The Charm Demon praised him. As expected of you, Shadow Uncle. You're much more cautious. Another bolt of lightning from the unicorn appeared directly ahead of them. It was so powerful that it blasted both of them off the bird. Tianhao looked up at the sky. Oh, I think I heard something over there just now. He ordered his companions. Come on, let's go check it out. The two demons, battered and broken, wailed in misery. That damn dense fog spell. You said we couldn't be discovered. Why'd he hit us twice? Didn't you say it was only luck? Shadow Uncle tried to reassure her. No, that's not it. How exactly did he discover us? A glowing gemstone in his hand then lit up, revealing Murong Yu's image. Murong Yu anxiously asked, Shadow Uncle, Charm Demon, how is your operation going? Shadow Uncle pretended that everything was fine. Everything is under control, Captain Murong. The operation is going smoothly. We've already eliminated half the targets. Murong Yu praised them. Very good. You truly are the elites of our guild. It would be best if you can eliminate all of them, but if you can't, do your best to stall them. Murong Yu continued. I've found clues to the entrance to the second level of the Black Abyss. Once this is done, I'll report it to the guild and make sure you are richly rewarded. Hearing that, the two demons knelt before him. To serve the guild is our honor. As the gemstone's light faded, Murong Yu's image vanished. The two demons were filled with unease. Can we really stop them? Shadow Uncle looked thoughtful. It seems we can only use that move. The Charm Demon appeared to understand his plan. Are you planning to use that forbidden technique? It will greatly shorten your lifespan. Shadow Uncle did not care. A strange magic circle appeared around him. Knowing Murong Yu's temperament, we'll certainly be doomed if we fail this mission. Between dying now and dying later, I'd rather die a little later. He clasped his hands and invoked, Dark Mist Soul Devourer. Pitch black smoke spread out from him. Anyone covered by this black mist will have their life force continuously drained away. Die for me. The black smoke quickly drifted toward Tianhao. Tianhao had not yet realized the seriousness of the danger. It looks like the rainbow horn really hit something just now. I hope it wasn't the princess and the others. The unicorn picked up a dark piece of blood-soaked clothing. I smell dark magic. Tianhao curiously asked, Dark magic? Could it be Murong Yu? We need to. Slim quickly noticed the situation. No, the surrounding fog is getting denser, and there's intense dark magic in it too. The mist was closing in on them from all four directions. Slim cried out in discomfort. Ugh, this fog is absorbing my life force. Tianhao worriedly said, There's something wrong with this black mist. It's very powerful dark magic. He tried to keep Slim conscious. Slim, hang in there. Unicorn, use your 7-colored power. The unicorn's power formed a bubble that drove the black smoke away. The mist gradually retreated from a bubble. The unicorn panted in exhaustion. Phew, I blocked it. A sinister voice came from within the black mist. Oh, you can actually block my Dark Mist Soul Devourer? Let's see how long your barrier can last. The mist gathered into several small whirlwinds, all of which combined to assault the unicorn's shield. The unicorn struggled to suppress the energy, gritting her teeth as she shouted, I can't hold on much longer. Tianhao tightly held Slim against his chest and cursed. Damn it, are we just going to wait here and die? If only we could find their location. Slim weakly spoke. Master, I can sense where they are. Slim pointed in one direction. They're not far from there. The dark magic radiating from their bodies is very strong. Tianhao was delighted to hear this. Slim, good job. Now that we've found their position, this will be easy. He decisively ordered. Unicorn, ignore the barrier. Focus all your magic power into the 7-colored horn and blow them up. A dazzling blue beam tore through the air, carrying violently exploding destructive power. A mysterious violet light erupted in the center like a raging storm of energy. As the energy gradually faded, the unicorn's figure slowly emerged. She looked around before saying, "Success." In the distance, the remaining power swirled around 2 small figures. Shadow Uncle warily looked ahead, while the unconscious charm demon lay beside him. Tianhao stopped before them and sternly interrogated them. Who are you? Why did you attack us? The charm demon suddenly sprang up, clutching her aching arm as she cursed. You little pervert! I only hate that I couldn't kill you. Tianhao observed her closely and was startled to recognize her. It's you. You were the one impersonating Miss Chun. Who exactly are you? Did Morongyu send you? As soon as he finished speaking, Shadow Uncle's face turned pale. I never thought I'd die at the hands of a mere level 20 summoner. But even if I die, I'm taking you with me. A mysterious energy blanketed the entire area as he invoked sacrificial summoning, Dark Realm Swamp. Shadow Uncle's body abruptly transformed into a mass of slime. Tianhao's group was shocked by the sight, and he cautiously backed away. Slim beside him warned, "This is the most terrifying Dark Realm swamp in the forest. Once you fall in, you can never escape." Tianhao had already been engulfed by the sticky substance up to his neck. He grimaced and cried, "Why didn't anyone tell me there were swamps in this forest?" In the silent, deep void, an eerie, gurgling sound echoed, as though something were rising from the pitch-black abyss. Before everyone's eyes, an ancient tree emerged from underground. Morongyu examined the map in his hand and said, "According to the map, there should be an entrance to the 2nd level of the black abyss here." He gripped the hilt at his waist. Morongyu slowly stepped forward and slashed twice across the trunk before him. A spatial gate gradually appeared from within it. Morongyu's face was full of excitement. He laughed loudly and declared, "Ha ha! I found the entrance. This time I've won." Under the blazing purple radiance and terrifying pressure, he stood at the center of the storm, facing that raging force with strange calmness. Morongyu pointed in one direction and ordered, "You go scout ahead." Huan Yu did not hesitate and quickly headed toward the teleportation gate. Then his entire body was sucked into the spatial passage and completely vanished. The remaining people could not hide their surprise at the scene. After passing through the gate, Huan Yu looked around in confusion. This is the 2nd level of the Black Abyss? It doesn't look any different from outside. There's even a tree here. When he saw the people before him, he became even more bewildered. The boss and all the brothers are here too? This is exactly the same as outside. 2 other subordinates leaned close and reminded him, "What do you mean outside and inside? You came back again. The boss told you to scout the way. Why did you run back?" Huan Yu fearfully fell to his knees and could not help asking, Boss, how did I come back?" Morongyu interrogated him in a low voice. "Did you discover anything just now?" He nervously shook his head. "No, I went into the vortex, but when I came out, I was back here." After hearing that, Morongyu stared at the gate and concluded, "The problem is with the entrance." Morongyu swung his hand and sent a blast of power at the gate. A brilliant purple vortex of energy erupted violently, sweeping everything into the center of its destructive tempest. After the strike, he remained in place. Having confirmed the situation, Morongyu turned around and announced, "So that's how it is. This place isn't an entrance at all." His face turned cold as he launched another powerful slash. Morongyu anxiously took out the map and examined it again. But the map clearly indicates this location. One subordinate asked, "Boss, what should we do now?" Morongyu's killing intent surged as if he had made up his mind. "If the map says the entrance is here, then even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I'll find it." He did not stop, continuing to slash at the tree trunk. Strike after strike landed, but they seemed to have no effect. A bear-shaped demon beast with blood-red eyes looked down at Morongyu. High above, Lin Fan leaned against the tree trunk and reminded him, "Why do that? It isn't easy for a big tree to grow. Can't you show it a little mercy?" Murongyu coldly glanced toward him and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Fan did not answer. He casually cleaned his ear and said, "I don't know where you got that map, but the second level of the abyss is not open to the public. You should all go back." Hearing this, Murongyu became furious and slashed fiercely. "No one dares order me around like that." Lin Fan paid him no attention. Looking at his hand, he sighed, "Oh, what a huge lump of earwax." With that, he raised his hand and summoned power to stop Morongyu's attack. Amid the radiance, Big Mouth leaped out. Lin Fan rested one hand on his thigh and resumed his usual aloof demeanor. Only then did Murongyu realize something was wrong. His eyes widened as he blurted out, "You're a summoner too?" Lin Fan curiously asked, "What? Do you know another summoner?" Murongyu did not answer immediately. Instead, he nervously questioned him further. "Who exactly are you?" The summoner class clearly vanished 1,000 years ago. The one-eyed old man curled his lips into a smile. "Me? I'm just a boring old passerby." Just then, a bat flew down from the sky, catching Lin Fan's attention. After hearing its report, he was somewhat surprised. How could someone have entered the second level? I already sealed the entrance. Lin Fan quickly turned and gave an order. "Big Mouth, get them out of here. Looks like I need to go back and see what's happening." Big Mouth opened its mouth in response. In an instant, surging energy rapidly engulfed Lin Fan. Reverse summoning. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan's figure completely vanished. Only Big Mouth remained, opening its massive jaws and releasing an imposing glow. Faced with this situation, Murongyu could only watch in bewilderment. Who exactly was that old man? The scene shifted to a magnificent natural landscape of lush green hills beneath a clear blue sky. A small figure stood quietly there, seemingly contemplating the harmony of heaven and earth. Tianhao stood with his hands on his hips, looking around in confusion. How was the swamp below connected to this place? And where are we? He turned and instructed the others, "Split up and scout the island. See what's here." Tianhao dropped onto sandy ground and sighed. "We were clearly trying to find the second level of the Black Abyss. So why do we end up here?" Slim looked toward the distance and reported, "I can sense a tremendous power nearby." The unicorn nodded in agreement. "I sense it too." Suddenly, Tianhao leaped to his feet and looked around. "Where? I don't see." Before he could finish, everything around them suddenly began to shake violently. His face filled with worry. Tianhao cried out in confusion. "What's going on?" "An earthquake." In the clear blue sky, flocks of birds were rapidly flying in this direction. At the same time, a shout rang out. "It's the aura of a summoner. Our master has returned." Tianhao froze, pointing at himself as he muttered, "Who? Could they mean me? I'm their master? Who are they?" Everything around them was still shaking violently, with no sign of stopping. Tianhao was startled again. Why is there another earthquake? Something was rising beneath the water, drawing everyone's attention. Little Whale stretched upward and gradually emerged. The unicorn's eyes widened in shock. The entire island is a giant whale. Tianhao stared at the system panel, countless thoughts racing through his mind. How can there be such an enormous whale? The system displayed its information. Name, Wavebreaker Whale. Level, unknown. Class, unknown. Talent grade, unknown. Tianhao trembled in disbelief. Is there some mistake? Its level and everything else are hidden. Is this an ancient divine beast? Seeing the confusion in Tianhao's eyes, Little Whale decided to speak first. "Master, don't you remember me? I'm Little Whale." Tianhao broke out in sweat, still looking utterly bewildered. "A Little Whale? That name is rather casual, isn't it?" Then he answered seriously, "Sir, have you mistaken me for someone else? I'm just an ordinary level 20 summoner. How could I possibly be your master?" Slim and the unicorn nodded in agreement. "That's right. Our master isn't your master." Little Whale remained firm. "There's no mistake. Your aura as a summoner is exactly the same as Master's." Master said he would definitely return. Seeing that he was still being stubborn, Tianhao wanted to explain further. "Sir, are you sure you're not mistaken?" "I'm not." Before he could finish, Little Whale interrupted him. "If you're not Master, then you are an intruder. You must be eliminated immediately." Seeing him become hostile, Tianhao had no choice but to go along with it. "That's right. I am your master." Little Whale seemed very pleased by that answer. Wonderful. I knew you were master, Slim asked from beside him. You're just admitting it like that? Tianhao retorted. Do I have a choice? If they decide I'm an intruder, I'm as good as dead. After kneeling for a while, Tianhao braced himself with his hands and stood up, suppressing the numbness in his legs. Putting on a blank expression, he said, Little whale, it has been a long time since I returned. Where's this? Ive forgotten. Unaware of the truth, Little Whale answered honestly, Master, you are still as forgetful as ever. This is the second level of the Black Abyss. Tianhao calmly continued. The second level of the Black Abyss? You mean this is the second level of the Abyss? Does the Dark Realm Swamp lead here? Little Whale explained without suspicion. It seems you really have forgotten, Master. After sealing all entrances to the second level of the Black Abyss, you secretly concealed another entrance within the Black Abyss Swamp. You also ordered me to guard the entrance and wait for your return. Hearing this, Tianhao dropped down and slapped his thigh. So that's what happened. I was wondering how I ended up here after leaving the swamp. I accidentally found the right place. Remembering something, he asked curiously, By the way, Little Whale, are you the only one here? There must be other creatures around, right? Little Whale circled beneath the water before replying. There are dozens of our people. They all live in divine temples deep beneath the ocean. Now that Master has returned, we will hold the millennial sacrificial ritual to awaken our clan's protective power. Tianhao did not understand at all. A sacrificial ritual? What exactly are you planning to do? Little Whale patiently reminded him, Master, have you forgotten this too? You were the one who established every step of the ritual. Afraid of being exposed, Tianhao scratched his head awkwardly and made up an excuse. I was merely testing whether you still remember my instructions. Little Whale reassured him at once. Do not worry, Master. We remember all your rules by heart. Then he glanced toward the distant castle. Energy surged throughout his body as he reminded Tianhao, Master, sit tight. I'll take you up. Brilliant golden light erupted like tens of thousands of blazing flower petals dancing in a powerful vortex of energy. The previously tranquil sea suddenly roared as towering waves surged upward. In a silent castle hall, a streak of light suddenly shot inside. Tianhao and the others appeared immediately afterward. Upon seeing him, all the subordinates bowed together. Welcome back, Master. Tianhao raised a hand and forced a smile. Hello, everyone. It's been a long time. Have you all been well? Standing beside him, Little Whale gestured in one direction and reminded him, Master, the sacrificial ritual may begin. Please stand before the stone altar. Tianhao did not answer immediately. Lowering his head, he calculated silently. The only thing I could do now is keep pretending. These are all ancient divine beasts. There's no way I can defeat them. A moment later, Little Whale raised his right hand and gave the order. The ritual begins. Bring forth fine food and drink. Remembering something, Tianhao turned and asked, Wait, aren't sacrificial rituals supposed to be sacred and solemn? What you just said sounded rather ordinary. Little Whale immediately explained seriously, Master, this is exactly what you requested. I have not forgotten a single word. As soon as he finished speaking, two beautiful young women approached with smiles, carrying wine and delicacies. Looking closely, Tianhao saw something black, slimy, and disgusting on the plates. The unicorn and Slim shared the same expression upon seeing it. Looking at the table full of slimy food, Tianhao cautiously asked, Can these things really be eaten? Are you trying to harm me? Little Whale picked up one item and explained, Master, this is your favorite spicy and sour dipping sauce for rice cakes. Tianhao gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face. If I'm acting, I have to see it through. I'll just risk it. Tianhao acted immediately, opening his mouth wide to taste the food. Everyone present was delighted by the sight. Even after all these years, Master still eats with such relish. While Tianhao was forcing himself to eat, Little Whale anxiously reported, Master, a terrifying dark colossus has recently appeared here. It possesses immense strength and has attacked us repeatedly. Some of our companions have already been injured by it. Another person added, Our clan's strength can only be fully awakened under Master's leadership. We hope Master will lead us in defeating the Dark Colossus and protecting our homeland. Tianhao's face went pale as he struggled to swallow the food in his hand. Are you kidding me? Even powerful beings like you, whose levels aren't displayed, can't handle it. What can a level 20 newbie like me possibly do? Suddenly, Little Whale pointed in one direction and shouted, Master, the Dark Colossus is attacking again. Before Tianhao's eyes, a black shadow spread its wings and soared overhead, enveloped in mysterious dark energy. On the monster's back stood Li Shui and Xing and I. The moment they entered his sight, Tianhao froze and shouted, "Xing and I, Li Shui." Looking at the enormous shadow circling above the island, everyone erupted into panic. "It's the dread monster. Run. Why has it come again?" Tianhao was surprised and reached out, calling to them. Slim was equally shocked. "Sister Xing and I? How can they be here? Is this an illusion?" Seeing Tianhao about to act, Little Whale rushed over and stopped him. "Master, don't be impulsive." Tianhao tried to push him away and shouted, "Let me go. The two people on that monster are my friends." Little Whale did not budge, explaining sternly, "Master, that is the dread monster. The dark energy it emits can devour everything. You are no match for it." Seeing the crowd scatter in panic, he reassured them, "Do not panic. Master is here. The dread monster is no match for us. As long as everyone unites, we can destroy it without Master needing to act." Everyone's faces paled at his words. "Us? How could we possibly be a match for the dread monster?" Tianhao silently glanced at Little Whale, thinking, "What is this? He says I'm no match for the dark monster, yet he's encouraging everyone else to fight it." The dark dragon continued circling in the sky. Little Whale did not waste any more time, waving his hand as he ordered, "Everyone, prepare to face the enemy. Master is watching your performance." Hearing this, the subordinates merely pursed their lips, and no one dared say a word. Seeing that they refused to act, Little Whale angrily shouted, "Move! Do you want to embarrass yourselves before Master?" As soon as he finished speaking, the dark dragon's sharp claws suddenly stretched downward, as if preparing to attack the crowd. In the next instant, a blade covered in surging energy appeared. A slender figure appeared and decisively swung her sword, slashing hard at the dark dragon's leg. A dazzling radiance burst from the blade, as though it could destroy everything in its path. Li Shui and Xing and I were both stunned by this turn of events. They immediately guided the dark dragon away from the looming danger. Within the swirling energy, the figure of Lang Yu gradually became clear. She frowned slightly in displeasure before saying, "A bunch of worthless fools. Why not submit to me? Today, I will protect you." Lang Yu landed opposite Little Whale. After the exchange just now, he said seriously, "Lang Yu, thank you for saving us. But everyone cannot submit to you. We are not tools for satisfying your personal desires." Without showing any emotion, she asked, "Giant Whale, are you going to say that everyone must wait for their master to return again? Let me remind you, I'm sick of hearing those tiresome words." Tianhao and the others remained silent on the sidelines, listening to the two of them. Receiving no answer, Lang Yu continued questioning him. "I want you to submit, not because of personal desire. I know that the so-called master died long ago in the outside world and will never return. What about you, Giant Whale? You stubbornly cling to that empty obsession and drag the entire clan down with you." Little Whale immediately refuted her. "No, Lang Jue. Master has returned." Her entire body stiffened at those words. "He has returned? Where is he?" Without hesitation, he pointed toward Tianhao. "Master is right here." Tianhao felt somewhat uneasy. Why has the conversation suddenly turned to me? I was just watching the drama, yet somehow I got dragged into it. Naturally, Lang Yu did not believe him. She laughed loudly. "He is the master? Ha ha ha. Don't make me laugh." Seeing her expression, Tianhao concluded that she clearly did not think much of him. Little Whale was angered by Lang Yu's reaction and sternly reminded her, "Lang Yu, Master has only just returned and his aura has yet to recover. But his identity as a summoner is real. You should remember that Master is the last summoner in the world." She retorted once again, "So what if this brat is a summoner? He is not Master at all." "Oh, I understand now. Since the true Master has been gone for so long, only you and I remain. So you found an imposter to deceive everyone because you refused to let me become their leader. Is that it? Giant Whale, you would resort to such despicable tricks? Do you take everyone for fools?" The crowd outside suddenly became restless. "Master is a fake? Giant Whale deceived us. But what if Sister Lang Yu is the one deceiving us? I trust Giant Whale." She raised her hand and summoned her power. Then Lang Yu declared, "You do not believe me? Then I will prove it to you." A blast of energy shot toward Tianhao, but Little Whale was a step faster. He blocked the attack and said in a low, stern voice, "Lang Yu, do not disrespect Master. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." In the end, Lang Yu did not press the issue further. Turning around, she said, "Giant Whale, I will make you submit to me eventually." Only after Lang Yu left did Little Whale finally breathe a sigh of relief. At the entrance of a cave, a figure slowly walked inside. Lang Yu raised her hand and summoned energy, her face turning cold. "I gave Giant Whale and his people a chance, but they did not cherish it. Then do not blame me for showing no mercy." Deep within the cave lurked the dread monsters. Lang Yu stopped before them and gave an order decisively. "Dread monsters, attack tonight. Eliminate Giant Whale, who stands in my way, and that imposter as well. Tomorrow, I will become the queen of the second level of the abyss." With that, she spread her arms and dispersed the energy, a satisfied smile appearing on her lips. After Lang Yu left, the atmosphere became extremely tense. One young woman in the crowd stepped forward to share her thoughts. "Brother Giant Whale, it is not that we do not trust you, but among those who have met Master, only you and Sister Lang Yu remain. You say he is Master, while Sister Lang Yu says he is not. Whom are we supposed to believe?" Seeing their reaction, Slim anxiously turned to Tianhao. "They are beginning to doubt you. What should we do?" Tianhao did not seem worried. He merely sighed. "When trouble comes, we will adapt as the situation demands." No matter what anyone said, Little Whale remained firm. "Lang Yu has always wanted to rule over you. For that purpose, she would even destroy Master's legacy. Yet you believe her devilish words? Aren't you afraid of angering Master?" He then bowed reverently and said, "Master, they are juniors who have never met you. They did not intend to offend you. I hope you can forgive them." Tianhao replied with a serious expression, "It does not matter if others do not believe me. It is enough that you do, steward. Rise. Now that I have returned, I will no longer concern myself with the doubts of the past." As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of water suddenly splashed onto Tianhao's face. Guan Yu pointed directly at Tianhao and exposed him. "Back then, Master created this world and subdued our ancestors. His strength must have been unimaginably terrifying. So why could he not even dodge my attack? You are not Master at all. Humph, Brother Giant Whale, we trusted you completely, yet you deceived us." Little Whale swept his gaze over the crowd, whose faces were full of disappointment. After a while, someone stepped forward and shouted, "Sister Lang Yu is still more trustworthy. She is the one who can truly protect us. I want to pledge my loyalty to her." The others immediately agreed. "I'm going with Sister Lang Yu too. We will not have to fear the dread monsters with her. Count me in." "Me too." Little Whale lowered his head, thinking, "I never expected it to end like this." Tianhao seemed to finally understand everything. He asked, "So you knew all along that I was not your master? You only wanted to use me to put on an act, to encourage everyone to unite against Lang Yu and the dread monsters. Is that right?" Little Whale turned around abruptly, no longer denying it. He said, "I did not expect you to see through me as well. You are right. That truly was my plan. I am sorry. I deceived you, and I deceived everyone." The unicorn and Slim could no longer remain calm and demanded, "You knew from the beginning? You liar. Why did you deceive us? You are a bad person." After composing himself, Little Whale gazed into the distance and slowly recounted the past. "Back then, Master led us in building this divine temple. Every companion who died was laid to rest here. Since Master departed, we have faced many crises, and many old friends have passed away one after another. Now the dread monsters have appeared, and I can feel that everyone is afraid. So many years have passed. Master is likely no longer alive. When you appeared, I discovered that you were a summoner. That was when this idea came to me. I hoped it would give everyone the strength to unite and fight the dark monsters together." With that, he clutched his head and sank down, consumed by guilt. "Unfortunately, I failed. I cannot save anyone. I am sorry," the unicorn said sadly in a soft voice. "Are we going to die too?" Slim gripped her hand tightly and burst into tears. "No, I want to go home." After remaining silent for so long, Tian Hao finally placed a hand on Little Whale's shoulder to comfort him. Actually, I'm not a fake either. I am master student. Little Whale, who had been drowning in sorrow, suddenly froze. Excitedly, he turned and asked, "You said you're a master's student? Then where's Master?" Tian Hao tried to look as natural as possible as he made up an excuse. "Master has something very important to do, so he sent me back first." Meanwhile, Lin Fan stood amid mysterious energy and looked around in confusion. "Where's the entrance I left in this swamp? Did I come to the wrong place?" The rhinoceros, having witnessed this scene, said, "With a memory like that, how could you possibly remember where the original entrance was?" Without wasting any more time, Lin Fan ran forward and shouted, "We need to find the next swamp quickly. I refuse to believe we cannot find the entrance." Back with Tian Hao, Wavebreaker Whale was still doubtful about what he had said. "You say you're the master student, but do you have any proof?" Tian Hao answered confidently, "My identity as a summoner is proof enough. If I were not the master student, how could I possibly be a summoner?" Wavebreaker Whale lowered his head, his face grim. "Let me think about it. Something still doesn't feel right." Seeing his reaction, Tian Hao hurriedly pressed him. "What is there left to think about? The most urgent task is to defeat Lang Yu and the Dread Monsters and protect this place." Wavebreaker Whale regained his composure and nodded. "You are right, Master. What should we do now?" Tian Hao said seriously, "Take me to the Dread Monster's lair. I need to rescue my friends first." Night fell, and the full moon shone over the desolate forest. In one corner, the Dread Monsters were radiating mysterious energy. On a rocky outcrop, Li Shui and Xing Enai slowly woke from their unconsciousness. Xing Enai raised a hand and rubbed her aching head. The two women then got up, preparing to move, when a magic circle suddenly appeared before Xing Enai, startling her. A voice echoed from behind the gate. "Awaken, my warriors!" Faced with this situation, both Xing Enai and Li Shui froze with their mouths open, unable to react. Beneath the water's surface, Wavebreaker Whale's silhouette could be seen winding through the water. Tian Hao and the others were sitting on his sturdy back. Tian Hao could not help asking curiously, "Brother Wavebreaker Whale, you can transform into this form too?" Slim beside him added, "Why don't we just fly there? Wouldn't that be faster?" As he swam forward, Wavebreaker Whale calmly explained, "The lair of the dark monsters lies on an unnamed island deep in the ocean. We can approach from the surface without being discovered. The Dark Colossus is extremely powerful. We should rescue your friends first, Master, and discuss how to deal with them afterward." After hearing this, Tian Hao continued asking, "Brother Wavebreaker Whale, between you and the Dread Monsters, who is stronger?" Without hesitation, he answered, "Ordinary Dread Monsters are weaker than I am, but that giant Dread Monster is stronger than me. You and Lang Yu are both veterans. Your strength should be about equal, right? Lang Yu and I used to be evenly matched, but now she can repel Dread Monsters with a single strike. Her strength may be approaching that of the Master." Tian Hao became somewhat worried. If she can drive back the Dread Monsters, doesn't that mean she is incredibly strong? Suddenly, something caught Wavebreaker Whale's attention. He quickly slowed down, causing the previously calm water to ripple. Before Tian Hao's group could react, they were all plunged into the seawater. Tian Hao grimaced and complained, "Brother Wavebreaker Whale, you should at least warn us before hitting the brakes." Wavebreaker Whale stared at them and said, "Master, are you suggesting that Lang Yu and the Dread Monsters are working together?" Tian Hao clambered unsteadily back onto Wavebreaker Whale's back. "If you could think of casting me in that role, why couldn't she think of using the Dread Monsters?" As he removed his clothes to wring out the water, he seemed to remember something and asked, "Come to think of it, where did these Dread Monsters come from?" Wavebreaker Whale answered honestly, "I do not know. They appeared suddenly. We had never seen them before." Tian Hao put his clothes back on and said, "If we find any clues in their lair." He suddenly froze, as though he had discovered something. "Wait a minute." Seeing this, Wavebreaker Whale asked curiously, "Master, have you thought of something important?" Remembering their first encounter, Tian Hao grimaced and asked, "If you knew I was a fake, why did you make me join the ritual and eat all that disgusting stuff?" Wavebreaker Whale did not hide it. "Honestly, if we were putting on an act, we had to see it through. Besides, that was indeed the ritual the Master left behind." The more Tian Hao heard, the angrier he became. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Even so, you should not have forced me to eat that. Do you know how disgusting those things were?" Knowing he was in the wrong, Wavebreaker Whale did not argue and changed the subject. Let us hurry and rescue your friends, Master. Elsewhere, the dread monsters were gathered together, radiating mysterious energy. Li Shui and Xing Inai cautiously hid behind a nearby boulder. At the center, a figure could vaguely be seen within a teleportation gate, continuously releasing dark energy. Dark Shadow spread his arms and laughed excitedly. Ha ha! After all these years, I have finally escaped the barrier. I am free. I will have my revenge. Li Shui and Xing Inai wore the same expression as they anxiously looked at each other. At that moment, the roars of the dread monsters echoed through the cavern. One of them suddenly stopped, as though something was wrong. It glanced behind itself and discovered that Xing Inai and Li Shui were gone. They disappeared. Noticing its strange expression, Dark Shadow angrily shouted, "What are you doing? Now that I am free, aren't you excited?" The dread monster shook its head desperately, denying what he had said. Dark Shadow raised his hand and cried out, "My warriors, the time is ripe. Attack and destroy everything here." As soon as he finished speaking, countless sinister bats flew out from the caves along the cliffside. Having summoned the demonic beasts, Dark Shadow began trying to emerge in person. Dissatisfied, he cursed, "Damn it, after being imprisoned by this barrier for all these years, I have actually become like this." After struggling for a while, Dark Shadow finally managed to force half his body through the spatial gate. Xing Inai surveyed the situation and assessed it. "Damn it, it is too dark in this cave. I can only see a black silhouette." While she was still thinking, Dark Shadow quickly noticed them. Without hesitating, she and Li Shui jumped up and ran for their lives. He clearly had no intention of letting them go. Dark Shadow stretched out a hand. "Try to run." Dark energy turned into chains that tightly wrapped around the two women. Xing Inai anxiously said, "He is using dread magic. Let's use light magic." Li Shui immediately agreed. Taking action at once, she unleashed her power and cast an enhancement spell. In the dark space, blue energy spread out and enveloped everything. Dark Shadow was also caught off guard by the scene. As the light filtered in, Li Shui was shocked to realize, he is only a shadow. He forced himself upright, furious now that his secret had been exposed. Dark Shadow cursed, "Damn you, you dare laugh at me." He then clenched his fists and rushed forward. Xing Inai, tightly bound and aching all over, screamed, "The magic power in my body has all been drained away." Li Shui beside her was in the same condition. "Mine too." Seeing the two women collapse to the ground, Dark Shadow continued, "You have seen my true face." He smiled excitedly and declared, "Then do not even dream of leaving here alive. Become my nourishment." Dark Shadow used his power to tightly bind Li Shui and Xing Inai, lifting them into the air. He spoke smugly. "It has been so long since I last had food that I had nearly forgotten what it tastes like." Suddenly, a stream of water splashed across his face, catching Dark Shadow entirely off guard. The water shot straight at Dark Shadow like a waterspout, leaving his defenses open. Xing Inai and Li Shui were released. He hurriedly stood up and looked around, but the water appeared again. It even flooded toward the two girls. At that critical moment, Tianhao appeared, greatly surprising Xing Inai. He hurriedly gestured, "Shoo." Tianhao, Slim, and Unicorn then untied the two women. As Tianhao pulled at the cords binding Xing Inai, he frowned. Why is this damn thing so tight? However, he decided to carry both women instead of wasting time with the remaining cords. Their priority now was to find somewhere safe. "Forget it. Let's get out of here first and talk later." Hearing that, Slim swiftly transformed. It picked up Unicorn and started running. They hurriedly fled the dangerous place. Meanwhile, Wavebreaker Whale tried to spray out more seawater to buy everyone time to escape. Once everyone had gotten away, he transformed into his enormous form and swept his tail, shattering the surrounding rock. Rubble crashed down, blocking Dark Shadow's path. However, Wavebreaker Whale warned, "Master, this collapse will not hold Dark Shadow for long. We must leave quickly." Sure enough, Dark Shadow soon broke free from the trap Wavebreaker Whale had created. He radiated dark energy in fury. Damn it, you are all damned. I will kill every last one of you." The scene shifted to a grassy island in the middle of the sea. Voices rang out, Sister Lang Yu, from now on, we will be loyal to you. Brother Wavebreaker Whale deceived us and let us down. You are the only one we can trust. Lang Yu smiled smugly. Good, good, good. I am very pleased that you have turned away from darkness and embraced the light. From today onward, I, Lang Yu, am the queen of this world. All of you are my subjects. I will protect you and keep you safe from the calamity of the dread monsters. Everyone knelt on the ground. Long live Her Majesty the Queen, Lang Yu thought to herself. My next step is to find a way out of here and escape from Dark Shadow. I do not merely want to be queen here. I want to rule over even more places. Just then, dread monsters flew toward them. Dread monsters? Why are there so many? Are they coming for us? Lang Yu was surprised and confused. Didn't I only tell them to deal with that whale and the imposter? Why have they come here? Seeing the attack, the people below begged Lang Yu for help. Your Majesty, the dread monsters are here. Please save us. Your Majesty, it is time to show your divine might. Lang Yu swiftly summoned flames in her palm. Last time, I forced them back with one move. This time will be the same. Watch me wipe them all out. She targeted a dread monster flying through the sky and launched her attack. Thinking quickly, it spun around and dodged the attack. She could not believe it. How can this be? My Crimson Flame Torrent has no effect on them. Unwilling to accept it, Lang Yu leaped into the air. She approached the dread monster directly to fight it, swiftly striking its neck out of alignment. Seeing it go down, everyone below lavishly praised Lang Yu. Her Majesty is mighty. Your Majesty, massacre them all. She placed a hand on her newly acquired prey and warned it. What are you doing? Hurry up and pretend I defeated you, then leave. But when she touched the dread monster, a wave of pitch-black energy wrapped around Lang Yu's hand. Fear gradually filled her eyes and sweat poured down her face. The monster had not been defeated. With a flick, it sent Lang Yu flying away. She hastily retreated, raising her guard. The moment she landed, another claw attacked her. Lang Yu immediately drew her sword to fight back, but she struggled to defeat them. What are you doing? Don't you recognize me? Panicking, Lang Yu unleashed an attack that spun around the monsters. She worried, this is bad. They truly want to kill me. Why is this happening? What went wrong? With so many dread monsters, I am no match for them at all. If I stay here, I will only die. After thinking for a moment, Lang Yu turned and fled. Everyone began to worry again. Where's Her Majesty going? Is she running away? With Lang Yu gone, the dread monsters turned to other prey. Everyone below scattered in panic. Lang Yu, you fraud. Save us. At that critical moment, a burst of energy appeared and knocked the dread monsters away. The innocent people below were so frightened that their legs went weak and they could not run any farther. A dread monster turned back and raised its claws. At once, Wavebreaker Whale sprayed a stream of water at it. It was struck and fell to the ground. A voice echoed from afar. Everyone, do not panic. We are here. Upon arriving, Wavebreaker Whale transformed back into human form and landed alongside Tianhao. Seeing more opponents, the monsters surrounded them and attacked from every direction. Wavebreaker Whale continued casting his techniques. His power left a gash across a dread monster's neck. Wavebreaker Whale assessed the situation. These dread monsters are even stronger than before. Our attacks are ineffective against them. He hurriedly knelt and pleaded, Master, please take everyone away immediately. I will hold the rear. Even if it costs me my life, I will delay them long enough for everyone to escape. Tianhao immediately refused. No, if we leave together. I cannot let you stay here alone to die. Wavebreaker Whale replied firmly, Master, this is my responsibility as guardian of my clan. Only by taking everyone away can you preserve our clan's hope. I cannot let everyone die here. Wavebreaker Whale then placed both palms on the ground, and a huge seal spread out around him. Water prison. A prison made of water appeared around the dread monsters, and they looked up at it in confusion. Wavebreaker Whale hurriedly urged them, Master, take everyone and go. Seeing Wavebreaker Whale sacrifice himself like this, everyone was deeply moved. Brother Wavebreaker Whale, what have we done before this? We are sorry. We foolishly misunderstood you and even betrayed you. We were wrong. Brother Wavebreaker Whale, I am sorry. I sincerely apologize for how I treated you before. Wavebreaker Whale put the matter aside and continued urging them. This is not the time to apologize. I cannot hold on much longer. Hurry and go. Moved by his courage, they knelt and declared, "Brother Wavebreaker Whale, you are our true leader. We are willing to nominate you as king and follow you unto death. We are willing to nominate Brother Wavebreaker Whale as king and follow him unto death. We will not leave. We will live and die together with Brother Wavebreaker Whale." Wavebreaker Whale was stunned. "You all." At that moment, golden clouds appeared in the sky. A beam of light descended. "My children, I can finally see you again." The people below looked up in confusion. "Who is that? Why have there been so many strange things lately?" Wavebreaker Whale immediately recognized it. Master." "No, this is only a magical projection left behind by the master." Then a voice resounded from the sky. "I'm a master of the second level of the Black Abyss. Long ago, I secretly left behind a source of power. This power is not easily awakened. Only a leader who earns the sincere recognition of the clan can inherit my power and become the true master of the second level of the Black Abyss, protecting this land. Now, this power belongs to you." As the light appeared, it illuminated the entire island. The light entered Wavebreaker Whale's forehead and flowed throughout his body. Feeling it, he exclaimed, "This is the master's power? Now I will deal with all of you." The scene shifted back to the dark monsters trapped in Wavebreaker Whale's water prison. Having gained new power, he immediately demonstrated it. Water execution. The water prison suddenly exploded in midair, crushing the dread monsters within it. Seeing this, everyone was overjoyed, their faces brightening. "Brother Wavebreaker Whale is amazing. We won. This is wonderful." Tianhao let out a long breath of relief. As the protagonist, I did not even get a chance to shine. When it is time to deal with those dread monsters, that will be your chance to show off. Li Shui said, "That's right. We still have not dealt with the boss yet." At that moment, a pitch-black figure appeared in the sky. It streaked down to the ground like lightning, and everyone turned to look. Dark Shadow appeared. "Celebrating your victory already? Isn't that a little too early?" He held a beautiful woman in his arms. It was none other than Lang Yu. Wavebreaker Whale unleashed his power and pleaded with Dark Shadow to release her. "If you have a problem, take out on me. Do not hurt her." Seeing how kind Wavebreaker Whale was, everyone became upset. "Brother Wavebreaker Whale, why do you still care about her?" "That's right. She abandoned us and ran for her life. She did not care whether we lived or died." Dark Shadow lifted Lang Yu high into the air and said, "I wonder whether you will be even more furious once you learn the truth." She cried out in fear, "Don't." Dark Shadow ignored her and continued, "Do you know that I was able to break the seal thanks to your good friend here?" Wavebreaker Whale asked, "What do you mean?" Dark Shadow threw Lang Yu to the ground and explained, "Lang Yu and I made a secret deal long ago. I was sealed away and desperately needed someone to destroy the core of the seal. Meanwhile, she wanted to rule this world but lacked sufficient prestige and power. So we cooperated for mutual benefit. She helped me break the seal, and I had the warriors under my command obey her orders, helping her build the image of a savior." Interesting, isn't it? Tianhao fell silent after hearing this, but the crowd was utterly enraged. Just as I suspected, the dread monsters really are on Lang Yu's side. It is a pity that after the dread monsters captured us, we lost consciousness. We only woke after escaping. Otherwise, we would certainly have discovered their collusion long ago. Wavebreaker Whale approached her step by step, his face cold. "Lang Yu, is what he said true? You betrayed the master for power, colluded with the enemy, and deceived everyone. Do you know what you did wrong?" Dark Shadow laughed arrogantly. "Salme, with the likes of you." Dark Shadow cried out in surprise. "Have you obtained that man's power? Even now, that bastard still wants to stand in my way. Fine, I'll show you my true terror." Tianhao ordered, "Stop him." Dread monsters flew toward Dark Shadow from every direction. An immense force enveloped the entire area, and Dark Shadow transformed into someone else. Dark Shadow said with satisfaction, "I have returned to my complete form. In this world, no one can stand against me now." He concentrated his power within his body, and it radiated outward. The two figures collided, creating a massive explosion. Tianhao, Slim, and Xing Enai had to shield themselves. He was sent soaring high into the air before crashing to the ground. Seeing that the situation was dire, Tianhao rushed forward and stood in front of Wavebreaker Whale protectively. Wavebreaker Whale hurriedly stopped him. "My lord, leave now. Dark Shadow is terrifyingly powerful. You are no match for him." Tianhao replied, "There's a saying in my hometown, if whitening increases power threefold, darkening increases it tenfold. You were the former master summoned beast, while I am a summoner. I can make you stronger than other summoned beasts. There's no other choice now. We can only gamble. If it works, there'll be a seaside villa waiting for us. If not, we can only wait to die." He lay there, watching as if enjoying a show. "Hurry up. I'm very curious what other tricks you have left." With that, he unleashed his move. But it was already too late. A sphere enveloped Wavebreaker Whale and rose into the air. Dark Shadow panicked. "Impossible. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible." This time, the one sent flying was Dark Shadow. It really worked. With a summoned beast as powerful as you, Wavebreaker Whale, just how strong must your summoner be? Tianhao replied, "You mean that Summoner also knew demonic sacrifice? Is this technique related to him?" Wavebreaker Whale easily blocked Dark Shadow's attack with his arm, then immediately countered with a punch to his stomach. Dark Shadow was sent flying hundreds of meters away. "If you are unjust, then I will be merciless. Since you broke your promise, don't blame me. I also happen to know demonic sacrifice." Tianhao stared in astonishment as the circle appeared, illuminating the entire area. On the other side, a hazy mist shrouded Dark Shadow. He gradually emerged from the smoke, laughing smugly. Dark Shadow placed a hand on his forehead and laughed sinisterly. "As expected, it's useless. I became corrupted long ago." Just then, a streak of power shot toward them. Wavebreaker Whale reached out to catch it, but it evaded his grasp and flew toward Tianhao. The force dissipated only upon reaching Tianhao. A burst of power erupted from him, blasting Li Shui and Xing Enai away and injuring them both. Tianhao gradually lost his mind and suddenly laughed loudly. Wavebreaker Whale immediately realized what had happened. "You are that Dark Shadow. You have taken possession of my lord's body." Demonic sacrifice uses the summoner's name to sacrifice a summoned beast, granting me limitless power. At once, a ceiling formation appeared and enveloped the area, imprisoning both Dark Shadow and Tianhao's body inside. But every strike was repelled. Wavebreaker Whale roared, "Release my lord." Something shattered before Wavebreaker Whale's eyes. But a hand suddenly reached out and struck Wavebreaker Whale in the face, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Behind Tianhao's body, Dark Shadow's body knelt before him. A massive explosion suddenly erupted. Slim expelled a blast of power toward Dark Shadow, attacking both of his feet. Next, Unicorn unleashed her attack, striking the right half of Dark Shadow's body. Wavebreaker Whale continued to hold him tightly. Behind them, Xing Enai transformed into a bear and attacked Dark Shadow. He was surrounded on all sides by Tianhao's companions.